guys, what is up? So we gotta talk Kanye West because I've been wanting to talk about this for a minute. I do have a podcast with Udoka called "I'm Right, You're Wrong." We changed the name, but I got too excited, so I was just like, I gotta talk about this tonight. You know when you just want to talk and talk and talk. So this is gonna be a very long live, just because the very fact one of his interviews is 3 hours long. So 3 hours long plus the Tucker Carlson interview. I mean, I'll try to obviously speed it up, but just letting you know, this is what we're covering today. So I would want to start off with the Tucker Carlson video and then work our way up to he did an interview with Drink Champs, is it? So I've never heard of them a day in my life, don't care, but clearly that was the place where he could, be himself and basically talk about his beliefs and yada yada yada. So, anyways, with that being said, let's get right into it. Let's see. Remove. I'm just trying to get on the screen. I think we're going to start with the Tucker Carlson one. There we go. Okay.
In uniform.
Okay, yeah. So if you guys don't know, which I'm sure you guys do know, so excuse me. So when Kanye West went to Fashion Week and he went to open for Balenciaga, and that whole, if you even saw Balenciaga and their whole fashion statement or their theme at Fashion Week, it was very creepy but to each their own. Anyways, so long story short, Kanye, he walked into Fashion Week wearing a White Lives Matter t-shirt or a long sleeve shirt alongside Candace Owens. And I mean, if Candace Owens is the one who believed that George Floyd got what he got. You know what I mean? So that is Candace Owens for you. So it was really weird it was very weird that he wore the shirt White Lives Matter, but it was also who he wore it with. I mean, this photo right here. And I didn't even know, he's been friends with her for a hot minute. It was Udoka who told me that years ago when Kanye West was on TMZ and he got cursed out by Van, if you guys remember, he got cursed out on TMZ. Apparently Candace Owens was right there. So I thought, okay, maybe she's just tagging along, but it's been a hot minute. So, all right, let's get into it.
Shock, horror, rage. There is no excuse for this, thundered the New York Times. West is legitimizing extremism, shrieked Rolling Stone, etc., etc. What was strikingly missing from the coverage, however, was any explanation for why West did this. What was the T-shirt about? No one seemed to think to ask him, much less to listen to what he had to say. Instead, the enemies of his ideas dismissed West, as they have for years, as mentally ill. Too crazy to take seriously. Look away, ignore him. He's a mental patient. There's nothing to see here. But is West crazy? You can judge for yourself as you watch what we're about to show you.
Well, we don't say crazy, we say mentally ill. You know what I mean? No one asked him because Kanye made a statement. Actually, we did ask him, and he made a statement in the beginning. It was Black Lives Matter was a scam. And whether you were Black Lives Matters or not, the one thing we can agree on that Black Lives Matters, there were some people who did embezzle money from that. But that doesn't mean that every single person is believing it's a scam. You know what I mean? The whole reason why the Black Lives Matter movement even started was because a lot of African Americans felt like America or the universe was struggling with the definition of all lives matter. So that's why that was put into place. But anyways, let's just continue.
He has his own ideas, we can say that. Creative people tend to. That's why they're artists, not actuaries. His freeform social media posts give the impression of a man channeling his rawest emotions right onto Instagram. The effect can be jarring and is often used as ammunition against him in the battle for influence over the minds of America's young people. And that battle is intense. But crazy?
Okay, let's get to the part where he interviews, whatever.
care about the fact that there's more Black babies being aborted than born in New York City at this point.
Guys, I'm about to pay for the the commercials right now. I completely forgot. I said I was gonna do that before
This point, that
we start. Hold on, because I'm not gonna be watching ads all
in
day.
America is abortion. So I really
Yeah, we're not gonna be watching ads all day, guys. So hold on.
One, and that's God.
I'm so sorry to do this to you guys, but I gotta pay for these. We're not doing the whole. Nope. Let me pay for the ads and I'll be right back, or pay for the YouTube subscription. I just can't. So I'll be right back. Okay, we got it. We got it. Sorry about that, guys. I meant to get YouTube Premium before I came on here. I was like, I'm going to do that. I'm going to do that. And I forgot. I forgot to get YouTube Premium. Okay. All right.
Celebrated and very highly paid fashion designer. And of course, for a decade, he was well known to TV audiences as an in-law of the Kardashian family. But as West's latest, just legit.
It just represents life. I'm pro-life.
Wait.
Boy, so you wear it on a badge. What respect? Great. give the impression of a man channeling his rawest emotions right onto Instagram. The effect can be jarring and is often used as ammunition against him in the battle for influence over the minds of America's young people. And that battle is intense.
I saw some Tucker Carlson
crazy?
toilet paper
That was not our conclusion.
the other
In
day.
fact, we've rarely heard a man speak so honestly and so movingly about what he believes.
I think I saw it on like
again,
Zap or something,
you
or
can judge for
Zazzle. I saw it on
yourself. Here it is.
Zazzle.
So you just came from Paris Fashion Week. You just landed, and the lanyard's still on from it, and there's a photograph on it. What is that?
Oh God.
It's a photograph of the baby's ultrasound.
Why is that? And then you designed that?
Yes.
Why? What does that mean?
It just represents life. I'm pro-life.
Boy, so you wear it on a badge. What kind of response do you get? And good, amen. I agree.
I don't care about people's responses. I care about the fact that there's more Black babies being aborted than born in New York City at this point. That 50% of Black death in America is abortion. So I really don't care about people.
Okay, guys, so just want to state the obvious. You're either going to be pro-life or not. My problem is that whatever like religion you are, whatever, anything that you are, to me, I don't give a shit. The only time I ever care is when those beliefs then come on and affect my body, affect me, because I'm just kind of like, do your own thing. But when you're affecting me and my choices with my own body, it amazes me how men could have more children than we can, and yet we're the ones who are being very monitored. You know what I mean? Like America wasn't built on females, getting equal rights. So every single year we're always like tearing that down as well. So yeah, anyways, I just thought the ultrasound. I thought it was funny.
People's response. I perform for an audience of one, and that's God.
I'm starting to see why they want to make you be quiet.
Oh,
When did you start to feel this way? When did you start to realize this?
I really felt like, I think I started to really feel this need to express myself on another level when Trump was running for office, and I liked him. And every single person in Hollywood, from my ex-wife to my mother-in-law to my manager at that time to my so-called friends / handlers around me, told me, like, if I said that I like Trump, that my career would be over, that my life would be over. They said stuff like people get killed for wearing a hat like that. They threatened my life. They basically said that I would be killed for
here's my thing though. He actually didn't he take it back? Like he was definitely pro-Trump, and then I felt like I saw somewhere where it was very real, guys. I'm not making this up. He did then he took it back. So it's really funny how now he's like pro-Trump again, and I'm really not going to get involved or have any comments on that. But it's just funny because the last time I heard he was definitely not for Trump.
Wearing the hat. I had someone call me last night and said anybody wearing a White Lives Matter shirt is going to be greenlit, and that means that they're going to beat them up if they wear it. And I'm like, okay, green light me then. God builds warriors in a different way. I don't know if it's because of me being born in Atlanta and growing up on the south side of Chicago that,
I guess I could
he
speed
made me
this up.
for such a time like this. It's like with David. He tended to the sheep, but while he was out there, he had to fight all kinds of animals. So when
I'm
it was
so
time for
tired.
Goliath to come, he thought because he was a sheep herder that he didn't have the skill set to take down Goliath.
You guys do realize that anyone can take anything from the Bible and kind of make their own sense out of it. Sometimes I feel like that's even, never mind. But it's funny when people take so many things from the Bible, and like you see people on Criminal Minds and they're like killing people. They're like, does God want me to do this? She's not sacred. She's a whole. There was this episode that I saw, and I'm like, all these people are taking things from the Bible, and I'm like, okay, you're making your sense out of it. Okay.
And the thing that I have is the position. I have my heart. But the number one thing is we have God on our side. And for the people, even if you don't believe in God, God believes in you.
See, and that's my other thing too. I'm so tired of people pushing their religions on other people because, listen to me, like I'm Baptist, right? But there's obviously some things that I don't agree with. However, I'm not sitting there pushing my beliefs on someone else, like, and the people who do believe in God, some of them are like, well, we have to like save you, so we have to make you believe in, and it's just like, no, like no one is like, what happened to what happens when an atheist is like, I'm gonna make you believe that there is no God? You know what I mean? Like, I'm so tired of people pushing their own religions onto others because it just doesn't make any sense. And as you can see in America, it doesn't really get anywhere when you push someone's religion or someone's beliefs onto another person.
Reference to the White Lives Matter T-shirt, which you brought out at Paris Fashion Week. Why did you do that, and what did it mean?
I do certain things from a feeling. I just channel the energy. It just feels right. It's using a gut instinct, a connection with God, and just brilliance. Like if you ask like Tanya Harding how she did the triple flip or the triple spin, she was in so much practice that when it was time for her to skate in a competitive format, it just happened. Like it happened outside of practice, it happened in the real format, and that's what's happening. Is God is like preparing us for the real battles, and we are in a battle with the media. Like the majority of the media has a godless agenda, and the jokes in that work, and this whole like, oh yeah, he's crazy, and all these things, they don't work because the media has, they've also watched travesties happen, just even specifically to me, and just watch it and act like it wasn't happening, and they stay quiet about it. I want to answer the white. I feel like someone caught what I was saying, the comparison to Tanya Harding about the White Lives Matter. My dad is an educated.
Hello, Tracy.
And he put a text to me today. He said, "White Lives Matter, ha 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 ha." And I said, I thought the shirt was a funny shirt. I thought the idea of me wearing it was funny. And I said, "Dad, what do you think was funny?" He said, just a black man stating the obvious. And my dad doesn't listen to rap music, and he's like super educated. We opened up a water distribution center in the Dominican Republic together. He's like the original Steve Jobs, but he was getting blocked.
He just said his dad is the original Steve Jobs. Like the thing is with Kanye, like even if he, in my opinion, if he didn't have like a mental health illness, like he always thinks that he's like God, like what? Like you're how is your dad the original Steve Jobs? If your dad was the original Steve Jobs, then where is his Mac? You know what I mean? Where is his Mac notebook? Where is the iPad? Tell me, the original. What did your dad make that was equivalent to the iPad or the iPhone? Like what phone was he making in the garage? I'm just curious. Like he always like throws out these things, and a part of me knows like, nah, I think he really truly believes what he's saying.
Every which way with all of his ideas, and he didn't have an endless bank account, and he didn't have
Paris.
Instagram. So all these ideas, he had to like take them back and compress them. Like my dad is the most brilliant person that I know, and we actually have a strained relationship because I was taken from him because my mom was an actress, so she was a liberal, and my dad would see certain things and say, we should do it this way, we should do it that way, and the people got around my mom and pulled her away, much like Kim is a Christian, but she has people who want her to go to Interview Magazine and put her ass out.
But okay, this whole thing about Kim putting on clothes now and stuff, like you married her. You married her knowing the reason. Like, don't get me wrong. I don't think because Kim put out a sex tape that now she's still famous. I think she's still like that got her in the door, but she still had to work. You know what I mean? Because there were plenty of people who had reality shows during her time who like didn't really make it. So, but this whole narrative, oh my gosh, stop putting your clothes out. And it's like, but you married her with this. Don't try to change something that you married her taking off her clothes and all of that. Like, I just find this very outrageous that, oh my gosh, she's taking off her clothes. Let her. Who are you to tell her what to do with her body?
She's a 40-something-year-old multi-billionaire with 4 black children. And this is how fashion was.
Oh, Tracy says, I happen to catch you on my break. I'll be here for a short time. I love that you were covering this. Yes, I'm going to be here for hours, I feel like, because I'm going over Drink Champs, that interview. So, because I'm just, I've been wanting to talk about him for a while, man. Ooh.
To how they want to present her. So I know you give these questions.
How they want to present her. One more thing. How do they want to present her? It's just maybe because something tells me that Kim says yes or Kim says no. So if Kim wants to be on a cover naked, it's because Kim wants to be on a cover naked. You know what I mean? I just have a feeling that no one is pushing Kris Jenner around. It's sad that he's even talking about his wife. Like, you're here because you went to Balenciaga Fashion Week and you wore a White Lives Matter t-shirt. So talk about that. Stop talking about other people's business because your kids are going to see this too.
And I give you like these 3-part answers. Is this a cool format for you?
Yeah, I love it.
Okay, cool.
And I am following it.
All right.
So you said that your father said when he saw the shirt White Lives Matter, it's great to see a black man stating the obvious. So by which I think you meant that's obviously true.
Yeah, that's my favorite response because I kept on thinking like,
once again, no one says, no matter what people think about the Black Lives Matter movement now, because I totally believe there was money being embezzled, the whole reason for the BLM was because people were struggling with the definition of all lives matter. So obviously it's like a given statement, every single life matters. They were just putting an emphasis on all lives. Black lives matter. You know what I mean? So I don't know. I just feel like, I feel like he knows this too. I mean, during that time, he gave George Floyd's daughter like $1 million. And I feel like he talks about the people that are around Kim, but strangely enough, I think it's the people that's around him. You know, you have Candace Owens arm to arm, side by side. Of course, you're going to be spitting out nonsense and foolishness.
people, they're looking for an explanation. And people say, well, as an artist, you don't have to give an explanation. But as a leader, you do.
Yes, I think that's right.
So the answer
What
to
leader?
Why I wrote White Lives Matter on the shirt is because they do. It's the obvious thing.
Yeah. Why do you think that's so? And I assume the implications, of course, all lives matter because they're lives, because God created them.
Yeah.
Why do you think that would be considered controversial?
Because
Why are they spinning this? No one is saying that white lives don't matter. No one is saying that. I can't stand Tucker Carlson.
the same people that have stripped us of our identity and labeled us as a color have told us what it means to be black. And the
By the way, this is the same guy that said that we had a choice in slavery, by the way.
vernacular that we're supposed to have. My dad grew up as a military brat, and his family moved around, but they were based mostly in Delaware. And at the time, if they weren't the only black family, they were one of the few. And he would be discriminated against because he was black. So by the time he got into college,
Okay.
he would be discriminated against. He went to a black college, he would be discriminated against because they said he talked too white.
Yes.
And then he played the kick drum.
Okay, people say talk too white all the time, you know? What's the point? I'm trying to get to the point here.
Band. So when he would go to the club and the music was playing, where would he clap his hands? Where the kick drum is.
Yeah.
It's the opposite of where everyone else
Right,
was
exactly.
clapping their hands. And this is the most elegant and tasteful person that I know. And when my mom, when the school suggested like the herding systems, because what they do is take the black community and they separate us, and they separate the families, and the educated, they push this, need for higher education, and us as blacks, we discriminate against each other and say, well, I got my PhD and you don't have a PhD, so I'm better than you. And so my mom, she had a PhD, and she was influenced to
Guys, I would comment. I just don't know where this is going.
move to the south side of Chicago and take this job at Chicago State University. And she told my dad, if you come for us, you'll never see him again. Because, the media ridiculed me for getting the house next door to Kim to see my children.
Okay, just to be fair, when Kanye got the house next door to Kim, I was the one I have a podcast with Udoka. It's called I'm Right, You're Wrong. And when that first happened, I was the first person that said, hey guys, like his kids also live next door. How convenient. So I was never the one that said that he was stalking Kim. I know the media was, but I felt like maybe they have an agreement. Maybe it's easier because your kids are next door.
Children. And they even said that I was stalking her and her new boyfriend because I bought the house next door to see my children. And that's how I knew that my mom had said that to him. I said, Dad, they moved us to one of the most agreed upon to be one of the most dangerous places in the world. It's almost like they tried to kill me or something. I said, Dad, why'd you never come to get us? And that's when he told me that she was told that. There's so many things that are put in Kim's head. They bring influencers. Like, no one ever knew where Corey Gamble came from.
Okay, I agree, but I agree. No one never knew where Corey Gamble came from. No one knew where Corey Gamble came from. I agree, but with this, he stopped talking about why his mother would never let him see his father, and then jumped right to Kim. So I don't know, maybe it's also, mental health, or maybe he hasn't done an interview in a long time. So it can be very nerve-wracking. I know the first, I think 5 minutes of this, I was like, oh my gosh, how do I do lives? But yeah, he's not making any sense. And that could be because something is mentally wrong.
One in the fashion world knows where Gabby came from. These people were practically made in a laboratory, in my opinion. And one of the things that they're really good at doing is being nice and being likable.
Yeah, I agreed. After his mom died, everything did change. I absolutely agree, Paris, because, he blamed, I remember his mom died, and then a year later, the whole Taylor Swift incident happened, and then he blamed that on his mom dying. So I definitely, yeah, I agree that ever since his mom was essentially in Kanye's world, his leader, So now that he's lost that, he's just lost, in my opinion.
And what they do is, for people that have some form of influence, whether it's an educated Black woman like my mother that became the head of the English department at Chicago State University, or whether it's the most influential white woman on the planet, being my ex-wife, they have people that are around them at all times telling them what to be afraid of. It's not what to do and say specifically, it's what to be afraid of. And if you have a person that isn't afraid of them, like a Russell Brand or Candace Owens, or it's not that we have to agree with this, but
they're not afraid.
They're not afraid to state what their opinion is.
Yes.
No one is God, and everyone has an opinion.
Okay, so then he went back to reality and was like, no one is God, everyone has an opinion. And that I can understand that. I'll give an example, Joe Rogan. I mean, he's god awful to me. I don't know who would watch him, but the fact of the matter is that he states his opinions. The commentary bros, they're god awful, but the matter of the fact is that, it's different because they have each other, so they're never going to get singly canceled. But, there again, they say what they say and that's it. You know what I mean? So no one has any expectations. So I do understand where he's coming from with that.
So a conversation like this is a window into a world that you don't see. So if you're familiar with West from the media, you think of him as an individual man. What you don't think about is that he is at the center of a battle, and people like him are at the center of a battle to get a man. He was shocked to discover that after becoming one of the most successful and richest people in the country, he still wasn't free to say what he thought. And that changed his life, that realization. More of our conversation with West now.
There's a group mob. It's like liberal Nazis that will go up and attack you.
Wait, what did you say?
Nazis. There's a group mob. It's like liberal Nazis that will go up and attack you. Like I said, everybody's like, Anna Wintour's your friend. I'm like, this Gabby girl and Gigi and these people, they would have never.
First off, what he was really pissed about was he thought that he can sit there and attack a Black female and no one would give a shit. That's what he thought. And then when you see all of these other people, not African American, you have Hailey Bieber, Gigi Hadid, all of a sudden you whoa, 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 whoa. That's what happened. So, you know what I mean? Stay in your. And he didn't think it would happen. That's it. He's like, oh, I can't make fun of this Black girl and in her boots and people notice. And how dare these other A-list people call me out? These white other A-list people call me out. Yeah, that's what happened.
Said anything negative unless they got the okay from Condé Nast, unless they got the okay from Anna. They would have never got the okay to comment. Let's just talk about specifically.
So these are people who were attacking you for your T-shirt.
Well, it was a setup. it started off as them having this black girl comment and say, well, I felt traumatized when I saw this t-shirt. It's like this a black girl saying, I felt traumatized when I saw a black man wearing something that he
thanks,
wasn't allowed
Paris.
to wear. It's like in Django when Jamie Foxx is on top of a horse and Samuel Jackson's like, that black guy's not supposed to be on top of the horse. Okay. And then I went and said, hey, I don't like your boots. I know Anna Wintour doesn't like your boots and you're not a fashion person. And then people...
First off, who are you to tell someone they're not a fashion person? You think you're the only fashion person? Look what you got on now. You know what I mean? Like, you are not... I just want to know who is he. I get that he has this Adidas and the whole Yeezys. I get it, right? So I'm not going to say you don't have fashion sense. You dress Kim up and yada yada. I get it. But that still... does that give you the right? Because here's what I think. I think if this was a white person, he wouldn't have gone up to Gabby. I think if this was a white person, but he felt because how dare another black woman, that's how I felt. I feel like it's all the misogyny going on, and you can tell that simply from the way that he talks about Kim.
Say I was a bully, but it was a setup. And they finally got it, right? Because I eliminated the BLM officer at Adidas. And then I got out of the Gap deal. And just one by one, I've been winning these battles.
Speaking of deals, no one is ever in their right mind is going to ever make a deal with Kanye West again.
Right? And they thought they had me. They had the idea that Ye was bullying what I think the liberal term is a body goals black woman. Now let's talk about Gabby and my good friend Lizzo. Lizzo works with my trainer, a friend of mine, Harley Pasternak. When Lizzo loses 10 pounds and announces it, the bots, that's a term for people it's like telemarketer callers, like on Instagram, they attack her for losing weight because the media wants to put out a perception that being overweight is the new goal, but it's actually unhealthy. Let's get aside the fact of whether it's fashion and Vogue, which is not. Let's just, or if someone thinks it's attractive, to each his own. It's actually clinically unhealthy, and for people to promote that, it's demonic.
What, can I ask?
Yeah.
I've noticed this also.
Yeah.
Why do you think they would want to promote unhealthiness among the population?
Promote unhealthiness. I just remember watching a clip of Lizzo at a concert, and she's just like, keep my name. Why people got my name in their mouth? I don't talk about them. Why do they have my name in their mouth? And it was very interesting. Like, what was he saying? So Lizzo shouldn't lose weight and have to me, I think he was saying that when she loses weight, she doesn't have to announce it because you're feeding the robots. That's what I felt like he was saying. But once again, who is he to tell people what they can and cannot do? He's actually arguing about the same thing that he is, Like, you're sitting there arguing because people are trying to tell you what to do, and then you're sitting here trying to tell people else what to do, So he's like not making any sense. It's very hypocritical.
The genocide of the black race. They want to kill us in any way they can. Planned Parenthood was made by Margaret Sanger, a known eugenics, with the KKK. And I believe that if we saw ourselves as more...
Okay, but Trump was associated with the KKK. Look, Planned Parenthood has done so much for teenagers, so much for women in general. So I think it's very weird, or just not for just people in general. So I think it's really weird that he is completely ignoring that and going on his own terms, Kanye's world. It just, where is he getting his information from? Oh, hey, Paris. Paris, you say, I missed you, girly, and your thoughts and convos. Everyone's fashion is different, except for maybe Donald Trump. Lizzo and Yee are besties. No, they're not besties. You see my comments? Yeah. I see your comments. Yeah. Lizzo and Yee are not besties. Basically, Kanye West's whole point was, if, in my opinion, this is what he was saying, if Lizzo loses weight, she doesn't have to announce it because then she's feeding the robots. But once again, who is he to tell Lizzo anything? And from my understanding, from a clip I saw at a concert after this happened, this interview, Lizzo's kind of like fed up with him. So, yeah.
Saw ourselves as a people and not a race, then we would treat our people better. Like if you go to a Jewish person and you say a race, it almost gets confusing. They'll cut you off quickly and say, we're not a race, we're a people. Well, our people are supposed to just say it loud, I'm Black and I'm proud. Okay, well, what about, do you own the land that you're living in? Do you own, is the contract even in a language that's even possibly understandable, for your heritage?
Tucker doesn't understand what he's saying.
In America, we as Blacks will down each other on how good we speak, but we're speaking English. There's nothing whiter than English. We're not in our native tongue, actually. So we judge each other on white goal lines, not based on exactly what our culture is based on. So you can agree.
I guess I can get what he's saying, because obviously, you can't speak for all Black people, but I don't know. I guess I get what he's saying, but I just don't get what this has to do with White Lives Matter. This is never, I have a feeling this question will never be answered in this 1 hour interview because I don't get it. So,
he got a window into people around Trump. And in this clip, you'll hear him assess what happened inside the White House. Very interesting. Watch.
It was interesting. A friend of mine told me that Chris and Kim had called him because he had influence inside of the Black community, and had called him to say, to get him to influence people to take the vaccination. And I don't have an opinion on that. I just want to say that as a flat statement. But it was wild that I didn't know how close my own wife was to the Clintons. I didn't know, I didn't realize it at the time. I think you were married to her.
I feel like because he's on Fox News, he needs to amplify some Foxness. Like he needs to be more, yes, I hate the Clintons too. I hate Hillary too. He needs to be a little bit more Republican.
Sure. And while I was married to her.
How close was she to the Clintons?
I mean, cell phone away, or hey, tell Ye to say this away, or hey, go out and use your platform to push the vaccination away. I mean, not away, but take the away part. But
do you feel like at times you were manipulated by political forces through your wife?
Attempt manipulation. But yes, there was manipulation. Me not saying I like Trump was a form of a manipulation.
For sure. Yeah. Why did you like him, by the way? You said you liked him early, like you saw him.
Well, I'm not going to condemn Kanye for liking Trump. You know what I mean? That's his right. So I get the feeling of someone telling me what I can and what I cannot say, so I can understand from that level.
I mean, I keep telling this joke. If people say Trump was the first Black president, I'm gonna be the first Latino president, because all the values, the conservative values, just line up. Come on, man. Trump said, what do you mean he has his own buildings? What are you talking about? He's like Ralph Lauren. Yeah. He made Ivanka.
You like Ivanka?
Yeah.
You wrote a post on Instagram about her husband today.
Yeah, I had a dinner with Ivanka, Jared, and Josh. And a couple days later, I found out that Josh Kushner had 10% of Skims, which is a line that I had developed with Kim. And I had a lot of issues with the imagery of Skims. I felt like there's a lot of imagery that was overly sexualized and things that I wouldn't want to see my wife and definitely not my daughters doing in the future in order to sell product. But it reaches another level when it's like, okay, well, this is what my wife is doing, and this is what she's doing for our children. But it reaches another level when her business partners are selling pieces of company that they don't have to, because the company's already so successful and it's an internet-based company. So it's like they're really just selling off the company in order to create more relationships for themselves that are unneeded. It's like when I went to the Gap and with our release, they just like...
Okay, this is all irrelevant. Okay.
They shoveled it out. I'm very cautious with my words. I'm really big on being able to have an adult conversation.
He said he's cautious on his words. I'm very cautious on my words.
In front of the children. So I don't use explicit language in interviews.
Okay, in front of the children.
So I found out after this dinner that Josh Kushner had 10% of Skims and I had 5% of Skims.
Oh, that's what the problem is.
Regardless if, Josh Kushner figured out how to put $150 million, I'm sure it wasn't out of his own account, but $150 million, and I'm sure Jarrett still has a piece of that fund.
Okay, so he's crying because he was sitting at a table and realized some man has more say in Skims company than him. That's what he's telling us. And he wants us to know it.
Regardless of them putting that money in, for me to have been an owner in it and not known, just from a place as a creative where Skims is so based on a lot of the easy ideas, then it's based on all of the relationships in fashion, because I had to use my relationships in fashion in order to establish Kim in a way where fashionable people would say, hey, I'm
How dare Kim let this happen? How dare Kim let someone who I'm sitting at a dinner table have more stake in the company than I am, and I have all the fashion power. I have all this fashion knowledge. How dare she? This is a huge, great explanation to why I wore White Lives Matter at the Balenciaga or Fashion Week. Like, okay.
Down to where Kim's line. And these VCs, they come in and they get a piece of it after the fact and they run around.
Medina says, I thought he was saying the bots get upset when Lindsay loses weight because they want her to promote. Oh, okay. See, that could be it too. I say to that response, like, you don't know. Like he acts like he's best friends with Lizzo. He acts like they talk and they're besties and that he knows what she's doing, what she's going through, how she feels about certain things. He's like trying to talk for her when they're not even close friends. So it's very interesting that he even thinks he has like permission to talk about what she thinks and what she says. Yeah, I think so. Yeah. Kanye West, I'm not going to knock his Yeezys and his fashion and any of that stuff. The only music I've ever listened to him, and this isn't because I'm this huge Kanye West hater. It's just, the only music I ever remember listening to is, sorry, I have a mosquito, is Gold Digger. And that was like when I was maybe in middle school, maybe in elementary school. I don't listen to Kanye West. It's not personal. I just, he's not a music for me. I can never get into Kanye West. What was my point? My point is that, yeah, he's definitely talented, but I also feel, and everyone is saying too about this mental health, that this should excuse him from his behavior. And I highly disagree. I don't think it's fair for mental health to be the excuse. It could be the reason, but not the excuse. So, it's...
and say they have ownership in it. So as I put on my Instagram, which, luckily for everyone, they can just write it off that, I'm crazy until they see my disposition in this interview, and then it's going to get scary. I said, hey, Josh, what if I had 10% of Karlie Kloss's lingerie shapewear swimsuit line, and you had 5% of it, and you didn't know? How would
Okay.
that make you feel?
We get you're upset. Move on.
And then after talking to them and really sitting with Jared and sitting with Josh and finding out other pieces of information, I was like, wow, these guys might have really been holding Trump back and being very much a handler right then. They love to just look at me or look at Trump like we're so crazy and that they're the businessmen. So when I think about all of these things that Jared, somehow doesn't get enough credit for with his work, and what is it, his work in Israel or his work in, what is this? You know where he made these peace treaties? Where was that? Do you know the facts on this right here? So I'm like...
Well, I think that was between Israel and some of the Arab nations.
I just think it was to make money. I don't know. Is that too heavy-handed to put in this platform?
No, that's your opinion. We're not in the censorship business.
Okay, thank you. And I just think that that's what they're about, is making money. I don't think that they have the ability to make anything on their own. I think they're born into money. And for me, as a maverick and a talent and a person that's been, beat, kicked, lost everything, said to have lost my mind, went from pull myself up by my boots don't have straps on them, but I say pull myself up from my boots to becoming a multi-billionaire that gets the price every year.
See, I think money has to do something with this too. People with money just feel like they can say anything they want. And truthfully, you can say anything you want, but, not when it affects other people. Like, I'm not going to say something that, and if I do say something that, offends other people, then I apologize. I eventually apologize. But generally speaking, the problem is that he's doing things that that impacts other people in their lives. Like, he's doing things that, that sends this message that it's okay for hate crimes to happen and etc. We'll get into, oh my God, this mosquito. Oh my God. All right, we'll get into the next interview, which is 3 hours long. But I'm trying to understand where Kanye is coming from. And to me, this comes off as mental health problems. This comes off as I have too much money and I can say anything I want. This comes off as huge entitlement to the fullest. What's going to end up happening? At the end of the day, Kim is going to unfortunately have to get a gag order. And then once he basically violates that gag order, then he's going to get a conservatorship. And people think conservatorships mean in control over your whole entire life. No, because you can have a conservatorship and say Johnny is not allowed to have any blue pens. He cannot write with any blue pens anymore because blue pens make him delirious. You know what I mean? Like, you can have a conservatorship and it just be something simple as that. And to him, it's going to be social media. It's, if he doesn't stop this, because this is affecting other people, hate crimes, it's affecting his family, his children. So if he doesn't stop this, gag order, then conservatorship over social media. That's how I see this going. And then I see, Fox News, and what did he buy? Parler or something, the platform that Trump was on when he got banned. Sorry, he got banned from social media. So I feel like I see this going on there. But the thing is, he can buy something, I don't care how much money he has, he can buy it. But if a judge, court orders say that you're not allowed to go on social media, then you're screwed. So that's how I feel about that.
My network goes down every year on.
Oh, Caitlin goes, he scares me. Yeah, he scares me because he has a lot of money, and he bought a whole entire platform to where he can spread racist, misogynist, homophobic, transphobic, all the things above, all these things, and he won't be held accountable. People are going to listen to him, and it's just going to get worse. However, what I do feel is that there's going to be some disconnect when he realizes that Fox is not going to be rooting for him for president, because I think, not in this, but I think he's wearing like a 2023 hat, I think, or 19, whatever hat he's wearing. But in the next interview, I just saw like the thumbnail, he's wearing a 2024 hat. So to me, I'm like, are you going to be running for president? And I think there's going to be a huge disconnect there when he realizes Fox will not be promoting him to endorsing him for a presidential election anytime soon. So I think I can see that disconnect happening in the future.
Forbes. They just keep on slowly just taking it down every year. It's like really a weird thing. But as a person that has really built something from nothing, when I sit across the table from a Josh Kushner and he just feels so entitled to that idea, and this person has never brought anything of value other than so-called being a good venture capitalist, I have a major issue with that. And it makes me feel like they weren't serving my boy, Trump, the way we could have, because, Trump wanted nothing but the best for this country. And it doesn't, Moses stuttered. And saying God is not always going to bring the most perfect personality. A lot of times, the most fake people, their job is talking and making people feel comfortable.
Yeah.
And the realest people are going to make you feel uncomfortable at first.
And it's not shallow. And it's also not crazy. It's true, whether you agree with it or not. So West has thought a lot about politics, and he's thought a lot about what's going to happen in 2024. You'll hear that coming up. He's also very close to Elon Musk, which we didn't know. Asked him off the cuff, you know Elon Musk? Oh, yes, very close. Got a lot of thoughts on that, too.
Okay.
$1,000 policy for only 20.
Third degree.
All what?
People with power try to make other people feel like they don't have any.
That's you right now. You're in power and you're trying to make people feel, Jewish people feel like they're not even a person right now. That's what you're doing. The hypocrisy of this whole entire interview right now is everything that I can gather. He's complaining about. It's what he's doing to other people right now. So
My power is through God. So if someone ever says anything like, oh, you did a great job, it's praise God. It's funny, atheists love the term narcissist when you believe in yourself.
Right.
They say that it's narcissistic. I love the dynamic of how you compare, you show that there's still humanity, even with the position that God has placed me in. Why did Moses smite the rock? Why do you get that frustrated? And just to be able to be gentle, to be more gentle. God is alive. Look at this right here. Look at.
That's true.
We are my potential run for 2024 and Trump's potential run for 2024.
Oh gosh.
And the beloved DeSantis potential run for 2024 and Mayor Suarez potential.
What do you? This is the part I can't tell if this is like mental illness. Why would anyone vote for you, Kanye? Why would anyone vote for you for president? I don't know. I would rather do so many other things than vote for you for president. I think I'd rather vote for Trump than Kanye for president. I don't know. If it was those two options, I'm going to go with the one now who unfortunately has experience. I would get the gag order.
Run for 2024. And, they thought Trump was a joke. For older white people, they're quick to classify a black person only by the fact that we're black. Even Trump, a person that's, we'd consider to be a friend of mine, when I went to the White House, I called him after that to get A$AP Rocky out of jail. And one of the things he said to me is, Kanye, you're my friend. When you came to the White House, my black approval rating went up 40%. And for politicians, all black people are worth is an approval rating. The Democrats feel that
wouldn't that, do you think Donald Trump would be happy with that statement? He's like, Trump, he's my friend. And then goes on to say that all he cares about or white people care about is approval ratings. So I guarantee you after this, he will no longer be Trump's friend.
Don't owe us anything. And Republicans feel that they don't owe us anything. Blacks have never demanded something for our vote. And that's something I talked to Ice Cube about. What are we asking for? How do we change our life? If all of our organizations and all of our colleges and even our title as black was made by white people, all of our jobs, And Black Wall Street, Harlem after gentrification, there's never been a fully Black-owned community where we have all the municipalities, things that Dr. Claude Anderson talks about. We need that. It's like 90% of America is not even developed. I'm not one of the people that go up and say, hey, I want to stop anybody from making money. The people that make money and the powers that be, I am your true Nikola Tesla.
Okay.
And I'm not even a scientist.
What do you think of Elon Musk? Do you know him?
Very well.
I love how Tucker calls Tucker. He switched the whole entire conversation. Like, so, what do you think about Elon Musk? Because no one knows what Kanye is saying. Like, no, what? A part of me thinks that he has people around him that are telling him this because he just sounds out of this world. Or it could be because he has a mental health illness, you know. I think he's stated in interviews that he is bipolar. So I don't know.
What's your take on him?
You said that because I said Tesla?
I did, yeah. This is the first thing that popped.
And then everyone's always like, oh, Elon's got these answers. I think he's a great team player.
And there's a lot more to come. A lot more. We address specifically, why did they call you crazy? And he says, as clearly as he possibly.
We were notified that they would be paying off our mortgage.
My daddy always wanted to get me and mommy a house. We're so grateful you helped us out. Wow, love you.
And West discovered that when he initially decided to conflict Donald Trump. Watch.
I never actually told people that I liked Trump when he was running because I was bullied by Hollywood. Because I stayed in Hollywood and people were like, think about your kids, and I'm trying to hold on.
Okay, so this I can grasp and understand. I'm not a Trump fan by any means, but I understand people telling him, hey, do not vote for Trump because, as you know, if you don't know, Trump is definitely 100% not liked by the African American people. Obviously, there are some unicorns out there who did vote for him, but generally speaking, he is not the first person of mind. Now, so I do understand this pressure that he's talking about to not tell anyone that he likes Trump. I mean, and I know obviously a lot of people who are celebrities who definitely, like, they don't say they like Trump, but they like Trump, you know? So I get what he's saying here. I understand.
Going to the marriage, so I'm just biting my tongue. Like, there's so many fathers and mothers that go to work every day and they're in a situation where they're biting their tongue because they think it will be better for their children.
That's right.
So even me in my position, I was biting my tongue on my political opinion because I thought it would be better for my children.
Got a lot more on that and what it did to him as a man living through it tomorrow night. But first, our friend Jason Whitlock, host of Fearless, joins us to start. Jason,
Yeah, tomorrow I am. I'm not.
He wants to be a Christian, and the things he said about his faith and just wearing the lanyard with the ultrasound, all of that. I love that about Kanye West. It scares the heck out of the left to see someone like Kanye West, that popular, that influential, his skin color, that has those Christian values, because that's what's really under attack, his Christian values. It scares them. They don't want him to survive. They're using him. I want to make an analogy, Kunta Kinte and Roots. He's out on the tree and they're whipping him.
This dude who's talking, or everybody out here, what's the excuse, you know, because of his, you know, Christian values, when he goes against Jewish people? You know, there's hate crimes happening. Is he, you know, I'm curious to know their opinions on someone who's just, you know, sharing their Christian values. You know, I'm very curious about that. Yeah, so Kanye West is definitely a person of interest that, yeah, scares me, but more so I'm worried about the effects that he has on other people. That, you know, that's what I'm worried more about, because we can have our opinions, but the moment someone commits a hate crime because of Kanye West's opinion is very worrisome. So that's where I'm left with before we go into this other interview with Drink Champs. There we go. Drink Champs. So Let's pull that one up. Guys, I have the Dora song in my head for some reason. Dora, 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 Dora the Explorer. Dora. Gabby Backpack, let's go. You can't leave the way. Oh, this fucking mosquito. Swiping, no swiper. Swiping, no swiping. Dora the Explorer. Okay. Anyone have any thoughts before we get into the next? I have my water on this journey.
What it good be? Hopefully, this is what it should be. This your boy NAO.
What up, it's DJ EFN.
And this is motherfucking Military Crazy World Radio. Drink Champs Yappy Hour award winning motherfucking
Motherfucking. Woo.
Now, last time we had this brother on here, our numbers went through the roof.
Okay, so now we know. The reason why they have Kanye West on the Drink Champs is so their views can go through the roof. So yeah, that's why they have him on. So now we can skip this and go to bed. Just kidding.
We were, and let's just for people that don't know, the man is a genius, musical genius, lyrical genius, fashion icon. He can wear a rubber shirt and you're gonna wear it. Cause that's how influential he is. Right now, last time he came here, he said, cancel me. He pointed to himself, he said, cancel me. They did not cancel him. They could not cancel. Right now, it's a little turmoil. We're gonna get to it. We're gonna ask the questions, we're gonna do whatever. I asked him if anything is off the record. He said, absolutely nothing. But we're gonna give praises and love to the one, the only, Mr. Ye. Make some noise! Now, Ye, I want to start because, you know, the very famous interview was you and Sway, right? And then...
By the way, I mean, not to talk about setups because I'm a very small channel and there's probably like 1,000,001 things that was wrong with this live already, the sound, you know, whatever. But I'm still going to make my statement anyways. I don't like this setup. Like, take the shit that's right here off. Like, why do you care so much about how it looks than actually people seeing you? I mean, I can see him, and that's what they're probably saying. Like, we can see you, we can hear you fine. We got the perfect mic of them all, a Shure mic. But still, like, this is very distracting for me. So yeah, just wanted to make that little comment.
You saying that you wanted to be like Ralph or you wanted to be up there with that caliber. And now it's like you are Ralph. You are that caliber. And then so I guess what I'm trying to say is, so that's where we get confused with the...
I have the answers.
I think you already admitted Sway had the answer. But I guess that's where we get confused with the Adidas part of it is because, like, didn't like that's how you became a billionaire, right? Through the Yeezy. So like, what was the discrepancy with Adidas?
You know, I just didn't have the relationships with the factories at that time, and I was managing a lot of ideas. Like I was a new dad. I was newly married. I had a bunch of team, like a big team of designers with me, and we hadn't established who we were. We were still fighting to get our respect in fashion. So there's a lot of fights at the same time. So we had to go and basically like intern almost up under these companies.
You interned Louis Vuitton at one time, right?
Yes. More in that understanding and say like Jeff. And you know, so after Los Angeles, and I put what the Jewish people have done, and or doing a movie, having a Jewish man, it's all what claim that I'm making. Like Jewish people see, nah, he ain't releasing the tea because he's Jewish. And I'm like, see, this is my exact point.
Me trying to,
Now it's Supreme. We made this T-shirt like all the tremendous stuff we're doing right now, which is a flip on Supreme, where the guy that used to work for me, Tremaine.
Who is gonna buy your T-shirts now? I'm just, like, if anyone did a poll right now, I would think Kanye West is probably the most hated man right now. So who is buying your shit right now? Out of curiosity, other than, you have some Republicans, but I just.
Is now at Supreme. And, we can go further into that a little bit later. But for the main point is, so I took it over to Dove Charney at LA Apparel, and he founded Los Angeles Apparel. So then we made the White Lives Matter tees, and then when I put up the tweet, the DEF CON tweet, now he ain't releasing the tee because he's Jewish. And I'm like, see.
Okay, but he's not releasing the T2 because you offended a Jewish person. Let's say, this person said something. Let's say someone, called you an Nigger, right? Would you work with them? If they talked about people of your color in a bad way, would you work with them? You know what I mean? Like, he's making it sound like, I don't get what's wrong. I mean, because you're Jewish, you won't put out what I made? Well, no shit. Duh.
This is my exact point that I'm making. Like, Jewish people have owned the Black voice. Whether it's
no, they have not owned the Black voice.
Through us wearing a Ralph Lauren shirt, or it's all of us being signed to a record label, or having a Jewish manager, or being.
Guys, I'd like to point out that this show, they put a huge disclaimer that basically stating just because Kanye says what he's saying, they don't agree with his, words and what he's saying. So they did do that. I just kind of skipped the disclaimer because it had music and I didn't want my stuff to be copyrighted.
Being signed to a Jewish basketball team, or doing a movie on a Jewish platform like Disney. And we understand it's like, I respect what the Jewish people have done and how they brought their people together. They came into money through the lawyers when after Wall Street, when all of the like the Catholics, they wouldn't divorce people. Right. So the Jewish lawyers came and they were willing to divorce people. That's when they first came into their money.
This is just so bad. This is so bad. Just can you imagine? So when all the blacks, they started making, Kanye West wouldn't like or maybe he would, I'm not sure, but could you imagine, or just think of your race, I'm thinking of my race, but I can only imagine someone saying, so all you people, all the blacks, you guys started making money when your fathers or your parents, they were lawyers and they believed in divorce. So then you guys started, and that's how you guys started your money. Like, dude, shut the fuck up. Like, how dare you? How dare you? And that's the thing. Like, yes, mental health is the reason, guys, but mental health can never be the excuse. It's the reason, not the excuse. It's kind of like I worked with dementia patients. You have some dementia patients that have this horrible disease, but some of them are not sitting there spewing racial terms at me, not calling me negro. Okay? Whereas some other people, they have like horrible things, but they're not calling me negro. So it just,
So like, say with me and Jay, with our culture, with the darker Jews. First of all, because you got
that happens when anybody starts talking deep.
Okay. Yeah. With the darker Jews, the 12 lost tribes of Israel, who we are, because we Jewish also. We from Africa also. We're the blood of Christ. So we're not just black. We are.
These fools just want Kanye up on here just to say they got views. That's it. They don't give a shit what Kanye's saying. It's very clear these people do not give a shit what Kanye is saying. It's all about the views.
Jew, just like the Jewish people. And now we're coming into money. But the main thing is I got to drink the Douce over the Hennessy as the first step to us coming together, like how the Jewish people came together. But we couldn't even talk about, I remember Ben Horowitz called me after 444 and said, I don't know about Jay giving up Jewish business secrets. And these secrets.
He was talking about building up the properties and stuff like that.
Yeah,
on 444.
These secrets they not finna be a secret no more. Like if somebody tells me something, it's like, yo, I want to tell you this, but it's a secret. I'm like, I'm not your personal hard drive. Like if you want to be a secret, don't tell me. I'm not here to keep nobody's secrets because it's only the truth that's going to set us free. And what they do is the Jewish community, especially in the music industry, they'll take, in the entertainment period, they'll take one of us, the brightest of us, right, that can really feed a whole village, and they'll take us and milk us till we die, and then Stevie Wonder's son got to get a job, right? But Cameron Azoff got a job at Apple. He's already set up because of the way Azoff is connected. And we have to make our own connections. That's what I saw. What I loved about it, I love Dove just as a human being.
And this the guy from Adidas?
Dove is from American Apparel.
Okay.
But I'm talking about put out my White Lives Matter tee. The White Lives Matter tee don't say nothing. It don't say DEF CON or nothing, right? I'm like,
okay, Kanye, though, do you realize if some company put out your White Lives Matter tee, I mean, I'm sure some will, but if some big company, which I'm sure you went to first, decline this, they have to protect their own company. That's how even sponsorships work. You can't ask a company to do something, so then that way when people find out that this company did that, then they're going to start pooling all their business elsewhere. I mean, you are a liability. So no, like they're not going to do that for you.
put it out, and he's telling me like, yo, I want you to visit the Holocaust Museum. And I was like, yo, I want you to visit Planned Parenthood. That's our Holocaust Museum.
Oh my God.
I'm like, yo, I put my life on this.
Dude. It's weird because he's defending racism with this person's like, you're being racist, but he's defending his racism because of his religious beliefs about abortion. That doesn't fly. That doesn't work. You can't be racist because people disagree with you about abortion. That's not how life works.
At this point, because they've been fucking with me too long. They put the crazy narrative out there. My Jewish trainer, Harley Pasternak, who's Lizzo's trainer,
Wait, what?
Live streaming can be
I have I paid for the I paid guys for I just paid for no ads. So what the fuck is this? Hold on. I paused the live for those of you who are joining. I paused the live so I can pay for no ads. So I just paid for no ads, but we still got the ads.
Planned Parenthood. That's our Holocaust Museum. I'm like, yo, I put my life on this at this point because they've been fucking with me too long. They put the crazy narrative out there. My Jewish trainer, Harley Pasternak, who's Lizzo's trainer, put it out when I went to the hospital, put it in the press. I got a bunch of friends that went to the hospital. It didn't go to the press. They did that just like they did in the documentary on the 3rd episode to say, we love Ye like the rest of y'all. We know he a genius like the rest of y'all, but sometimes you got to turn the camera off on him. So they'll go and get a dude that's supposed to be my friend that's been taping me the whole time and buy this nigga out for $30 million.
I thought you co-signed that.
I ain't co-signing, but you get used to that. Paparazzi taking a picture of you, you ain't getting no money off it. Right. You just get used to getting screwed by the Jewish media. And I'm saying, y'all don't...
I mean, like, what is he talking about? Because, for instance, I'll keep in mind, he's technically getting screwed by me right now because I'm monetizing this. The last video I did on him, I got $16 and change from the video, which was like, I don't know, maybe 12 days ago. So you're not just getting, played by the Jewish people. You're getting played by me too. So I don't get what you're saying. Like, this is very anti-Semitic. This is very racist. This whole entire thing is absolutely disgraceful. Like, this is awful. This is god awful. Gosh. I mean, he's made it on the naughty list for this year. I have this thing every single year where I'm like, who is a good YouTuber? I mean, not every year, basically last year, but I'm going to continue with this year. I'm like, who is on the naughty list? And he's made it. Like, you are awful. And it sucks because people will defend this and be like, people care about mental health until they don't. And here's the thing. I get what people are saying, but mental health, because I think at one point, I believe that at one point, I swear I was just like, we always have to care about mental health. And that is true. But I think that mental health, once again, can be the reason, but not the excuse. So I'm so tired of people always using their mental health as an excuse to why they're racist and have bad behavior. Shit.
Poked the bear too fucking long. When I wore the White Lives Matter tee, I had 4 SoFi Stadium shows. They canceled my shows. I said it's up. And let me tell you one thing. It's like if a black man is caught with something in the car or something, everybody in the car are going to go to jail with him, right? But if a black man can play basketball or rap, only he gets the record deal. So meaning like if one black man does something bad, all the other blacks get caught with him. If one black man does something good, nobody else gets nothing with him. It's a reverse for the Jewish people, right? If a Jewish person could repeatedly fucks me on a deal, it's just them. It's just the businessman. It's not the people. It's not nobody else. Right. But if a Jewish person does good, all of their people eat with them. That's one of the flips. I got to tell you something. Where is a black guy that has a Jewish person signed to him? Point it out. Tell me that. Where's a black person that's signed to a Jewish person? All of them. Basically 90% of them. So what I'm saying is, y'all done poked the bear too many times. Y'all should have learned with Drake. Y'all should have learned with Puff. Y'all should have learned with Hove. Y'all dealing with a different kind of animal here. Everybody wants to say I'm 730. Well, I'm going to use that to my advantage. I told y'all I was the leader. I told y'all I'm going to free my people in the name of God. And I will put my life at risk because if I'm
not with you. Okay? Like, I don't know who your people is, but the black people are not with you. Okay? The black people, they think that you need help. Okay? The black people are not with what you're trying to sell to us. We're not buying it. Because we think you have mental health issues. We think you have problems. We think you need to see someone. That's what we think. We think there's no reason because our own people, we've always been discriminated against from time to time. America wasn't built for black people to succeed. So we know how it feels to be racist. We know how it feels for someone to discriminate against us. And here you are doing it to Jewish people. Okay? So no, like who the fuck are you saving?
wasn't in a glass prison, just like Larry Hoover's in a real prison, then I would have had to say so when my kids go to school. I go into my kids' school, I see Hanukkah books, then I see Kwanzaa. Christmas is Christ's Mass. Where's Jesus in the school where all the celebrities are paying for their kids to go?
Cell? I'm sorry.
Hey, I'm talking about.
Right.
And ain't nobody listening to me type shit. You know what I'm saying? I'm in like a glass box of like celebrity with a bunch of handlers around me and shit. And people colluding behind my back and being like, is he ramped up? What we gonna say now? What I told y'all, because I talked to Larry Jackson last night and he was like, yo.
From iTunes.
Yeah, but now he's got his own deal. He started telling me how Clive Davis changed his life. And I talked to him for 6 minutes. He said, well, usually we talk back and forth. I said, Larry, this is my life, though. I'm letting you know so you can let everybody know what it is. What it is at this point. You know what I'm saying? It's like, I'm not afraid. I'm not afraid of y'all no more. And we don't have to be afraid. I understand that they got us so paid off every which way they cutting down. And my whole point just off the tweet, the fact that, what does that even mean, what I said? And the fact that I got taken off proves my point. Jamie Lee Curtis went on TV and said, I hope they take his children away from him. I hope they take his children away from him. Everybody they put out, Triple X, Tupac, that's what Larry was saying.
Right.
My response was, well, I guess I'm next then.
Right.
Because it's no backing down at this point.
Kanye, the reason why people are upset with you is because you're racist towards Jewish people. You've made some horrible statements towards Jewish people. That's why people are upset with you. Fucking forget the whole White Lives Matter shirt. That kind of could have gone and went. You know what I mean? That could have, because you've already been a Trump supporter, so that's no big deal, right? You know, that can somehow be surpassed. But when you start saying that you're gonna go DEF CON on some people, what do you think is going to happen?
I talked to Q because Q been labeled an anti-Semite. First of all, we are Semite. We
Right.
Jew. So I can't be anti-Semite.
Right.
First of all.
Oh, shut up. It's kind of like what he just said about how he's Jewish. So the people who I used to work for, and mind you, obviously they don't mean nothing by this. And I'm sorry if you do the same thing, but I'm just going to let you know. If you are basically a white person and you took like an ancestry test and you're like, I'm actually black, I'm just like you, it's like, yes, it's factual, but it's also kind of disrespectful sometimes, because when you say I'm just like you, you're not. Because it's like you'll never understand what it feels to walk down a street or open up your door and someone next door is like locking their cars right away because they think a black person's going to rob them. Like, you'll never know what it feels to be the eye when you walk into a store because they think you're going to steal. Like, there's plenty of things you'll just never know. So don't say, it's really like, you know, black people are going to make fun of you, maybe not to your face, but they'll definitely make fun of you when you leave. If you say, hey, I'm just like you, I'm 13% African American, like that actually means nothing because you'll never be like me. But it reminds me of he's saying like, I'm Jewish, and like, no, you are black. If you weren't Kanye West, when you walk down a street, you will be discriminated against. That's just how it is. I mean, that's not just how it is. We want to improve this. We want to get out of, we are constantly every single year tearing down. Black people they weren't supposed to succeed in America. So every single year we're constantly tearing down all of these racist beliefs. So anyways, Kanye West, you may be Jewish, but you're not, okay? Because you weren't in the Holocaust. You'll never know how it feels. I mean, during the Holocaust, we were like, anyways.
I need my 4 stadiums back. The 78 media outlets that called me abuser when I was trying to get that heroin addict away from my kids that was tattooing my kids' names on them, Skeet,
Right.
Pete Davidson.
Right.
They popping up. You know what I'm saying? It's like Trevor Noah, not even from America.
Right.
He just looked black.
Right.
Gonna say, yo, Kim, it's gonna get dangerous. So they putting all that, he crazy. He's so OJ.
Right.
Nori just want the family back together.
Right.
I just want the family back together.
Right.
Kim is a Christian. On TMZ, I just saw yesterday, they said,
Tracy, where are you confused?
Pete Davidson and Kim have sex by the fireplace to honor their grandmother. It's Jewish Zionists that's about that life, that's telling this Christian woman that has 4 black children to put that out as a message in the media. So when I drive by and I see the Hulu ads and I say the JP Chase Morgan ads, I'm gonna let y'all know right now, the devil is a defeated foe. You can't poison me. And by the way, y'all already fuck with me so much. Y'all already black mirrored me. You already made everybody think I'm crazy. You already took my family away. You already separated all my friends.
What? First off, the media, like, we didn't take. Oh, Kanye is confused, in my opinion. Got it. Yeah, Trace, yes. Kanye is very confusing. Now, he has this pattern, mental illness or not, of blaming people for his actions. When it's really his fault, he finds another avenue, drives down another road, and goes, it's this house. This is the house. This is the reason for my problems. This house right here, he doesn't know, in my opinion, how to take accountability for his actions. But then again, someone can argue this is mental health. He's, okay, but it doesn't excuse racism. And for those of you who've been watching from the beginning, I am going to keep saying throughout this that mental health is the reason, not the excuse, because even though I am a small ass YouTuber, believe it or not, people will like screenshot clips, go onto Twitter and be like, Blossom, an honest conversation said this. She doesn't believe in mental health. Yada, yada, yada. It happens. Like, it's so stupid. But, mental health is the reason, not the excuse. And I just think what he's saying now is he can't accept accountability. Like he wanted to work things out with him. And when he wanted to work things out with him. And when he couldn't, I felt like he wanted attention. Obviously I do believe that there's some mental health illness going on here, but I also think what triggered it, in my opinion, I'm not a psychologist or a psychologist, but in my opinion, I think what triggered this was just his divorce, him being away from his family and not being what it used to be.
Friends. I don't got no celebrity friends because when I was on TV, on Instagram saying, I don't know where my child is, and the Kardashians kidnapped my daughter in public, and I didn't have the address of my child, none of these niggas that want to say something
Travis
now.
gave you the address, though?
Travis gave me the address. Right. But as far as Meek Mills, Puff Daddy, whoever, none of these niggas, all you fake hard niggas, fuck you. Hold on. Okay. All you fake hard niggas, fuck you.
Okay.
You know what I'm saying? I don't give a fuck because you can't shoot nobody anyway. And the reison why you got talks because you did a deal, you fucking fed. You know what I'm saying? That's why you got to come at me because part of the deal for you to be a do all that and get out of jail is that you promise that you're going to go pull my co-car. So y'all niggas shut the fuck up about me. Now let me say it calm. You niggas.
Honestly, he's all big, bad, and tough now, but Kanye couldn't last a week in prison, okay? Like, he's all bad now, like, for real. You know what I mean? Like, who is he? But the bigger issue is, once again, he's not taking accountability because according to Kim and Chloe, especially Chloe, who came out, like, what was it, last week or so? And she was like, look, you know the deal. You said you wanted your own party, and the last minute you flew and you came. Here's how I think. Here's my opinion. My opinion is Kanye said he's going to throw his own party, right? And then he got left out. He felt like, oh, something's happening without me. I want to be there. And I felt like maybe not at the moment. Maybe Kim was like, why? Because you said you were going to throw your own thing. Now you have to come. Maybe there was some argument there, but eventually, what's his name, gave him the address. Who was it? Travis. So wait, did you say Travis or I forgot? I think he said Travis. But either way, I just feel like, why are you bringing your family? You're the one who didn't even want your family to be on reality TV. And now you're bringing your family's problems to light. When your daughter grows up and sees this, if she hasn't already, what's going to happen? I feel sorry for the kids.
Shut the fuck up about Michael.
Right.
I'm Michael now.
Right,
Every Michael you can think of.
Huh?
But mostly Godfather Michael now. No.
Are you Michael Myers? Ooh.
No. I'm Michael now. I am the richest.
Right. They say you're the richest black man in American history.
In history.
In America.
history.
Can we make some noise for that, goddammit?
So I want y'all to run up on me.
No.
I want y'all to come kill me.
No.
I want you to smack me.
No.
I want you to do all the shit you rap about.
No.
All the shit you rap about. I want you to come do it now. Come down to this joint right now, please. Or otherwise, shut the fuck up unless you was there when the Kardashians kidnapped my kids. You understand? Now go and get y'all some motherfucking business or we gonna get free.
Here's what I think. He's very mentally unwell. I don't think anyone in their right mind, granted, he probably has 1,000,001 security, That's why he feels safe. But I do think he needs some help. I don't think Kim kidnapped his kids. I clearly think something happened. I do think that there was a no in the beginning because you said you were going to have your own party. And once he heard no, you're not going to let me see my kids? What? You're kidnapping my kids? I think that's what happened. I think he heard a no and then he lost it. And then eventually someone was like, okay, fine, just invite him. And then whoever invited him. But I did think he heard a no and that's when he lost it. I do think he's definitely unwell.
Because I'm Moses out here. You know what I'm saying? I watched the George Floyd documentary that Candace Owens put up. One of the things that his two roommates said was, they want a tall guy like me. They want a tall guy like me. And the day when he died, he said a prayer for, 8 minutes. Mm-hmm. He said a prayer for 8 minutes. They hit him with the fentanyl. If you look, the guy's knee wasn't even on his neck like that.
Oh, God.
When he said,
Jesus.
Mama is his girl.
Dude. Jesus. Dude. George Floyd literally said he can't breathe. He can't breathe. And he wasn't the knee on George Floyd's neck for 8 minutes? It was something like that. It was for a very long time. And even if it was for 4 minutes, 2 minutes, 1 minute, the reality is that when you count down because you don't even know the pressure. Okay, let's say his knee was on his neck and it wasn't halfway through. Do you know the fucking pressure that his knee was on his neck, Kanye?
Girlfriend. They said he screamed for his mama. Mama was his girlfriend. It's in the documentary. But something that hit me, that fucked me up when I was watching the documentary, and it said, they want a tall guy like me. When I looked at that image of him, this tall black dude with the bald head, he reminded me of somebody else. Who you think he reminded me of?
Virgil.
He reminded me of Virgil. You know what I'm saying? I'm not finna cry in front of y'all because that's how they get me, right?
Right.
But I know that we lost him. And I know that this white company, Louis Vuitton, is now making statues of him, like as a martyr.
Something tells me that Kanye is jealous that he is not being made, statues at Louis Vuitton. That's what I think this is. If you watch Kanye, there's this pattern of how dare this man, this white man, have 10% of the company of Skims and I have 5%. How dare George Floyd, this black man, how dare he be like this, model or this statement at Louis Vuitton? How dare he when I'm like, this is what it is. He doesn't care about George Floyd. He just cares that George Floyd is now part of Louis Vuitton. That's all he cares about. And it should be him.
And we don't know why exactly. We say it's cancer.
But I want to be careful with this subject because.
Wait a second, but tell me, could you even really run this interview? Because Mav didn't run my interview.
Right.
You know what I'm saying? They blocked me out. The Jewish media blocked me out. This shit lit, right? I'm lit, right? I'm lit.
Right.
I'm lit. You know what I'm saying? JP Morgan, I put $140 million into JP Morgan and they treated me like shit. So if JP Morgan Chase is treating me like that, how they treating the rest of y'all?
That's outrageous. Yeah.
And this murder was for Chase accounts.
Yeah.
That's what I'm saying. I am outraged. By the time people they want to calm it down.
Because no matter what, you didn't break no law.
I didn't break a law. I didn't break a law.
The bank shouldn't be a judge and jury on anything that's
But this is it's like a social contract. Candace Owens has a word for it, I'm forgetting it. But it's basically like they told Candace Owens she couldn't hang out with me. I'm here because I didn't have no outlet. I was on Tucker Carlson, right? And Trump supporters, they think it's so, they think it's nice that a black guy supports Trump. But it's like, would they really support me when I do? Because they said legally I'm not allowed to say what's happening in 2024. But all those people that love me when I run against
well, yes, legally you're not allowed to say what happened in 2024 because we're not in 2024 yet.
I wore the hat, right? would they support me? I got to say something about the hat. That's one of the things that really drove me to the edge.
Some of the MAGA hat.
The MAGA hat. Imagine your own wife telling you, "Oh, the hat's small dick energy." Meanwhile, the Clintons got them trying to get people to get vaccinated. I know somebody, I'm not going to say his name, where Kim and Chris got on the phone with them trying to get them to push the vaccination to Black people. Meaning that's how in tuned and how aligned with the Clintons that the Kardashians were through Corey. Through Corey. Corey is a plant. Corey was, Puff Daddy, Nanny, Manny. You get what I'm saying? Then he was with Justin Bieber when Justin Bieber got in trouble. And then when Bruce did a transition to Caitlyn, he popped up. Now he run around like he Kylie Daddy. But he's...
Okay, I will actually give him leeway with this because he's probably right. Corey, did he or did he not just pop out of it like nowhere? He just popped out of nowhere. They said, "Black guy, you right there. Stay right there." Like, yes, like that for sure. That I agree with him on that.
He's there for the agenda and controlling the power of that family. 4 of those people in that family have been raised Christian by Rob Kardashian.
Oh gosh.
I know y'all want a question, but I got something right there.
I think you just gotta let some of this out.
It's not even venting or in.
First off, like, why are you talking about Robert Kardashian? That's not your family. You came here to talk about yourself. And do you realize how he's always like mentioning these irrelevant things, but they're also like irrelevant, juicy things? So to kind of get his way around a 3-hour and 25-minute conversation, like, and he knows people are going to want to hear this. I mean, I feel bad for the Kardashians right now because any secret that they told this man, they're doomed. So they might as well just come out now with anything that they had secretive that they talked to Kanye about, because in reality, I would be very scared.
Inventing, it's up.
If anyone hasn't liked this live yet, can you please like it? Thanks.
They done fuck with me too long. Every time they say my name wrong, it's like they calling me Cassius. My name Ali. If I change my name, you respect that I changed my name. It shows you the level of disrespect. Every time they say one of my outfits are bizarre. When the last time you read a headline and they called me a billionaire? For 3 years, Forbes wouldn't say I was a billionaire. It's all to diminish me so y'all wouldn't listen to me. So say when I did the Ye and Drake show, right? It's so funny, I look up and it said Ye, DRK right there. But I look, it's just a similarity to it.
Like me?
Absolutely. Gemini dyslexic, left-handed, made to be right-handed so I could fit in.
Okay. All right. That's what I might continue. All right. I'm gonna take another shot. I'm gonna be honest. This is a lot. This is a lot. I'm gonna be honest.
Only the do say.
Yeah, okay. Only the do say. This is beautiful.
Yo, think about like Nike. Nike is as popular as Apple, but it's company number 321. Apple's number 1. Nike's on defense. It's not on offense. Right? Because niggas love Nike. Right, so Nike is used for political influence because it's not about the money you make, it's about the position you have. So when they signed me to Gap, it wasn't to raise a stock price, it was to be able to be like, to tell the Fortune 500 companies that do deals with China, to tell them, hey, Gap has influence in the underserved communities.
Right.
That was what the deal was about.
That's the girl part.
The same reason why I was in a Kardashian situation. So you would feel.
Let me ask you something, because as a person that when we first seen the Gap deal, right? We understand that.
Why is he complaining about a Gap deal? Like, he got money from this. It's not really a good idea to always shit on the people who helped you become who you are. Like, obviously they didn't help him with his music career and things like that, but they are like giving you money. Essentially they're just helping you. They are essentially increasing your income. So why are you fucking with people? Like, the fact that you told, like, I don't fuck Balenciaga, like, why would you do that? They didn't do anything wrong. They literally, all he said Like, people was calling him out. He was like, I don't care. Fuck Balenciaga. And it's like, really? They did absolutely nothing to you. And now you don't have a relationship with them. And he seems pretty confident. I don't know. Like, I think Adidas, all these like A-list celebrities are definitely coming out and they're saying Adidas. And I think now Adidas will do something, because the problem is it's like a math situation. Because if like A-list celebrities and they have millions of subscribers and they're posting on their stories or on their Twitter accounts about Adidas, do something, or you are basically agreeing with Kanye's behaviors, and then everyone has those followings and stuff, it could affect their company. But the problem is that Adidas and Kanye are in $1 billion deal. So I don't know. Will they? Or will they, I don't know. If I was Adidas, here's what I would do. I would come out and make a statement that because of business matters, either that they can or they can't, right? But if they couldn't, separate ways. If they couldn't part ways, then I would do something like, we'll make, I don't know, mental sneakers donating. If you buy a sneaker, like a cute design sneaker, it'll be donated towards these causes, things like that. Because I don't know, like $1 billion deal, that sounds very serious.
That rich motherfuckers say going in the Gap, but you know what? It was going in the Gap because of you, and it was going, and it said powered by Balenciaga. But then you walk into the store, and then there's these clothes that's just on the floor. Is that degrading to somebody that's rich that want to come in there and support you?
We should degrade the rich. Everybody is dirt. Everybody on the same level beneath God, because we'll hop over.
Almost American.
We'll walk over a homeless person to get to the Gucci store. Ray Kurzweil said.
First off, I think he's kind of making a metaphor, or like he's trying to make a point. But the reality is that there's so many homeless people out here in these streets in New York, and you can't help everyone. Like, you want to, but you can't help everyone, especially when all they want is money so they can buy alcohol. Like, you try to give these people some of them actual, like, what they need. Like, you can help them to a shelter, they don't want to go. You can help them, some of them, to, I don't know, they're like sitting next to a McDonald's. You want McDonald's? Like, you want a Subway? Like, what do you want? And they don't want shit. They just want you to give them money. And that unfortunately that hasn't been all my experiences, but that has been all of, well, there's people who they need to get from A to B. Like, if they're in Brooklyn, they need to get to, I don't know, a certain, like, they need money for the subway, basically. So I don't know. I guess my whole point is, like, I don't think it's realistic for everyone to just help every single homeless person, because it's just it's not realistic.
A utopia is possible where we're led by the least noble and the greediest people. I brought the head designer of Balenciaga, the greatest designer on our planet.
Oh, and I just want to say, yes, obviously help homeless people, but I'm just saying, with my experience, especially on the subway too, like, some people are dangerous as fuck. Like, I don't know. I guess I'm just talking about these New York City streets. Dangerous. Like, not all of them. Help homeless people, but I feel like I needed to just comment on it because I had a recent experience that did not end well.
Planet today. So Dimna is the Ye of clothing. Dimna is the Drake of clothing. Drake is the greatest rapper ever.
And you said,
and I don't apologize about it.
You said in war he held fuck your baby's mother's mother?
Yeah, that was hard. That was hard.
Yeah, I was like, what's going on? What does that mean? What does that mean? Yeah. I mean, it's like we was confused.
You know what it means. So, and I put, like, Corey know what it means.
Corey, oh my God.
So,
let me get another one. Time to bring out the, be easy. So
my God, I'm sorry. Go ahead, continue.
Libra, happy birthday.
Oh shit. Okay.
Okay, come on.
Back in the mother.
Yeah, you know, I'm the type of person I'm gonna go from girlfriend to girlfriend. Like I like focus. You know, I like to, like I say, would it amuse you if I amused you? Like I like to make a girl my muse. I like to take them and, you know, take them overseas or something like that. I like to get them Birkins. I might even get a girl a house. You know what I'm saying? I'm just on some like ridiculously rich shit. You know what I'm saying? I just do everything. Because we can't have.
One day I'm singing one of my favorite songs. I'm like, your life and wait a minute.
And then,
you know, life was finna change right now
because the Kardashians got her threatened. So then I just took her name off.
Really?
Yeah. And then, but the thing is like a mix because I could like a couple girls at one time, and I'll put that together in a verse. So some of the stuff is like specifically Chaney, and some of the stuff is more Stas. And then you know, at the end of the day, it's all gospel, right? So we could be inspired by what God made through the female test playing, because it's there. Me to your life better change right now. Balenciaga for all your friends, Hermes for the arguments. Your life better change right now. Okay, let me talk about Balenciaga.
Okay. I'm Balenciaga. Just in case you don't know, I study.
Yeah. So
I got the lights lighting up too. Yeah. I ain't gonna lie, y'all. Since you did the last interview, I've been Balenciaga. Y'all, you know
because they have the best designer. Period.
And that's not you.
I'm more like a Steve Jobs type. You know, you should say to Steve, like, yo, you don't even program. You know, I would never disrespect a designer that been to school and that can cut and have dedicated their whole life and call myself a designer. I'm more an imagineer. I'm a visionary. And I place the pieces of our culture together. Even right now, you know, I want to bring joy and laughter. So even if say we wanted to like look at the interview, I think about that, and it, you know, our outrage. You know, even when I put up the DEFCON 3 tweet, I was outraged at this point.
What does DEFCON 3 mean?
It's like level of
like, you know, actually when it's really DEFCON,
it's like nuclear war.
I spelled it wrong. I have a tendency to do that. But DEFCON is actually that you're preparing to protect yourself. Because that's what I did. Because if once they cancel 4 SoFi stadiums because of what's classified as wrong think, because you have groupthink, it is very important to have the black vote be in groupthink and to not separate from the thought and being completely in line with the agenda of the.
I understand what Kanye's saying about groupthink, but the problem is that he's defending, I would say, racism. Like now it gets tricky because if you think because there are Black people who also think that the BLM movement was a scam. So it's really, it's kind of a wishy waters there because some people say it's political, some people say it's racist. And like, I can't understand where Kanye is coming from. Like, if he believes the movement is a scam and that he came out with these White Lives Matter shirts, the only problem is that what it did to the Black community, it kind of set, like when the world stopped in 2020, you know, it gave people time to kind of think about stuff. And the whole George Floyd movement, I think, would have never happened if we were not all on pause. But it's tricky because I get what he's saying. Like, why can I say this and still having concerts? But with because it's like, it's an opinion, right? White Lives Matter is an opinion. So I could be mad, but I'm not like, I can't force him to change his mind. So I understand what he's saying by that. But then to go, I'm going to go DEFCON on Jewish people, that's absolutely insane. That would be called for grounds for, no concerts for you on punishment.
The left, the Jewish media, and the Chinese.
There's a lot of Chinese things got something to do with it?
They got something to do with everything. This is my issue with Jared Kushner. So I went to a dinner, right, with Josh Kushner,
Oh
Jared
god, so you're gonna
Kushner
explain this whole thing again.
and Ivanka. I'm always saying her name like that. So,
Well, get this. Kim and Ivanka had dinner last night. So I wonder what they were talking about, you know? You know what I think about it? Could Kim like low key get back at Kanye? This is the perfect way to get back at him because she's not doing anything wrong. You know what I mean? She's having dinner with Ivanka. So she's not really doing anything wrong. So, but this is a perfect way to get Kanye pissed off, you know? Basically, the perfect way to get Kanye pissed off is by not doing anything wrong.
That's a different ring to it. Go ahead, continue.
no, me and Ivanka, nothing never happened. But
I hung out with you and Jared one time.
It's so funny though, because me and Drake, you know, before Donda came out, we met up at the studio, and the 80% of the time I'm just talking about how much I love Future and how I want to work with him, and how, you know, he's, you know, the most influential, you know, artist of the past 10 years. He had the most number ones in history now, but wait for you. So we was right about that, right? So, and he says, yo, I just want to tell you, you know, nothing ever happened, you know, with Kim.
Who, Future's done?
No, this is what Drake told me.
Oh, this is
I'm
Drake.
only
Oh, the
talking to Drake
tea,
about
the
Future,
tea.
really. Like, I'm like, yo,
Oh, yeah, that's right. Remember that song? Kiki, do you love me? Are you running?
Y'all squashed the beat after the
this
concert?
is when we were squashing it,
Okay,
right?
okay.
This is when we squashed it twice last year. In the beginning, and then when me and Jay Prince went to go see him. I got another funny story about that.
I would love to hear.
So then Drake says to me, yo, I need to tell the story like this. So basically,
I kind of care about
you know,
the story.
Jared Kushner asked Steve Stout, like, yo, just tell me, like, did Ye fuck my wife? And Steve Stout was like, no, Ye never did that. So when I went to the White House, I saw Jared. I was like, yo, I want to just tell you, nothing ever happened. He's like, yo, I don't know what you're talking about. I was like, yo, and I grabbed him by both shoulders, and I was like, yo, Jared, nothing's ever happened. And he said, yo, thank you for saying that. Okay, so when I saw Drake, we was in a parking lot, we're talking, and he said, yo, I just want to tell you, yo, nothing ever happened. And then I said, yo, thank you for saying that. When did I become Jared Kushner?
Okay.
Bro, the victim of the victor. You either one the victim or the bully. Like, it depends on the situation you're in. And I just want to show you that situation. So we're going because the old man made a call for me and
We see the
Drake.
old man, which is Larry Hoover.
Yeah, Larry Hoover.
That's right.
Made a call for me and Drake to squash things and to do this
That's dope.
concert together. Just like Farrakhan said something to me and Puff just now about White Lives Matter and Black Lives Matter and about the misunderstandings that we're having out here, right? So
Which is
me,
beautiful.
so me, it's me, Jay Prince, G, it's Jazz Prince, it's his wife, and I got a girl with me. And I'm like, damn, my bitch not as bad as Jazz's wife.
Well, you say this out loud.
Don't give a shit.
Google it. Set it up. You can Google the address. And everybody. Yeah, but you know, Charlemagne, it comes out and it hurt, and people be hurt about it. And then I be acting like I don't know why they hurt. They hurt because you hurt them.
Yeah.
You know, Mason was going on tour, got canceled. They should have added you.
We got super
Ye
canceled.
on Jewish
I
media.
didn't think like that.
That's what we care about, guys. Ye on Jewish
thing
media.
Yeah, okay. Yeah, because that's the thing is, what's crazy is I noticed little. I mean,
Someone's
it's
iPhone
mad
battery.
cities, man, and now this city
Oh
becomes
no, is the
America.
iPhone low battery the whole time?
Because if you
Oh shit.
to make it into office.
Oh, it's not on the whole time, but it's on the whole time. Oh shit, my bad, guys. Because I know this is in my video too that I posted, so the low battery, 10% battery remaining is going to be on my video. Whoops. Tell me more. Tell me more. So, guys, this low battery 10% is going to be in the video for like a few minutes or a minute or so. So, kindly ignore it. Sorry.
You're going to say that person is crazy. But if 100 other people do it with me, then it's a marathon.
That's a good way to put it.
Killed that.
Yeah.
Killed that.
So some of the stuff, I'm the first person that's saying it.
Right.
Or Candace Owens is the first person that's saying it.
Right.
Then another person sees it and say, I kind of.
In my opinion, though, Candace Owens is an attention seeker. Like, I don't know. Like, I don't know if I believe I think Candace Owens wishes that she was white. I know people actually tell me, oh, Blossom, you talk white or so, but Candace Owens wishes that she was white. I truly believe that. You know, I just, it's really hard for me. Candace Owens goes out of her way. That's the thing that makes me think that she's just performative, is that she goes out of her way so people can attack her and like fight for her opinions. I remember she made this comment about who was it? Harry Styles and what he was wearing. She was really like, basically, guys shouldn't wear that. I mean, I'm paraphrasing. That's not what she said. Paraphrasing. And I just remember thinking, who asked you? Like, I remember thinking, no one cares about what you think about Harry Styles wearing a dress. Like, who gives a shit what you think about Harry Styles wearing a dress? So I felt like from there that, oh, you're definitely an attention seeker. You know, people are going to feel some type of way about this. Like, no one cares what you think.
Feel you. Floyd Mayweather might say, oh, I feel you. And then Steve Harvey might say, I feel where you're coming from. There's a lot of Black conservatives. You know, the liberal agenda is to take God out of the homes and separate the families. With that,
okay.
And we compromise cost. Even the information put in our music, the toxicity put in our music, is nothing promoting the idea of a king taking care of a queen and then taking care of the future kings and if paid off.
What the fuck are you talking about? Oh my God.
So I could be like a parent that I got a belt. So it's like, bow, I love you, but bow. It's I love you, but it's still up. It's up until we get it fixed. Until we get it fixed. It's not no, oh, we're going to calm down because you done fucked with me and you done fucked with my people too much. And you could throw whatever tag you want. You could call me a racist. You can call me everything already. Right. What I got to lose? My 6-year-old son came to choir practice and said, why I got to sing? I'm not even going to your school. This is a billionaire a male billionaire with the face of Kim Kardashian. If he's saying that to me now, who is he at 16? Who is he at?
First off, from my understanding, so Kanye is talking about Donda, the school of Donda. But according to Kim, there's no one there that actually has an education to teach their kids. Like they're not like accredited. They didn't go to college. So yeah, if that's the case, then I don't think anyone should be going to Donda. You know, it's insane. You know, I think Donda is equivalent to a cult. If you really think about it, no one wants to go to Donda. I would be very shocked and surprised to see anyone going to his school. Like this idiot. Do you see? I mean, he probably has issues, but mentally, but still. Tucker Carlson is not going to send his kids to your school, Kanye. What do you think about that? Like, no one's going to send their kids to your school. It's not even accredited, or not even.
26. By 26, he might be in jail because I can't say nothing to him because they took me out the house.
Okay, but what about when you have your kids? Like, Kim has the kids 80% of the time, which definitely makes sense. But the 20% that you have, what are you doing with your kids when you have them 20% of the time?
Deep. I definitely need you.
Do we dare do quick time with Slime? Do we dare do anything? Quick time with Slime? Listen, man. Yeah, you know our show is about celebrating. He celebrated and we doing both. This is what I'm talking about. But yeah, this is why, look, this is quick time. You played this game
Is this
before.
Duce in here?
That should be. It should be Duce. It's a black man drink, goddammit.
This Duce is delicious.
What are they laughing at? He just said this Duce is delicious.
This Duce is brought to you by my brother Hov.
Okay. What else?
Jay-Z and Beyonce support me in 24.
Yeah.
There'll be no way to lose.
In 2024.
Be no way to lose when we come together.
We in. All right.
Okay.
All right, man. You ready?
Yeah.
Cool G rap or Big Pun?
Okay, let's see. Don't care.
I like both.
Public Enemy.
Salud.
Hey, man,
Biden or
'cause you know the
Trump?
thing is,
Okay, so I'm kind of just going over these chapters. Don't care about Biden and Trump. DJ Khaled or DJ Drama. Don't care. Don't care. The Jewish media. We care about this. We're really here for just like him being hateful, his horrible behaviors. I don't care about anything else.
Is this true that Jason Media was running Ye Media and now he's not? Is that true?
yeah, he's not running it. He not running it. I just felt like people are just walking in with too much Balenciaga. If you know what I mean, you know what I'm saying? It's like they just
Wait for you to bash Balenciaga now that they canceled your ass. Or they're just done with, I don't think they canceled you, but they're done with doing business with you. So yeah, now you can just trash them all you want.
He's out here like flexing, you know what I'm saying? They just flexing, like, you know what I mean? And I don't like somebody saying, well, I'm gonna be the voice of Ye. Ye the only voice of Ye.
Mm-hmm.
Ye the only manager of Ye. I look at every single bill I pay. I only pay bills on a Friday. And I look at everyone one by one by one by one. Like,
As you
I was
should.
thinking getting to be a billionaire would take me out of having to do work. Now, one of my biggest jobs is keeping my money because there's a lot of people that's on a full-time job to take my money.
Right.
And I've literally lost hundreds of millions of dollars by not looking close enough. So
It reminded me of that what Shaq said when he had the deal and he had the studio in his
You know
crib.
what?
And when he got the
check,
I will say this.
and then he looked at what they were charging him, the label, and they were charging him for studio.
I will say this. If Kanye didn't view himself as a god, I feel like some days, I feel like at some moments I catch myself. I just had this thought right now. Like if he wasn't, a racist piece of shit, he does have some mental health problems, but if he just wasn't illustrating all of this bad behavior right now, I think he would be cool to have a drink with. He seems like he would be. He seems like he's a down-to-earth person. I just kind of grasped that in the last clip. I don't know. He just seems like if he wasn't like all of this stuff, he actually would seem like a person to, like, when you go to a bar and you sit at the bar top, maybe not the next person over, but he's like the person next to the next person over, because he'd be too much for me set next to me, but like he would be cool to have a conversation with, for real. Just a chair apart, a seat apart.
Studio time. He was like, the studio's at my crib. And then he got a couple 100,000 back. But it's funny, he would have overlooked that easily.
yeah, because my thing is like, you know what? Why would the Jewish media push BLM and force people into outrage, right? But then say, I don't have the right to my anger. As a human being, I know I can read all the books, I can meditate, I can study and say, hey, I don't have a problem with Jewish culture. I don't have a problem with what Jewish people have done to my people. I don't have a problem with the fact that the Jewish people have bought. I could say that, but I do. And I own my right and I own my anger. And I'm gonna keep
Why
it.
do you have a problem with Jewish people owning stuff? I don't get it. Why is it you are so racist? Like, why do you have a problem with Jewish people owning your stuff? I don't think he understands what racism is, because anyone, so you don't have a problem with anyone owning your stuff or owning their own businesses. You have a problem with Jewish people owning their own businesses. That doesn't make any sense to me. Like, that sounds racist, Kanye. Like, not every single Jewish people comes from your narrative of them all making money from believing in divorces back in the days, and they were all lawyers, so they made money. Like, that's Kanye's narrative, and it just, you sound racist, you know? And, for the people who keep saying, oh my gosh, like, people believe in mental health until they don't, I believed in that statement for a long time, but, mental health, it could be the reason. It is never the excuse. You are racist. He is racist.
That anger as an energy to wake me up until it changes. You're not going to back me down until it changes. I'm not clarifying nothing, TMZ. No, I'm not talking specifically about businessmen. I'm talking about you, TMZ. I'm talking about the media also. I'm talking about the entire culture. I need your entire culture to take a look at itself and picture this moment. Picture every single Black athlete, Black actor, and Black rapper being able to put their contracts up the way I put my contracts up. And we compare and contrast what things should be in the deals and what things should be out of the deals.
There's going to be a lot of people embarrassed by that.
I was $53 million in debt, and I said it in 2015, the night after MSG. Because the funny thing is I had Adidas, I had this, I had all that.
That's when you asked Mark Zuckerberg, right?
Yeah, and nobody would help. Everyone's seeing, but nobody's going to really help. They just want to capitalize. Nobody really wants to help. They just want to see what's in it for them. Nobody's really trying to support or give you the information. They want to own it. A thing that a Jewish person will always say is they'll say, this is mine.
Racist. How can you say that every single Jewish person in the world would say, this is mine? You are so racist. And the fact that you are on this level, it's very sad. Like, he is ruining himself. He is literally ruining himself. The fact that a bank doesn't even want to work with him. I guess it was stated that the bank cut ties with him before this whole controversy. But still, I mean, it's a matter of time. Like, no one's going to want to work with him. And then he's going to have to apologize because he's going to find that no one is going to want to work with him. I mean, I don't know. Who do the Republicans work with? That's who he'll probably work with. Whoever they work with.
With something with like
Not to offend Republicans, but I'm just saying, like, Republicans back him. And so it's sad that he's ruining himself. And that his children, it's not going to be a matter of when they're going to see this. It's just going to be a matter of, not a matter of if, but a matter of when. There we go. Because this is so sad. Like, I don't even know. This is just, but the part where, if you guys missed it, the part where he was like, people come down, come and get me, that makes me that kind of really confirms for me that if he's willing to say that and risk his own life, first off, that right there is a good, like, Kim, go to court and get 100% custody. If you can say something like that, and she can use this video to get 100% custody. Because now she's going to be scared. He put this threat on himself, and she's going to, and there's a possibility that someone could come for him. But my point is the fact that he was willing to say that really illustrates he needs help. He needs help.
Something a Black person built or that any company built, and they'd be like, that's mine now. I remember when Scooter Braun called.
And you know what I'm noticing too? I'm noticing because he's a man, the media is handling it a little bit different. Whereas when the whole situation happened with Gabby Hanna, people are worried about Kanye, but like people with Gabby Hanna, how she said racist things, it was still like this narrative of does anyone know, her mother her mother's, but anyone knows her family, right? Like, it was really like, come on, we still got to get her some help. Obviously, people questioned whether Gabby Hanna was lying or not, including myself, but still, it was more, with a man, the narrative is more, we don't care, because Gabby Hanna also did say racial things. So, and I don't know, he is an A-list, a billionaire, but still, I just feel like I'm just seeing different feelings or different ways people are addressing this as opposed to Gabby Hanna.
Called me and said,
The manager for Justin Bieber.
yeah, he said, yo, I got some people who got some early stock in SpaceX, and we can buy it behind Elon's back.
That's where you go.
And I said, I'd rather have a relationship in Elon's face than to buy something behind his back.
Wait, who said this? I'm just curious.
Face. That's the stock in SpaceX, and we can buy it behind Elon's. Yeah, he said, yo, call me, or they any company built, and they'd be like, that's mine now. I remember when Scooter Braun called me and said,
he's
the manager for Justin Bieber.
yeah, he said,
Wow.
yo, I got some people who got some early stock in SpaceX, and we can buy it behind Elon's back.
That's where you go.
Wow. He's even throwing Scooter Braun under the bus when he doesn't have to. Scooter Braun's very pissed. I mean, really? Like, to throw I'm saying, if anyone had a conversation, was tight with Kanye West, you're screwed. You're absolutely screwed. This man, you better just be his best friend right now, unfortunately, because I don't know, man. This man can say anything.
Said, I'd rather have a relationship in Elon's face than to buy something behind his back.
That's more valuable to you.
Now, my thing is like, look, all Jewish people are not bad.
Please say that.
I just said it.
All right.
But I need the ones to step up. Because up to this point, I can name you 20 nightmare situations.
Yeah, but that you can't. That's like me going to a projects, right? That's like me going to 40 projects, and 40 projects and shit happened bad to me. But then I could go to 40 projects in a certain time, and the church people walk me right through that same projects, and I'm good. Is it the projects to blame?
Yeah.
Or is it the certain individuals?
Going to Mexico and the cartel is like,
it's a project mentality. I'm from Chicago, and I have a project mentality. Even with the intelligence that I have a project mentality.
Right.
If I go to somebody's block and somebody shoot at me, kill one of my homeboys, then it's fuck they whole block. Now you get it?
Yeah.
Now you get it?
But for the record, nobody's killing Kanye. Everyone loves Kanye. Are we right? Everyone loves Kanye. We just want you to. We're not asking for anybody to kill. Yeah, we want to reiterate that.
You know who's killing Kanye? Jamie Lee Curtis talking about, I hope that he don't see his children. That kills me.
Whatever. Jamie Lee Curtis said what she said, right? The way how you're speaking your mind and people are actually committing hate crimes or basically just not necessarily, hate crimes because of you and your words. Jamie Lee Curtis can say whatever the fuck she wants, right? Just like you sitting up on here and can say whatever you want. Shit.
That kills me. And the fact that's hate speech. That's hate speech. That's hate speech.
Oh gosh. I can't.
That's
I'm sorry,
what's killing
guys.
me. When I couldn't see my child and nobody said nothing. Next time that happened, you gotta say something. Right. You gotta say something.
First off, no one's gonna say something now. No one is not gonna say anything now because good. The way how you're behaving, you want to teach your kids this? No. Like, why would any parents would not let you near their kids, Kanye? You know, it just doesn't make any sense. Why would anyone want to put their kids around your beliefs like this? It's dangerous. Hate is taught.
Everybody never let this family kidnap my kids in broad daylight. That's how beat into submission by the media we are.
But I was saving this, bro. Let me just say something. But do you not realize that's how much we respect you? Is we don't want to speak out to the family that whether you once loved them or love them now, is that's how much, so much of us respect you, is that we want to mind our business when it comes to that and kind of like leave it up to you.
I need y'all as a tribe. I need y'all with me.
Something we need to hear.
I need y'all as a tribe. I need the culture with me. I need everybody that loves my music and loves my shoes, loves my point of view. Don't love it. Everybody that's mad at me, that was hurt by the red hat. If you was hurt by the red hat, that means you love me. I need everybody that love me. If I'm in a situation where I don't have the leverage with my children, or you got Jamie Lee Curtis talk about we're going to take his kids away from him, I need y'all to rise up and make sure that they don't take my children away from me, running this false, crazy narrative. Because they could take my kids away. They could put me in jail, and y'all sit up and say, well, I didn't say nothing out of respect.
I mean,
First off, if anyone's going to take your kids away, it's going to be because of your statements. You know, your hateful statements, because of your behavior. Kim can easily prove, she probably doesn't even have to show up in court. Just let a lawyer show up in court and just easily prove how you are unfit. Like, and not even that, like, by America standards, what you are saying is racist. By just not even American standards, by just what you're saying, the words that came out of your mouth is racist. Sorry, a little Jamaican in there. Your mouth. But it just, she could take away the kids. You know, I don't know. If I was, if you were Kim, what would you guys do? Because I know if I was Kim, let me see, what would you guys do? Because if I was Kim, the first thing I would do is I would get a gag order, right? Because, you know, he's going to face legal consequences if he violates this gag order. And actually, if I was Kim, what I would do to, not only would I ask the judge for a gag order, but if the gag order is granted, what I would do is I would address the court and I would say, Judge, if this gag order is violated, you know, he is the father of my kids, so I don't want him to go to jail or anything. What I would like him to do is I would like a conservatorship, and people freak out every time I say this, but a conservatorship, it doesn't mean that you can't have, like, your whole life is taken away from you. And a conservatorship could easily be like this pen right here. You know, Kanye, he's not allowed to write black pen right here because black pen makes him delirious. He goes into episodes all over this black pen. So he's not allowed to write with black pen. That's like literally how tiny, minute a conservatorship can be. So I think, you know, if the gag order doesn't work, then Kim should address the court and ask the judge if he can get a conservatorship so he's not talking about his kids on social media. So he's not being vague or whatever about his kids, whatever the case may be, so he can stop talking about Kim and the family, yeah. Let him go on, whatever the fuck he wants to go on about, because that's freedom of speech. But when it affects your kids and the family, yeah, I think his ass needs a fucking gag order. Shit, for real.
The seesaw, right?
Yeah.
Because
it's a delicate seesaw.
On one hand, just picture it like this. Picture it like this. All right, I'm gonna name this person a cup, right? And this person jumps out the window and he goes, man, yo, Kanye, blah, 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 blah. And then Kanye gets back with Kim. Y'all fall back in love. Now this person is thrown the fuck out the way because he just spoke about your wife. And now you get back with your wife. Hold on. You get back with your wife. And now this person who wanted to spread this analogy, the same, support that you did, but then you go back and you fall in love.
It happens all the time.
Do you understand
the friend
how,
that sides with you when you break up with your girl, and then you get back with your girl.
And it's not like you don't have no regular girl. Like, this is whatever this person says is going to be on every blog site. So they support you, then you get back with him, and then because you want your family back together, and then now you're looking at this plastic cup and you saying, man, you shouldn't have said that at this time. And because maybe you're not saying that, but Kim is saying, I didn't like what he said at such and such time. So you understand how certain people can...
I respect that. Okay. But the thing is, like, look, if someone is not going to speak up at that time, that's going... Meek Mill's probably go through the same situation, with his baby mamas or something like that. Right. So don't speak up on me now if you ain't gonna speak up on me then. But I'm asking you guys, I'm saying by the fact that I crossed the anti-Semite line, I crossed the gun line, I stood in front of the tank in Tiananmen Square, I'm saying, look, this smoke screen that's been created to make us so afraid to speak up for ourselves, this is just a smoke screen. And even if it's not, right? Even if they're gonna like take us down every chance they get, that's cool too. But I'm trying to explain to you, it's like, whether it's my money, my reputation, and my life, I'm not taking this shit no more. They didn't bully. You know, would you agree with the things that I'm saying about the Jewish record labels, about artists getting fucked? Uzi the future. I just need to tell you that.
The problem is he keeps saying Jewish people, you know, and if he just would have said, this company here is fucking me up, this company here is fucking me up, then it would be all right. But he's saying Jewish people as if a whole group of people are bad. You know what I mean? Discrimination. You know, I mean, shit, Jewish people can sue if they want shit. Like, you want to make, you know, you want to make fun of Jewish people and all that, fine, go ahead. But you know what? For the people that, you know, those people on the highway, 405, whatever highway, who put up all that stuff about Jewish people, how Kanye was right, honk. The people who, one of those people who like vandalized cars and stuff, they should fucking sue Kanye, because if it wasn't for Kanye and his words, their car wouldn't be vandalized and they wouldn't be afraid for their life. So he can be looking forward to some lawsuits, because that's just not right. You know, it's not right for you to say these, to, you know, preach hateful speech, the person who's so Christian and godly, to say these things and think that there's no consequences, that you can't be held accountable. So
Lil Uzi.
Little Uzi, man.
Lil Uzi, like, remember I said future?
Yes, you said it on here.
Yeah.
Okay. All right, I got a couple.
Well, really, you know what it is? It's always two. It's always two at a time. You know what I mean? It's really Cardi and Uzi. It's really Cardi and Uzi.
okay.
Playboy Cardi and Uzi.
We had Quavo and
The Jewish media part 2. Okay.
Takeoff here the other day.
What they were saying?
Real shit.
Yeah.
They said Quavo said that you asked to borrow his Twitter during the blockout. Is this true?
Yeah. He
He said he offered it. He said he offered it.
He said he offered it.
Yeah.
But you know what I'm saying? I just said, let me take this time as just like a breather. They put me like it's a technical foul.
Right.
Because here goes another thing. I said DEFCON 3. What I wanted to say, what I meant to say was, no one's afraid of the Jewish media mob, which it is, right? And what I said was DEFCON 3. Now, I'm not backing up on a feeling of what I wanted to say. I just didn't say the exact thing that I wanted to say at that moment. So
He sucks at apologizing. So this is not what I meant to say, but you know what? The feeling was there.
I feel like God put me on a little timeout.
Yeah.
Because my dad was like, I feel where you coming from, Ye. I understand. But you got to be more sophisticated with your words. You have to be more sophisticated.
I agree with that.
That was less sophisticated than I needed to be.
You said God text you that?
No, his father.
Yeah, second to God, my dad.
All right, yeah. Because I know for a fact, you know, pissing off Jewish people and pissing off black people. I know that
there's just too much to read when you're articulate something. There's too much that people can pick and create a different narrative from.
You know what I like about this? The Jewish media was pushing the narrative off the White Lives Matter T-shirt that I didn't love black people, and I came back
off.
and
The Jewish people. What about the black people?
came back and I was like, no, fuck the Jewish media. And everybody's like, what? Wait, what? Right now, we're supposed to be living and breathing in the, he doesn't like black people because he wears a red hat. He doesn't like black people because he, and I was like, nah, fuck that. And God was like, fuck that. On some like Moses, like, think about like Moses had 4 chapters. Like, contrary to popular belief, I did read the 4 chapters of Moses, right?
You say you read something.
Here's the thing with the Bible. I said this earlier. I feel like anyone could read the Bible and they will always use the Bible for their own agenda. I feel like a lot of people, when they don't want to take accountability, when they need a reason, instead of, admitting that they're wrong, they use the Bible, because to them, if they can use the Bible, it justifies, checks off, confirms their actions, and then they feel okay about it.
No, what I'm saying, I've never actually finished the novel, right?
That's fantastic. I respect that.
Yeah, because by the way, one thing is that there's nothing whiter than English itself. I do not like to read, like I do not like to work out, like I do not like, there's certain stuff in life that is currently necessary that I don't like. That don't make, I'm not disregarding people. Some people are more powerful. How many people do you know that can read very well, that can't dance very well?
But see, look, talking about articulation, could it be said that it's
Okay.
All right, this is going to be a good one. Kodak Black or Little Baby?
I don't care.
Okay.
Now we're on the Jewish media part 3. Let's see what we're going to cover. So we're going to cover the Jewish media part 3. Then we're going to cover Adidas and the drama. Yeon having a voice. I'm sorry, the absence of a black father. I'm sorry, but like, that's not excusable. What would a President Yi do to avoid World War III? Oh God. I don't know. We might watch that one. Yes, anti-Semitics. The aftermath of White Lives Matter. Yee's shirt. And that's it. We're going to watch The Message, and that's it. All right, so we got a few. A few to go. Woo! I'm going to go potty. Use the potty, Oh, I'm so dumb. Because I got to go pee. I can't believe I've been doing this for 2 hours and 30 minutes. Kanye is that much, huh? But I'm actually going to go potty, grab a snack. It's not hard changing screens, but I understand why people have other people, because I'm like, okay, trying to talk and then do this. But this has been really fun. I've lost so many subscribers as doing this live because I was never really a live person. So I'm kind of scared about that. But I wanted to talk about Kanye West. So yeah. Anyways, grab a snack. I'll be right back. Let's play some music. Oh, and hey guys, real quick, I'm gonna see if I can try to get. So I have a podcast with Udoka called "I'm Right, You're Wrong," and I'm gonna see if I can try to get her to join if she's not too busy. We'll see, to have her opinions on Kanye as well. So let me see. It may not happen because we were actually supposed to have our own live tonight, but she did say yes. But we'll see where she's at now because she's 1 hour before me. So, anyways. So Udoka should be coming in soon. I pottied, got some grapes. I'm kind of just waiting for her to come in or whenever. Okay. Well, so I'm going to just press play and then I'll just wait for her to come in. And we'll keep doing our thing because I think we got a lot of time on our hands. Okay, let's delete this. Have you seen the Lex Friedman interview? Let me check. Lex Friedman interview. Oh God, what the fuck is this? Kanye West on the, huh? Oh God, yeah, we gotta watch this too. Whew, what the fuck is this? Oh God. Whew. Okay, that's on our list too. Okay, so yeah, we definitely gotta watch Come on, Udoka. I'm gonna pretend she's probably watching this now, but I'm gonna pretend like she didn't get the link, or I didn't know. I'm gonna say, did you get the link? Meaning, come on. Well, I guess I can just carry on, and then whenever she comes in, because now we're gonna watch something so we're gonna finish up this interview because I do want to finish it up, and then we'll get into this. Oh, she's texting. So we're gonna get into this interview, and then maybe she'll join us on the next one. It's doing that thing on the iPhone. Yeah, I got on, but you were still on break. Oh, okay. Oh, okay. So she got on, but I was still on break. So she's gonna hop on soon. So I don't know. Should we end it? The people who are watching, nay or yay? Should we continue watching this and then go to the shit show he did today? Or let me continue and then we'll go to the shit show that he did today. Yay or nay? Okay, let's press play.
It's like,
and then I'm gonna wait for Udoka to come, and then we'll see if you guys want me to finish.
Cool as I can speak about it, like it sparks like where bought me a red, you know what I'm saying? Where the lines hit me.
Yeah.
I always thought like, you know what I'm saying? It's like I always thought when I would speak to rap, like somebody like Pimp C always made me like feel like for me it's like the pink polo rapper.
Okay, I don't care.
I always felt like less of myself. So
Me
I
not
get on the
PR.
phone with him and I ever did. You know what I'm saying? But I remember Pimp C had a conversation. He's in a band of Strokes. And I remember they had this song where the Jewish people have their hand on every single business that controls the world. And everybody knows that faux fact. Like, you ever seen the movie Lego Movie where the guy realizes everything is the same company? That's what's happening. By the way, we can't be mad at him, and you can't call me anti-Semitic for calling out. You can't call me anti-Semitic for saying I'm going DEFCON 3.
I think what you're saying
I will
is
say
important, though.
that sounds pretty anti-Semitic, except for the fact that I am Jew.
And you said you can't be mad at them because you want to do the same.
You know what?
That's an important thing to say.
I can't be, but I am because I'm jealous because I'm a human being.
Okay, so he said he's jealous of Jewish people.
I want my people to rise up like the Jewish people. I'm a competitor. I feel that if I am not the leader, I'm one of the strongest, most vocal leaders. And I feel Lauren is the leader. I feel like there's multiple people that are leaders in this community, right? And I'm jealous of the Jewish community. I'm jealous of how the fact that they do not abort their people. I'm jealous of how the fact.
So why not say that as
I'm saying it right now. It's coming now. Let me say it, bro. It's coming now. It's coming out. Let me say it. You have to get to it. I'm jealous. I'm jealous of the fact of how they don't abort their babies. I'm jealous of the fact of how they stay with their wives. I'm jealous of the fact of how they do business together. I'm jealous of the fact of how they read their contracts and understand their contracts. I'm jealous of the fact. I'm jealous of the way Jewish people do business. And I'm jealous, not just for me, but for our entire culture. And I believe that once we rise up, that we will have a position to be able to serve God, because it's not about taking over the world. God runs the world. We need to be in service to God, and we all need to be in service to God. So I'm jealous. And you know what? Because when I would speak on the Khaled and Drake record, why I speak on that?
Hey Jessica, real quick. So real quick. So my podcast with Udoka. So our podcast, it was called That 5%, and we recently just changed it. I'm Right, You're Wrong, like a week ago. So you're gonna see a lot of and then we also changed the channel art because it used to be That 5%, and it's not. So the channel art is shit. And so just to kind of ignore that, we still have to like do art stuff for it, but so kind of just ignore all of that because it'll be new next week. So because it's really shit channel art, okay? But and we usually talk about the same thing on here. The reason why it's called I'm Right, You're Wrong, because we usually have different opinions, so we're usually not on the same side ever. Like, she didn't believe that Kanye should get a gag order. I don't know if the feelings have changed, but we'll see. Anyway, it's kind of just waiting on her, but it's good because now I get to watch. We can get to finish this up. And Kanye West, I want to say real quick, he thinks that just because he's now saying nice things about Jewish people, that is also racist. That's also discriminating, because he's saying all the Jews, they do this and this. Like, once again, just because a few of Jewish people who are doing these things, you can't say, that the whole world does the same thing. You know what I mean? Like, you can't do that, and that's his problem. And we can clearly see that he doesn't. I don't think he realizes this. I don't. I think there's this huge disconnect because he's Kanye West.
Out of jealousy. When I was speaking on Drake, why I speak on that? Out of jealousy. When I'm speaking on the Jewish culture, why I'm speaking on that? Out of jealousy. I'm jealous of the Jewish culture. I just thought of that right now, but it had to happen.
That's a breakthrough. That's a breakthrough.
But that's why it's gonna win an Emmy. That's why we're gonna be standing there next to Chris Rock and Will Smith and everybody standing there.
I'm with that.
Absolutely. I'm gonna tell you something. I'm gonna re-say it because people might not have saw it. One of the things that Tremaine, I know nobody never heard of. We get that.
Supreme designer.
The supreme.
That's the elephant in the room.
Let's not call him the supreme designer. Let's call him a designer at Supreme. So,
he's stupid. The meaning of the 2024 hats. God help us.
I mean, we back. You see,
that's the juices here.
My wife. Yeah. But my wife just said she had a hat for you. But can we address this hat? What does the 2024 mean?
2024.
The run?
It's time for us to rise up. It's time for us to put somebody in office that is us, that cares about us, that serves God and serves the people. That's what 2024 means.
20.
So his dad definitely sounds like a level-headed man, Kanye's dad, from what I can hear. So it's very interesting to me that his dad is on board with Kanye becoming president in 2024. I mean, this is a joke. This is a joke. Like, does he still, to me, it seems like he still thinks that he's going to become president, which is insane. Absolutely insane.
So you can't say this right now, or can we say this?
He's been saying it.
I've been saying that we can't say it.
We can't say that we can't say it.
Yeah.
So that the yay might be against. But what if Trump runs?
No, that in 24 he might, yeah.
I think that's what America's been waiting for.
You against Trump?
Yeah.
Who you voting for?
Yeah, that's a good one.
I'm not even gonna lie, man. I'm a fan of a lot of people, but respectfully, I don't like nobody better than me.
Right.
If he asked you to be VP, would you?
Oh my God. No.
Yeah. Absolutely. That was a piece that's like me. Let's say Watch the Throne then.
Mm-hmm. Well, he thought he was VP on Watch the Throne. I thought
it was equals.
Co-president.
But still, that's my elder. That's my senior. That's a person with more experience.
I love the respect.
Yeah.
I love the respect. Holy moly. Are we still on Quick Time with Slime, or we moved on?
No. Go. Finish Quick Time with Slime, man. And I'm already on the Bad Bunny situation.
Yeah. We're gonna put them under pressure. You have
Now we're on the Adidas drama.
I'm saying, because that's what you know what I'm saying. If Drake ain't live 5 blocks down the street from me,
Calabasas.
In Calabasas, I don't know if we have beautiful morning. You're the sun of my morning day. No morning. Who can I turn to?
Okay, don't care.
Because that.
Projects, and I'm being honest, I was wrong. So I'm just telling you, please, the Jewish people will love you. Black people will love you.
I'm still wrong.
Yeah.
I'm still wrong.
You're still wrong. And
Kanye wants people. He talks about Kim having these people around her, but he also wants people that are yes men. He doesn't want people around him that have like a level-headed opinion. He only wants people around him that says yes to him.
In the wrong.
Yes, please.
I haven't left out the wrong yet. I'm not ready to be right yet.
Yes.
But you should have the right to speak, even if you're wrong or right.
I should have the right to be wrong.
Right.
Yeah.
I got the right to be wrong.
Yeah.
No, that should be all our rights.
Right.
Time is Francesca James, right? And
you got a favorite.
Yeah, right. So I played this meeting with her drinking milk, right? So she was drinking milk out of a bowl with a cat's.
You out of control,
and
man.
Yes, I think that's covered, right? So
Okay, I don't care.
I'm an Adidas head. I'm sorry.
Hey, let me tell you, you don't get me started because Adidas is a team. You know what I'm saying? Look my no laces. So okay, this is what I did. So I played a Francesca James adult content for
which is basically porno.
I don't use. I like to have adult conversations.
I respect that.
You know what I'm saying?
Yeah, that sounds like so.
Think about like True Love. Like my kids can. We listen to True Love at Kim's house, which used to be my house. But we listen to True Love in front of the kids. And Chicago be like, you said Chicago. So I was big on Donda that even though I was beefing with their baby mom.
Wait, he played porn at a meeting? Wow. That's like sexual harassment. Or is that more? It's not sexual assault, obviously, but I feel like that should be more than sexual harassment, right? Anyways, that's inappropriate.
I'm my baby mama, that I wouldn't say anything that I couldn't play in front of the kids. That's the consciousness that I had to have as a leader in all of my content. So even right now, I say, okay, it's adult content, right?
Do you think Kanye is a leader? Because, okay, we're not going to be shy. I'm not going to shy away from his accomplishments. But do you think he's a leader? Because he's saying, like, he's a leader of himself, because then you can argue that we're all leaders then of ourselves and what we do with our lives. We're a leader of our lives, right? But when he says leader, that's supposed to mean you're leading a group of people. Who are you leading?
This is a grown conversation. It's a grown conversation, and I ran into at age 5, but it's still a grown-up conversation to me, right? So I played this for grown-ups in the Adidas meeting. I said, look, we have to do this because culture, it ain't no culture. If you have a party and it ain't no girls there, that's not cultural.
Yeah, that ain't right.
And this is the reason why Drake runs the culture, right? Because at the end of the day, he's at the top. It don't matter. It don't matter if I could take over Fashion Week for 2 weeks or whatever. It's like Drake runs the culture.
And guys, let me know if you can hear me chewing on grapes. I'm trying to be really quiet about it, but if you can hear me chewing on grapes, just let me know.
At the end of the day, because the culture at the end of the day is about finding a nice young Libra that you could connect with on her birthday, possibly.
I feel like you're making a love connection today, bro. Dream just do together,
and make us and make them always be your girlfriend.
Man, they don't gotta be forever girlfriends here. Come on, man.
Oh, yes, they do.
Oh my God.
You're a Gemini. You better roll with
No,
them.
I'm a Gemini. I understand, but I'm trying to.
I'm gonna just give you like a fun video game fact. Amber Rose and Kim got the same birthday.
Yeah, forever girlfriends.
What?
You want to go there?
Do they?
Yeah, let's go.
You want to go there?
That's insane. Amber Rose and Kim have the same birthday? Wow. Like, that's not news, but that's very strange.
Where we going? You hear me? Get what you heard. Oh, no, okay. Now we got to follow up. So I got this thing where their documentary, right? It's called Last Week, and it's basically all this stuff that happens every week. But I'm like, Larry David is like the white Ye. You know what I'm saying? So, as I worded that in a different way, right? So, because my personality, Larry David's personality is just like mine. So
I don't care.
I'm just
I don't care.
like, I'm pushing
My
it.
favorite person on
In
earth,
real life,
Larry David.
that's what I'm calling, man. I want to just take this moment of breath and just soak in how important you guys' voice is. And I want to just compliment, my favorite person in the world. You know who that is? Does anyone here know does anyone here know who my favorite human being is?
Your kids?
I think your mom is.
No, not my mom. Close. Me. I want to compliment me.
Shocker.
So your mom empowered you.
Yeah.
Shocker.
So I want to compliment me on having the wherewithal to be sitting there.
Let me ask a presidential question.
That's like honest. That's the honest, that's the truthful thing Kanye has said throughout this whole entire thing. The most important person in his world is him.
Let's just say in one future, you're running for president, right? And we're still in the quagmire that is the Ukraine war.
I made y'all see the 2024. Why he's talking?
What would a President Ye do to avoid what might be World War III?
I'm ending all wars.
How?
2024, we ended all wars. Because wars.
But how do you end wars? Don't just say end wars. You gotta have real tactic.
War is made off of greed and deceit.
And economy as well.
Economy. But there is a free economy that the world has created for us that needs to be simplified by.
I don't want to laugh at him.
I am the vision.
I don't want to laugh at this because I think this is the mental health part. I don't know. I don't want to laugh at it because I can't. And I don't mean him by it. I just mean what he's saying. I can't because he's not going to be our president, guys. Not anytime soon. Having strategies and being unique, don't care. Anti-Semitics. Let's do this one. We're almost through this so we can watch the other one because, oh my gosh, that one is going to be mind-blowing. And I can't wait until Udoka comes on so we can go through that one.
But why say anti-Semitic shit if you know that you love?
I don't think you're saying anti-Semitic shit. That's the thing. I think you're owning that.
Okay, now
but you're not saying anti-Semitic.
I'm gonna say, let's take the word Semitic, right, and say we're Jew. Semitic. I'm gonna name you some anti-Semitic shit right now, right? Because we're Jew. Let me put it like this. Remember I talked about the chakras? Remember I talked about Rick Rubin? I talked about the 808?
The chakras is real.
Now, I'm gonna say some anti-Semitic shit. I'ma fuck your bitch. I'ma kill this nigga. 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 That's the real anti-Semitic shit that the Jewish people get paid off of. Now let me little Apple move. You want me on Apple right now? How many people want to bet their house that content is not within the first 3 songs on Apple Rap Music?
Isn't that in your music?
So they're gonna have to take my life before they take my people. We ain't taking it no more, bro. They get paid off that shit. Ain't no when the last time you seen a Jew person kill a Jew person on World Star.
But and again, devil's advocate. Is they
is it devil's advocate? You're advocating for the devil.
Okay, but is they just Jewish? It could be all business people.
Man,
You hear them in the back? People are fucking laughing at Kanye. That's what they're doing. There's no way. You hear them in the back, like there's a back and there's them, and then in the back. People are really laughing at him because what? He's oh man. I don't know. I know I keep saying Kanye needs help, but the problem is people with mental health issues, they have to want the help, which is, there are some, they gotta want the help. But sometimes, I don't know, man, because what do you do with a dementia patient? When someone has dementia, you get them the help that they need, regardless of their permission, because they are essentially delusional. You know what I mean? When someone has dementia, masses and it attacks your brain to where you're forgetful, and eventually it depends on people are really aggressive, some people are not, but you still have to make a decision on what to do with that individual because they no longer can make the decisions for themselves. But I don't know, because I feel like Kanye, I don't know, because you want to say he's not there, right? You want to say like he definitely knows what he's doing, he knows the difference between right and wrong. But does he, though, with certain things, does he really know the difference between right and wrong? Because someone could be, have you ever seen those photos of someone someone being sad and they're like, oh my gosh, I'm depressed. And then someone being happy and goes, the same person is depressed. That goes the same thing for Kanye. Like, we're blind. We don't really know, but it's going inside of his head. So yeah, I don't know, man. I'm scared for Kanye, kind of. I'm pretty much scared for him.
Cross board, Trump, whoever you want to, boom. They all racist, right? Everybody's racist, right? Because world's racist, white supremacists. I love Superman. I love Tom Brady.
Oh, right.
I seen Mahomes.
So why?
I seen Mahomes throw that game. I see him throw that game, and it's so funny. It's weird because I'm it's like some bipolarity, right? Because I see Mahomes, and I can see it in his face. I seen a couple passes he threw. I knew the conversation. The conversation is like, you got a long career ahead of you. We need our boy to get 7 rings. And I love Tom Brady too, so I'm torn. You know what I'm saying? You're not always one thing.
When you with AB?
I'm with AB. I'm talking about when Tom Brady won that Super Bowl over Mahomes, right? So I seen him throw a pass, and it looked like Christian Laettner running up the court slow to me. Because I seen it. I know, and I knew what the conversation was. The conversation, you got a long career ahead of you.
Yee's shirt. Let's talk about Yee's shirt now. We're almost there, guys, and we can go on to the next one.
Let's address the elephant in the building. Why are you wearing the Trump? Excuse me.
Not Trump.
The Supreme Lives Matter.
This is not Lives Matter. This is Tremaine. This is Jermaine. This is my boy that's at Supreme now. And the weird thing is like,
He's a good guy. Why?
He's a good guy. So you think about like Pete Davidson. I gave him a negative nickname, Skeet Davidson. With Tremaine, I gave him something that was even more powerful. I yayed him up. I gave him Tremendez, right? And then we went in.
He really is just going up as
reverse appropriation and everything Supreme.
Liminal.
And I went in the studio with Ian
You're
Connor, right? And we went
Supreme
in.
He's just making up stuff.
It's a skate brand. It's the high school.
Next.
But yeah, we love you. We want you to know that.
So this should be it. This is like the message. I don't think there's the message, the concern, and the purpose. Ye on culture. Okay, we'll listen to this, and then we'll listen to ye on culture. But then I kind of want to know concern and the purpose. We'll see.
This is your house, your platform. Sometimes we ain't gonna agree with you. You know what we're gonna do? We're gonna let you speak. And that's all that matters.
He's a fucking liar. You know good and well why he did this. Come on. Like, yeah, clapping for the views. Yeah, we clapping for that bank. Yeah.
So was y'all saying I'm wrong and y'all right?
No. But real talk. We could be wrong and be right at the same time. We can listen, talk. Real talk. Hold up. We could not.
Sorry, huh? I needed to say this real quickly. He's saying, hold up. Like now he's going to try to put in his 2 cents of what he thought about this whole entire, 3 hours. Basically, he's like, we can, be wrong and da-da-da-da-da. Like, he didn't agree with shit that Kanye said.
I agree with you. And uplift what you have to say at the same time.
Let me tell you what we're at the beginning of this album. Plain Pat, he didn't like workout plan. He liked addiction. He was on the fence about Stronger, but Stronger went diamond.
My bad.
Yeah. I need a shot.
We need my friend to be saved, guys.
Okay, so I'm giving you an analogy, right? We're at the beginning of this album. Right. Our life is an album. Our world is a symphony. We're playing on different notes. But like Quincy Jones, we have to bring it together and have us all play on one accord. We're at the beginning of this album. And even if you go back, like even J. Cole sampled Workout Plan, we could play Workout Plan, right? But by the time we got to Stronger, it was a diamond record. No. We are in line for a diamond record, but we have to do some unorthodox things. Workout Plan was, for me as a backpack rapper, to have that song or even like be cursing or talking about the addictions I was dealing with, my addiction to girls and all this type of shit was weird because like Mos Def wasn't talking about that. Quality wasn't talking about it because it's not positive. It's not backpack, right? But I leaned into my truth. I found that Playboy when I was 5 years old, and now I'm calling Irina Shayk, and you know what I'm saying? So, all
right. Honestly, I think we're done. I'm sorry to just talk to you with grapes in my mouth. Okay. So, what were your opinions about this 3-hour interview of Kanye West just kind of babbling? This was ridiculous to me. I felt like there was maybe 0.5% of some truth that I could understand where he was coming from. But as far as, the whole racism, he doesn't know what racism means. I don't think he fully understands. He thinks he understands, but I don't think he fully understands because everything he said today was really racist. When you're putting a group of people and saying that this group of people does something, like that's racist because how could you know? You have never met every single Jew out here in these streets. You just haven't. So, it's just ridiculous to me that this was really like problematic to see. And I don't know, I'm just got to put it on mental health because what else do you put it on other than him being a racist piece of shit? What else do you put this for? I don't know. He needs help. And I think also, Kanye West, it's very clear from watching this, he doesn't want to see any other. Liminal goes, he should have apologized for his tweet. Yeah. But to my point, he doesn't want anyone who is higher than him, as far as, like, for instance, when he made a comment about the guy having 10% of Skims where he owns 5%, he doesn't like that. How dare you? I am God, how dare you have 10% of Skims? He doesn't like people who are above him. That's really what it is. So when you add into the Jewish people, like, how dare you guys owning all this stuff, owning me, sign this and that? Like, he doesn't like the idea of anyone. Mind you, he's a racist piece of shit, but he also doesn't like the idea. Who needs help? Racist, but also needs help. But I don't like the idea. He doesn't like the idea of people being higher than him. He's always going to be bothered by that, in my opinion, which is so sad because he's a billionaire, but he's always going to be bothered by shit like this. Like, how dare you own a certain stake and I didn't even know, but whose fault was that you didn't even know? You know what I mean? Like, it's not the guy who owns 10% of the company. It's not his fault that you didn't know. You know what I mean? Like, it's like he doesn't. And another thing you learn from this is that he doesn't know how to take accountability for his actions. Like, why is it that you own any stake in the company and don't know shit? You know what I mean? Like, he doesn't take every single time something happens, everyone else is responsible except Kanye. And that's what I took from this. I took that everyone else is responsible and I am not responsible for anything. You know what I mean? That is his whole thing. I am not responsible. You are. If something happened to me, it's because it's your fault. You stole my kids. You kidnapped my kids, okay? I want everyone to just, defend me. Anytime this happens, you guys need to be defending me because this is your job and not mine. I didn't do anything wrong here, guys. So you guys, Meek Mill, all these motherfuckers out here in these streets, you guys defend me. So that's what I really took up from this. He doesn't take accountability for anything, and if anything, anything goes is wrong his way, it wasn't his fault. And he doesn't want anyone to be higher than him. That's how it works. What he says goes. And if you say no to him, you're out. He only wants people around him that say yes to him, and that's that. It's very clear on, and obviously there's some people in his life, there's a lot of people in his life that are on his same match. So he can't sit here and be like, oh my gosh, fuck Drake, he's not a good rapper, when in reality, he is, I mean, I don't know if he is now, but he was, right? So I just feel like, generally speaking, I feel like, okay, let me take my comment back about Drake because I actually do like Drake. But anyways, my comment is Kanye needs help, but I don't think any amount, even if he got help for his mental health, I don't think that's going to choose his views on things. I think it's just going to change his delivery on things. I think it's going to change how he speaks to people, the right approaches. But I think what's in his head is always going to be in his head about what he thinks. I think if he gets help, we won't be seeing these behaviors, but he'll still be thinking it. Feel me? So yeah, that's what I thought about this. Definitely like this live before we go on to the next one. Let me see. I'm so I feel bad because I messaged Udoka, but she said that she was on here, but I was away. And now all I keep thinking is, oh my gosh, if I was not away, then maybe she would have been on. You know what I mean? Because now she's like getting something to eat and stuff, which is fine. But now I've been running in my head, oh my gosh, if only I had just sit here. But I've been sitting here for 3 hours. So I needed to get up to get some grapes, to pee and all that stuff. TMI. So now I'm like, Blossom, it's not your fault, and keep it going. So that's what I'm keep doing. Let's see. Okay. The next one is, I have to pull this one up. Who was it again? Lex Friedman. Okay. you. Okay, always, I have this habit of always thinking things are my fault. Like, this is something little, but I always have this, like, oh, this is my fault. I always think things are my fault, and they're just not. This is little, but it goes into, like, a huger, my life. It goes into my life. Hello? Oh. I thought my sister was knocking the door. Okay, this happened 4 hours ago. Oh my gosh. What? Okay.
The following is a conversation with Ye.
I don't know why I'm laughing already. The following is a conversation with Ye. It's because he's so serious. Let me like pull this up. Okay. Let me pull this up. Hi, Ann. What up? How's it going? All right. Let me pull this up. Oh my gosh. I've never heard of this guy, but 2.1. He has over 2 million subscribers, and I've never heard of this guy before. Wow. Wow. Oh my gosh. Okay. Let's get in for a ride, guys. We got 2 hours to do this. Let's go. Okay. I'm excited.
The legendary artist, producer, and designer formerly known as Kanye West. On this, the Lex Friedman podcast.
Based off of our connection and just you being a friend, I need to show you my 2 tech companies and get your perspective on it. Because now I have friends that can give a perspective. Like when I would work on albums, I had other friends that worked on albums and they would give me their perspectives on it.
You want to do this?
We are doing it. This is part of it.
This is part of it?
Absolutely.
All right, beautiful.
Oh, well, I wanted to finish. The thing is, okay, you're going to ask me different questions, but I'm about growing and building and bringing the idea to life. So when I see you, I say, oh, this guy understands how to hire engineers. Where I'm coming from Hollywood, coming from press, coming from media, all of the guys, you know, that so many of the guys that have been like voices and faces and talking heads, whatever, have not understood how to.
I'm just going to say, guys, Kanye is going to be making headlines for quite some time. I mean, he's going to be making some headlines because I just have a feeling nothing good. Nothing good. And we are only 1 minute and 2 seconds in. Ooh.
Engineer product, and that's the reason why I was able to jump past everyone in the entertainment field and become you know, whatever the net worth is, 11 billion. I'm gonna stop putting the whole black thing on my worth. Like, let's just see where I am on the scale of life, because that's a cop out for me to say richest black guy of all time, because that's feeding into the same, you know, trauma economy that Black Lives Matter feeds into. That's why I love and respect engineers. That's the only thing that we really need to teach in school is engineering. We don't need to teach history. We don't need to teach anything that is subjective. It needs to only be engineering taught in school, and everything else needs to be recess. Nothing that at all, any.
Are they serious though? All right, I'm not gonna really laugh in this one because I don't want to make it look like I'm laughing, but like, I can't help it sometimes. Like, what? He's not well. He's not well. I've already said this a million times, but I'm just going to keep saying it for anyone coming in new. Mental health is the reason, not the excuse. So I just, you know, he's unwell, but if he says things like this is just me naturally laughing because I do think he does need to get help. But here's my thing though, like, this is the media and stuff. Like, I'm allowed to have an opinion. So, oh yay, my friend Nija, she's gonna join. Woo! Okay, cool. Still live. Okay. And if Udoka, if you're listening, I can add as many people as I want on here. So, woo! Like, so we can have like an actual conversation, an honest one. So, I'm excited. Woo! Okay. Because I love like having conversation. And I should have said this in the beginning. Oh shit. Anytime I'm doing a live, if any of you guys want to call in, feel free to do that. I just know people don't like doing that. But I just love having conversations too with people. That's why like there are so many reasons to why I name myself an honest conversation, but I love having honest conversations. If any of you guys actually talk to me like outside of YouTube on Discord or I don't know, on the phone or whatever, you guys know that I'm very honest. Very, very honest. Yeah. Okay, let me send her the link. Sorry. I kind of burped. I don't know if anyone heard that. Sorry. Yay. Let's see. And Nija, she's a small YouTuber. She's a small YouTuber too, like myself. So I'm so excited. Okay, I just sent her trauma economy. I like that. I just sent her a link. Oh. The little things I get excited over, for real. Like my sister bought me. I don't know if she really bought it for me. I think she did. I don't know, but there was like this ramen noodle bowl. I'm waiting, so I'm just telling the story. There was this ramen noodle bowl, but it's like a real glass bowl, but the ramen noodles on it. So it was so cool. I took a photo of it, but not that important. All right, anyways, I'm just gonna text her. Just let me know when you let me know you're on the link, so I invite you in. Okay.
Force subjective information is just to weaken and indoctrinate our species, and that's what schools do now.
As an engineer, I love hearing you say that, but to push back, history is not, the interpretation of history might be subjective, but history has some facts, and they're useful to give a grounding for the way you do engineering.
Oh, he's not a kiss ass. Okay.
I don't 100% believe in anything, any concept of the future or any concept of history, because history was just written by the victors.
Yeah, that's
so. Right. If I see stuff happen on the day that later that day is reported wrong, so how wrong is something reported 1,000 years ago? Is reported wrong. So I see stuff happen.
I'm dead. Did you see his face, guys? I rewinded it because we have to do it again. We have to watch this again. His face, this whole entire interview, I'm going to love because this person is not a kiss ass whatsoever. So I'm so glad that he's like staying, to his own, staying true to himself in this. I'm so happy because, the other people were complete kiss asses and were afraid if they said the wrong thing, Ye was going to leave. Ye, whatever his name is, whatever. Kanye was going to leave. So, yeah, I'm going to love this.
On the day that later that day is reported wrong. So how wrong is something reported 1,000 years ago? And why would we argue about something that's not in the now? Because that's the only thing that everyone can agree upon, is that it is now, right now.
Yeah, well, you try not to make the mistakes of the past. That's the usefulness of history.
Yeah.
Reported wrong. So how wrong is something reported 1,000 years ago? And why would we argue about something Let's just see where I am on the scale of life, because that's a cop out for me to say richest black
Wait, I'm
guy.
gonna rewind, guys.
Based off of our connection and just you being a friend, I need to show you my 2 tech companies and get your perspective on it.
Hey guys, so we're gonna have Udoka on and we're gonna have Nigel on. We're all gonna be on. I'm so glad. Today I actually paid for to have like more people on. So I'm so glad I did that because I'm so excited now. Ooh. Hey. I can hear you.
Hey.
Oh, now I hear you.
How's
on too.
Oh, cool. Oh, we're gonna have a little party.
I
know. I'm just I'm working on some work stuff and eating. So this is like a hangout right now.
I'm so I can hear myself.
Oh, okay. Let me put some headphones.
I'm echoing. Ooh, Kanye. Ooh, we got 2 hours. And you guys, who's ever like Udoka and Nija, I know you didn't join yet, but you don't have to stay on for the 2 hours. Like I don't have any work tomorrow. So that's why I'm doing this. I feel like I'm at like a summer party now. I'm like, what?
I know. It feels like it.
I know. Okay, let me just text How was your day?
Oh my gosh, I've been looking for wedding reception venues. I think I found the one I like. I think I found it, so I'm pretty excited. I've been looking for a venue that every venue I've seen, I've been very analytical, thinking only logically. And then this venue, it had the things I logically needed, and then more. Like now the dream, the imagination part came, and I was like, okay, this is the one.
Okay. Cool beans. So that must be fun looking for a venue.
It's kind of exhausting, but it's also fun. It is also fun. Yeah. And you learn a lot. So anybody getting married, I can give some tips.
Well, I am the wrong person to ask. Seeing as I have not been married ever. So.
Oh, that's fun. That's good too. Actually, women who never get married are the happiest, apparently.
Oh, have you ever said it on here? Anne's like, you're getting married. Have you ever said that on here? Like, not on our podcast?
Oh, I guess I haven't. Yes.
I forgot. Like, I forgot you even. Oh. I could still hear myself. Do you have me fully in?
Yeah, but I also increased my volume.
Talk is that
now.
what I'm really hearing? Like me in the headphones?
Can you hear yourself now?
No.
Yeah, you can.
Oh
no,
wow, that was in the headphones. You have really loud headphones.
Oh, shit, dang.
Okay.
But yeah, I want to do a vlog or something. I just haven't had time to edit, and I've been saving my money, so I haven't hired an editor. But yeah, this is fun. This wedding industry, there's a lot of money, and thank you, Anne.
Yeah, like the guy from Shark Tank, what he always says is that the only time that you can spend, is it Kevin O'Neill, I think it is? He was like, the only time that the best businesses to be in are funerals and weddings. He's so right, though.
Because it pulls on your emotion, and like you just want, like, very rarely have I seen anyone actually stay in their budget for a wedding. So that's a business where people don't stay in their budget and that's the norm. That's a good business.
Okay, so we'll start, and then Nija will come in whenever she's ready. And I said it before, but I don't know if you were on or not. don't feel free to stay until I'm done with it. Just, and I'll say it again when Nisha comes on, just because I don't have work tomorrow, so I'm not in a rush for anything, you know.
It's the best feeling.
Oh, you had a feeling?
No, that's the best feeling.
Oh, I thought you said you had a feeling. I'm like, what?
No, it's the best feeling.
Okay, so we're gonna start, and I will start from the beginning again. Sorry, guys. We only had
Okay, you just started this.
Yeah, yeah. So
oh, I like this man, this Lex Fridman. I like him.
I've never heard who he is.
I know, like when I first found him a few months ago, I was like, I have no idea who you are. How do you have so many subscribers?
Right. Like YouTube has a weird universe to where there's gonna be these people who have like millions of subscribers, and you'll never know who they are. Like the other side of the universe.
The following is a conversation with Ye, the legendary artist, producer, and designer formerly known as Kanye West. On this,
real quick, hey guys, if you haven't liked the live, thanks.
The Lex Fridman podcast.
Based off of our connection and just you being a friend, I need to show you my 2 tech companies and get your perspective on it. Because now I have friends that can
Wait, is Kanye talking to that boy?
Yeah.
See, that's the other thing about this guy. Like, I've never heard of you. How do you get all these big people on your show?
Because it's the subscriber count. Kanye is on a social.
He is desperate for attention, media, eyeballs.
Yeah, it doesn't matter who you are. It matters your subscriber count. So that's how.
We'll work on albums. I had other friends that worked on albums, and they would give me their perspectives on it.
You want to do this?
We are doing it. This is part of it.
This is part of it?
Absolutely.
All right, beautiful.
Oh, well, I wanted to finish. The thing is, okay, you're going to ask me different questions, but I'm about growing and building and bringing the idea to life. So when I see you, I say, oh, this guy understands how to hire engineers. Where I'm coming from Hollywood, coming from press, coming from media, all of the guys, that so many of the guys that have been like voices and faces and talking heads, whatever, have not understood how to engineer product. And that's the reason why I was able to jump past everyone in the entertainment field and become.
Hey, Blossom, there's it's like a reverb of his voice is kind of reverbing. Like a little bit of kind of an echo. I don't know. Somebody in the comments, if you hear what I'm talking about, post in the comments. Maybe it's just me.
Okay, because I've like tested this. Nisha said she's gonna watch. She's not gonna join. Okay. It's okay. Okay, let's see.
Yeah, unless somebody in the comments has an issue, then it might just be me.
Let me know if you guys have an issue.
Whatever the net worth is, 11 billion. I'm gonna stop putting the whole black thing on my worth. Like, let's just see where I am on the scale of life, because that's a cop out for me to say richest black guy of all time, because that's feeding into the same, trauma economy that Black Lives Matter feeds into. That's why I love and respect engineers. That's the only thing that we really need to teach in school is engineering. We don't need to teach history. We don't need to teach anything that is subjective. It needs to only be engineering taught in school, and everything else needs to be recessed. Nothing at all. Any forced subjective information is just to weaken and indoctrinate our species, and that's what schools do now.
Okay.
As an engineer, I love hearing you say that, but to push back, history is not. The interpretation of history might be subjective, but history has some facts, and they're useful to give a grounding to the way you do engineering.
I don't 100% believe in anything, any concept of the future or any concept of history, because history was just written by the victors.
Yeah, that's
so.
Do you see that where he's like, yeah, that's right. He kind of is sarcastic. Did you see that?
Yeah, okay, the thing about this guy, this is how he gets all these like controversial people, because he's so good at like not making you feel stupid for when you say something stupid. And like when he pushes back, he does it in like such a really nice way so that his audience knows
sarcasm.
that
I've never met this guy in my life, and this is pure sarcasm. Okay.
like he's so good at this. He has to make sure his audience knows that he does not agree with the stupidity,
Right.
but he can't offend the famous person.
He's good.
I see stuff happen on the day that later that day is reported wrong. So how wrong is something reported 1,000 years ago? And why would we argue about something that's not in the now? Because that's the only thing that everyone can agree upon, is that it is now, right now.
Yeah, but you try not to make the mistakes of the past. That's the usefulness of history, the limited usefulness of
The
history.
biggest mistake from the past that we keep making is looking at the past.
Too much, giving too much value to the past.
I
Too
love
much
how he's
value to the
adding.
past.
He's like adding the sense for Kanye. He's like looking at the history. He goes too much, right?
And then like Kanye's like, no. Like he's trying to help you, yay.
Are now. We are now. We are here. We are one species. We are one race. We're here, and it's time. And the leadership is changing because you have Elon as a leader, Ye as a leader, and we're the top leaders. We're more influential than the presidents.
So you're a human being with engineering challenges before you, with STEM player, with Parlor. What's the hardest thing in front of you on the engineering front?
That's the first sentence that any of our species needs to hear when they're born. You are a human being with engineering challenges, and I consider challenges to be opportunities in front of you.
Yeah.
Literally, like, let me see a piece of paper. I need to write that down. That's the beginning
That's a good line.
of our new species constitution. I'm gonna do the paper like this wide.
Yeah,
Put it in widescreen. This
He really thinks he's God.
He really does. And like as I'm watching, I'm like, watch you not give what's his name, Lex. Watch you not give Lex credit for that. Watch you just be like, I'm a genius. I'm a genius. It was like Lex who came up with it.
I know, I'm a genius. Let me write this down. This is going to be worth $1 billion one day.
This for Ridley. You are.
Oh, moral of the story. Hey, Paris says that she misses you, Udoka.
Oh, hi, Paris. Thank you so much. And yes, we're still talking about Kanye. It's so much Kanye, and I'm telling you, he's loving this. I bet you Kanye has like some kind of alert on his phone.
Oh, for sure. For sure. Like, for sure. And here's the thing too. Paris, we're on to a new interview that just aired 4 hours ago. So this is very new. Liminal, I think, told me about it. And so, because I had no plans on going over this, I was going to end it. But I was like, hey, why not? I don't have to work tomorrow. Hey, moral of the story.
No, let me like, you are a being with
Okay, I gotta speed this up.
Engineering
opportunities or challenges?
Opportunities. I'm sorry, I don't spell as good as John Legend. Opportunities in before you. I like the before because it can mean forward or before you. This right here, I've always said I'm the top 5 writer in human existence, but this right here is pushing me to like number 4, number 3.
Okay, I'm gonna speed it down.
Because who would you say is the top? It's top writer in human existence. We know who it is.
That's subjective. Who's that?
It's factual though. It's like, okay, so who's the top person in tech history? It's not subjective.
Wow.
There's a non-subjective answer to both of those. Both of those people have influenced 30% of our existence.
So the influence is the main metric of greatness.
Okay, one person, 30% of our language was the English language was written by them. The other person, 30% of the products we use was led by them. So
30% of our language is written by Shakespeare,
and who's
and then the product.
Look,
Steve Jobs.
Yeah.
You put Steve above like Elon's of the world, because Steve is a designer, he's a designer and engineer, but he's a designer. He's a visionary in the design space.
Well, I would lean to him because I'm not an engineer, right? So I'm more like.
Then you're an engineer. If Steve is an engineer, you're an engineer, essentially.
He's a cultural engineer, like the people who run the emotions of the world and run the world off of people's emotions right now are social engineers. It's a fancy term. I like that he said, he just kept on saying 20-year anniversary. I've been doing this for 20 years.
Mm-hmm.
And his opening joke was so high level, I realized that I wasn't funny. I realized that this dude is a professional at what he does. And so many things are subjective. I always talk about this as, person. And I'm like, Radikowski, the hottest, person. And I'm like, that's such a subjective thing. But like, if you go and shoot 3-pointers with Steph Curry, it's not subjective, right? Or if you go and compare bank accounts with Elon, it's not subjective. And another thing that's not subjective, porn.
What about it?
Dick size. It's not subjective. You can measure.
But porn is more about more than just dick size, and greatness is more than the size of the bank account.
About?
What the fuck? I don't know. But you know what was kind of cute though? Him talking about porn. I'm like, okay, like I don't care what he's talking about. But the fact that what the hell? Him talking about porn is awesome. He can keep talking about porn all day long, and I would watch.
Wow.
Just his voice. And I think he has maybe a different accent. I've never seen this guy. This is the first video I've ever seen, so I don't know much.
Oh, this Lex guy?
Yeah.
Yeah, he has a great voice. And he has like those long, 2-hour-long interviews, so I just listen.
Like I'm just like, he could be like, James Bond. They call me James Bond. Or Bond, James Bond. There we go. Anyways.
Yeah, but like I'm thinking about like there is a demographic of people who are listening to this and they're like, yeah, yay. He's telling the truth right now. Ye's telling the truth right now.
Oh, I know.
I'm trying to get into their mindset. Like, are they the kind of people who just get high and just, what about porn? Not reality. I don't know. Whatever.
I don't know. I think, remember, so I posted something on Fox on my channel. It was just, him, I think the Tucker Carlson interview. And there were so many people that were like, yeah, Trump, Trump is the best. I mean, not Trump, Kanye is the best. Yeah. I'm like, wow. Like I attracted all these, and I was like, the thumbnail says ew. Do you guys not read the thumbnail?
No, they don't care. They're like, because like I see it everywhere. I see it, and now I'm seeing it under like Candace Owens. Like when somebody who does not like Candace Owens posts something she said that's like ridiculous. Mm-hmm. They're like, yeah, that's the truth. Like she has a video where she's like, I want to go backwards. I want to go back in time. And you would think like people will be like, how far back do you want to go? But there's people like, yeah, she's so right. Mm-hmm. And I would ask them like, so how far back do you think she's talking about? They're like, oh, like she just means go back to those morals. I'm like, yeah, how far back in the morality? Because it's still a thing. Anyway, yeah, there's some people who like it.
Oh, Lex is a computer scientist at MIT. Oh, he's really making fun of Kanye. He does AI research. He's hot. He's cute.
All right. So there's a subjective.
But greatness is subjective, though.
Right. So do you care about the stuff that's objective or subjective more? Because great.
No, I agree with you, Liminal. He definitely is a compassionate listener, but I do think he's also being sarcastic. I don't know. That was my take on it. I felt like especially during that history comment so far. But we'll see.
Greatness to me is what matters. The bank account comes and goes. The impact on our society, like you said, social engineering, the impact on the collective intelligence of our species, that what permeates throughout the rest of the time.
I like what you said. The impact.
He's taking notes.
He just
know
came on for like free content,
What'd you say?
free ideas.
This is good. Like he's on for free content. Oh, he's really this is awesome. He's learning from this guy. He's like, I'm going to learn from this guy, and that's what smart people do. They learn from one another. But you know, I felt like this could be not filmed. But I guess
Well,
if you
gotta film it because it's Ye. You know,
Yeah.
gotta get attention. He has all those subscribers. Don't want to go to waste.
Yeah, that is true. That's true.
The impact
on the
of-
collective intelligence of our species.
The impact on the collective.
Bro, it makes him repeat every phrase. Dude, it's like it's so hard to believe he's not like doing this ironically or on purpose. Like,
I know. Well, it's like, dude, get a billionaire. Dude, watch it back. Dude, you're a billionaire. Get someone to write it for you. You know?
And
when Ye is writing down the words that came out of my dumb mouth, I have made it in life.
There's a lot of people that have kind of like sat through. I wanted to wear a different color hoodie because I was just tired of seeing this hoodie in all the interviews. And there's a lot of kids that are with me. They see what I'm saying.
Yeah.
And they had to sit through all of the muck of all the previous interviews to get to this. Every interview has been just an emotional, it's just like been an argument up to this point. This is the first of.
We're only 9 minutes in.
This is the next
and I'm
frontier
thinking,
of where our.
Where was the argument when Tucker Carlson interviewed him? Tucker Carlson was stroking that ego, trying to get as much content as possible. So what is he talking about?
Yeah, Tucker Carlson was, well, I think he's talking about the last interview, I don't know. I think, yeah, we just watched the Tucker Carlson interview, and that was the beginning, and he was very, like, Tucker was keeping his cool just to get information, you know? Like, that's all he was doing, which is, like, I guess a really good journalist, actually, but he was just like, oh, okay. Like, you don't think Kanye makes sense either.
Our species is gonna head. It starts here. It starts with you, Lex.
So this is the first time I heard you say the word engineering at least so many times, which I love hearing. So this is where you're at. You're like that newborn. You're a being with engineering opportunities.
Yeah. And we're all a newborn, because in Christianity we say born again. We're all newborns, and everyone can everyone shall, I don't like the word can. Shall, the only thing about shall is like it kind of dictates and can kind of lets people off the hook. So I haven't found the perfect post Shakespeare and post Steve Jobs and post Elon and post Ye and post Drake way to communicate this.
The fact he mentioned Drake.
We update, and we do. And what the current media structure, no, it's not actually nothing that's holding us. There's nothing actually holding us back, because I'm still alive. I'm still alive. Like,
that doesn't.
They could have killed me at, George Bush don't care about black people. They could have killed me at Beyonce had the best video, but we're here now. So we just keep on leaning.
Really? You're gonna bring in Taylor Swift in this?
That's how proud he's so proud of himself. Like he still thinks about that stuff.
Mm-hmm. Like, he just took back his apologies like a million times, Like, it's just, he's so fake.
And leaning. And there's these things where I just think about, there'll be times when I'm at war, and every now and then when the bombs stop going off and all the headlines and the smearing and all that stuff going off, I think about my family, and I'll think about Kim, and I'll think about how, King Koopa has her in the castle, right now, and just on Mario Brothers. You know how it is.
I
Just
don't know,
go
but
for
like
the
he just
princess.
comes up with this.
He
I've
He
been
is
watching.
single right now, bro.
This is the third interview I've been watching, Udoka, and I've just been laughing at the shit that comes, like random shit just comes on. I'm like, what did you just say, bro?
He's talking about the freaking. Is he talking about Bowser?
I don't know.
You know how Bowser has the Princess Peach in the castle, and Kanye's Mario. What the fuck, Kanye?
I don't know. I would not know that reference, so I'm glad you know it.
This level, and it's like, dur, 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 dur. I'm like, I
Yeah.
sung
He
the
is
song
freaking
wrong,
talking
right?
about freaking
And then they
Bowser.
kiss the princess again.
Oh.
Stupid. Like, first of all, Kim is single.
Mm-hmm.
You wanted to leave her. You are the one acting a fool.
Mm-hmm.
You're not saving Princess in the castle. You're actually the freaking villain, actually.
I know. The first time we heard about it, it was like, I want a divorce. I want a divorce. And now it was like, no, I don't want a divorce. You know, and I think it's very interesting that he keeps popping up Kim's name in there.
Right.
He
And that's why
deliberately-
Candace Owens got with, like, Candace Owens hates Kim. Or she likes to use Kim for her own readings and stuff.
You've heard the mean stuff I've said about Candace Owens.
Yeah. Well, everyone feels. I feel like most people feel the same way. But.
Which one are you, Mario?
Yeah.
Told you.
What's your favorite thing? The thing you love the most about Kim, from a Mario perspective, and the princess. Looking back, was there a moment?
She's definitely my favorite of all time.
Yeah. Was there a moment that, you know, like that catches you off guard and you say, I love this human being?
He's mad at her right now.
Yeah. I mean, it's just the DNA is like, she's a mix of Rob and Chris.
Can you explain?
I mean, that's like a really high pool right there. Those are like two geniuses.
So okay, so like the entire history of evolution of the human species created this DNA that created this being. There's a life there. There's a set of memories in the history that brought you together, and you're like, damn, I like this DNA.
Yeah. It's like certain people have just like high DNA. Ivanka Trump has high DNA. You know, it's like,
how's your
Is he talking about rich people?
I don't know, but like, what question?
What he's calling high DNA is rich people who inherited their parents' wealth.
I'm not trying to diss him at all because he seems obviously very intelligent, but this wouldn't be my kind of podcast because I'm so bored. I'm like, what?
Oh, you will be bored by his podcast because he interviews boring people. He interviews scientists. He interviews like astrophysicists who break up atom particles. And
I'm trying to hang on here. I'm so bored.
But he also but that's why dudes like Kanye, Joe Rogan got on his show.
Mm-hmm.
These kind of guys who think they wish they were smart. They wish they went to MIT. They wish they did. So they get on his show.
Mm-hmm. They want to learn something. I guess I'm gonna be learning something too.
I think we've seen that. It's been proven. I mean, but look at my mom and look at my dad. You know, me and my dad have a water purification center in the DR right now. And my dad is the original Steve Jobs, and he was blocked by people around him, and people were using him and taking advantage. And
every single time he says that original Steve Jobs, it is a diss at Steve Jobs.
To the actual Steve Jobs. To the actual original.
I said this earlier in the live, like, where is my iPad before Steve Jobs? You know, where is my iPhone? Where is my Mac notebook? Okay, your father did not create these things. So he keeps saying this in these interviews that he said it I think he said in the last interview, he said it in the Tucker Carlson interview, and he keeps saying it here. Like, okay, we get it. It's a huge diss at Steve Jobs. Like,
that's the other thing that's so weird. Like when somebody says the same thing over and over, like you hear them in different environments and they're saying the same thing. I don't know what you call that. That's always kind of weird to me.
I think he's doing it intentionally now.
You know, not believing in his vision. My dad's the educated version of Ye.
What'd you learn about life from your dad?
Oh, moral of the story: Steve Jobs is rolling right now.
And my dad got girls too.
But those are small details.
That's a big detail, being that I found my dad's, Playboy when I was 5 years old. It greatly affected my motivation.
Yeah. Okay, so that's part of the engine that drives Ye.
Absolutely. I remember when Pharrell was first in all the videos, and my girl was like, girls like Pharrell. And I was like, I want girls to like me too.
Funny that's behind all the ambition, all the drive.
It's how we make people. It's how people are made.
It's the desire to be loved. Is that at the individual level, just being noticed, and also at the societal level of scale?
Well, now I've gone past. I'm like at that place where Nikola Tesla was later into his career, where it wasn't about being loved. It wasn't about sitting at the dinner parties next to Anna Wintour and stuff.
You know what I was thinking? The TMZ employee that has to go through this and jot down like certain stuff so that they can make a headline tomorrow. I would hate their job.
Oh my god. They're probably not getting paid nearly enough.
So it was about getting the idea across. So I have these cells that are very, and I just keep on saying Ridley Scott, but Ridley Scott has a special anointing. It isn't just sci-fi what he's doing. There's something in there, just like George Lucas. There's something different that's there.
He keeps name dropping people. Like,
so
what are you drawing?
I'm drawing these new living cells that we will exist in.
That is some mad ADHD right
and
there.
This is over.
Jesus Christ.
Okay,
dude.
let's do like.
That is what, like, I
don't
know
like talking about money because, like, man-made money. Anyway,
he just gave up. He gave up on trying to control his impulses. He just gave up. He just wants to be free and noticed and loved. And he gave up on being socially acceptable. He just gave up on being like a person in society.
I believe that when he was saying how people wanted him to like, people wanted him to not like Trump, and he just didn't care anymore in his other interview that he did. So, I believe it that he is just now like, okay, I don't have Kim anymore, so I'm just going to do what I want. I don't have Kim anymore. Because I do think I don't think anyone can control Kanye, but I do feel like Kanye felt like in order to keep his marriage with Kim, that he would have to kind of lay low on a lot of these behaviors. And now that he's not married to Kim anymore, he can kind of do as he pleases.
But he still misses her. He still wishes she would stay with him. But it's like, what grown woman is going to stay with a man who wants to be a child?
Not
like,
even.
No. And y'all have 5 kids. Like, you need, like, no.
Yeah, I agree. I just felt you were like, you don't get what person would stay with him. But I felt that brought me back to when he was like, we were going to abort North. Like, what? Like, why did you have this? Like, like I said earlier, I feel sorry for anyone that confided in Kanye, because he literally just said in the last interview, basically anything I say anything, I don't know why people tell me stuff. And he's like, basically, he's just going to say whatever he wants. So I feel sorry for the people who confided in him,
It's like 4 quadrillion respected dollars, and then you have other forms of currency. Of course, social currency is super important right now. But this is a drawing, and it's at a pretty good place now. This would be 40,000 square feet. I want to start just talking in meters. I just think we should go to anything to restore the Tower of Basel, like they said when the I'm just draw a person here for scale.
Yeah, that would help.
Okay.
Draw a person for scale.
What do you think of that?
I don't
Look at
get
my
it.
person. See the scale?
And he called it Tower of Basel.
Right.
Tower of
So-
Babel.
Wait,
Oh
the
my
dot is the
God.
person?
Yeah.
I feel like I'm watching
I'm
his
saying it's
daughter,
40,000 square
North,
feet.
his daughter.
This is so
That's what it
weird.
feels like. Like, mommy, look what I drew.
I Liminal says Kanye's method. Ouch. Say something totally random. Watch for the reaction. Pretend it's super deep what he said instead of it being totally random. See, it's just totally random nonsense. It is. I feel that. What do you call this? Like, because to me, I think that he thinks that, well, I created a multi-billion-dollar company, right? You know, I helped build that. That's my company, you know, kind of, right? And so I think this is probably how he started on paper and stuff. So he thinks he's like recreating something again, another big company.
But that would be like
What are the other parts of the cell?
Okay, so what it's a screen. It doesn't go all the way to the top, and it's one hole for light. But the water and the light and air all come in from the top. So that's like the mouth, and then this
Sorry,
is
saw
the
what
belly
Liminal said.
button. We're God's iPhone. We're His greatest
Liminal
creation.
said, I'm not trying to hate. I'm actually listening to what he's saying.
Mm-hmm.
And I'm like, yeah, me too. Like, and there's some parts that I'm like, I can see how his brain went there. And then Liminal said, and it makes no sense. And then, like, right as I saw that comment, that's when he starts talking about, and you see, this is where the air comes in and the water from the top. And I'm like, no, it literally doesn't make any sense.
Why did he post this? Is this for Kanye to get some help?
You think it's embarrassing for Lex?
No, I don't think it's embarrassing for Lex. I'm just questioning the smart person posted this as if, is it a sign, hey, maybe people will, get help for Kanye?
I mean, well, he is a YouTuber. You know, you got a big name like KANYE on. That's pretty good. But also, like, I would post, like, if I interviewed Kanye, I would do the exact same thing. I would just let him talk. Like, yeah, I want people to see, like this is where he's at. I don't even have to say anything. Like, y'all see it.
Right. Mm-hmm. And he's being funny, too. He goes, oh, is the dot the person?
Yeah, he was like, when Kanye was like, oh, I'm going to put a person for scale, he was like, yeah, that'll help. Like, no, like, the sarcasm you're talking about.
I believe he's being so mean. Like he's being a compassionate listener, but in the process, sarcasm to the audience.
So this is all connected? These are all connected?
Yeah, so I'm drawing how these other cells go next to each other.
What's the vision here?
Happiness. Then we talk about, like, what's the motivation? Like, yeah, there's a motivation somewhere in the back of my mind of my family. And if it's like where Moses smithed the rock and God didn't allow him to get to the promised land, because the promised land is family. That is the problem. That is
okay.
Earth.
He went from,
he's Scrubby Hannah.
What's your vision for this happiness? Then so my family. Like what? He's not even.
He's on that Gabby Hannah.
Huh?
I don't know. Did you ever see? Did you see when Gabby Hannah went manic on TikTok?
Probably striked my video.
Oh yeah, you did. This is how she was talking, right? Like, she'll say one thing, and like, if you really think about it, you you can see how they're connecting their dots,
Mm-hmm.
but it's like at the
Mhm.
same time, what the fuck though?
He's
And
like not literally making sense, but you can see how he could be making sense in his head.
yeah, you can see, but the thing is, like, there's always this God complex. They always have to compare themselves to biblical stuff, God, Jesus, Mary, Moses. He's talking about Moses right now. They always like compare themselves and their life to some biblical character, and they're like trying to, like, I don't know, in their head, like, I'm sure in their head, they completely believe, like, yep, this is what the Bible said, because Moses went through the same thing. But my promised land is my family. Moses, who had land, I had family. Like, I don't...
Yeah, I think what I was saying earlier is that anyone, even like the Criminal Mind episodes, people always use the Bible for their own agenda, right? Like they always take something and kind of, take it and then create the story into their own thing. Well, so and so did this, so it's okay. Like, especially the people in Criminal Minds, like, God wanted this. God wanted you to slaughter like 15 million people, really? Like, so this just kind of reminds me that people can always take the Bible and turn it into their own thing, their own narrative.
Heaven on earth is family. Family is heaven. That's the promised land. And for your family to be together. So say I smite the rock and God doesn't let me have my family back. My mission in life is still to promote families at all costs and make families' existence easier. So you take this thing, you put a localized farm, say if it's in a community, that we do localized growing, and then we partner with Big Pharma and say, hey, you're actually going to make more money by making better food. Because at the end of the day, you want money right now. It's like everyone knows that between the pesticides and between the medical industry, and especially America, that we're keeping people sick. And we know that McDonald's makes food that kills people, and, Coca-Cola is selling, sugar water and all this. Like, just in case I haven't pissed off enough people in power.
Yeah.
Okay, so
you're gonna piss off the sugar anybody that's powered on sugar.
Sugar, What's the Health was actually a documentary on sugar. It wasn't about how bad meat was. It was like a reverse documentary on sugar. I don't know if you call it a reverse, like a sub, but if you watch it again, when they show sugar in it, it's just the sugar looks super clean.
Yeah, just
so as I state these things, I know I have protection. If I have God's protection, that's why I'm here to this date, right? So it's for me to have this platform and express exactly what I feel, because it's kids out there, right, that
he really thinks that he's going to be persecuted for saying that McDonald's makes bad food and soda is sugar water. He thinks, oh my God, he thinks he's that important that him saying, oh, soda is sugar water, that's gonna piss off like the heads at Pepsi, and they're gonna put a target on his back. Like,
well, now Kylie Jenner said McDonald's was sugar water.
Right,
Shit.
like,
remember when she was like, who uses Snapchat anymore? And then the stock market crashed, like with Snapchat. Like, it was done. The Snapchat was done. The next day, the Snapchat was done. But
imagine having that much power.
I know, right?
Yeah, Kanye wishes. Like, no, Pepsi is going to be just fine.
With Charlie D'Amelio, ever since her deal with Dunkin' Donuts for like her contract lasted, I think, a year, Dunkin' Donuts went up in prices for that time. Like, they went up in prices. Not went up, like, profit. Went up in profit. So, yeah. But with Kanye West, this reminds me of the last podcast that he did with, what was it, like Drinking Champs or something?
Oh, yeah, Drink Champs.
Yeah, and he was like, come and get me, like, you can shoot me, da, 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 da. But I think he truly believes that God is going to protect him, I think. I don't know.
Because he thinks He thinks nothing bad is happening because he's protected by God. But the truth is, like, nobody care. Like, yes, we all know Pepsi is sugar water. That's why we buy it. Like, nothing is gonna happen to you.
But you know what I think, though? I think he believes it in this moment, but after the interview, when he gets up, he has his guards to walk him. Like, he goes back to his normal life. I think he believes it in the moment, but I think in reality, he doesn't, I think. Because when he's done, he has to walk out there with a bunch of his security, and then they're all going to block him until he gets into the car, right? So I think, so I think there's some, like, I believe it now as I'm speaking to you, but not later. No?
Or I don't even know if he thinks about it. I don't know. Does he think about what he says? No,
no.
Want to save the world through engineering and through facts. And I've got to download as much of the information and as much of the don't be afraid to state your facts is the biggest thing, because the world is being ran by fear. And that is, no, actually God runs the world, but there's just like little cloud, this patina of our ego that deals with the money and the car and the girl we're dating and all this in the clothes we wear and spending too much on clothes and a lot of stuff that I've been involved with promoting. So now what I'm promoting is you have the idea, you say it out loud, like if you had Tourette's, say your truth out loud. If you hate Ye, you hate me, say that out loud. Say whatever you feel out loud. Like you say it non-violently, non-violent. I have to say that, like, as as a shout out to Alex Jones, and Trump, where they try to say that when they say their truths out loud, that it's inciting violence. So let's be like really clear. I'm saying that.
Did he say as a shout out to Alex Jones?
Yeah. Because Alex Jones got banned off of like all the social media, but he got banned for lying. He got banned for
Connecticut. I know.
Yeah,
like,
so
what's the shout out for? Like,
he's saying he's comparing himself to them again.
That's ridiculous.
He's saying, "Oh, I'm speaking my truth," the same way Alex Jones spoke his truth and he got in trouble for it.
That wasn't even a truth. That was a lie. Like, where the people were listening to it and peeing on the kids' graves. Are you kidding me? Like, if anyone peed on any of his kids, it would be a done deal. Now we know.
They have criminalized free thought. I hate when people use they, like they gets the blame for everything, right? It's always they.
Yeah.
Oh, who the fuck is they? Exactly.
Problem is they is us.
Yeah. Well, I love that. What we need to do is turn I to we. So we take the responsibility and turn they to us. So we take accountability to us.
This is so sad.
I to we and they to us. And that relates, it's a language at the same time. You're seeing the language of our surroundings. You're seeing the language of, one of the things, okay, let's go back to the cell explanation, because I'm also doing what's that thing when Elon just put all the information open and people could figure out if they could figure it out?
There's chapters to this.
Open source?
Yeah, open source.
So I'm open sourcing this idea right now.
Let's go to the Holocaust, guys.
So that,
as we become more technologically savvy.
I'm very interested in what he has to say about the Holocaust, because this will be on TMZ tomorrow, if it isn't already. So I'm very interested.
That, my friend, is why engineering isn't everything. That you have to desperately study the lessons of history. In Nazi Germany, science was used to create atrocities. Engineering, the same. Engineering could be a tool of war.
We're still in the Holocaust. A Jewish friend of mine said, go visit the Holocaust Museum. And my response was, let's visit our Holocaust Museum, Planned Parenthood.
With all due respect.
Okay.
Bro,
let me hear him. He doesn't say with all your respect. With all your respect. Oh, wait, let me hear him say with all your respect. No.
Respect. I grew up in the Soviet Union.
Ooh.
I'm Jewish. Parts of my family perished in the Holocaust of Nazi Germany. I have to push back that there is a difference of the atrocities at that scale, at that time, on an entire people.
I was gonna say the number. That's the difference.
It's not the number.
Because 6
That is
million.
disgusting, Kanye.
He was trying to
God
beat him.
damn
He was
it.
trying to like beat him to the punch. Like, no, but this is what I was gonna say. That it's the number. And the reality is that no, because okay, TMZ headline. Kanye says we're all still in the Holocaust. So
Kanye says the only difference between abortion and Holocaust is the number.
So, yeah, no, the headline's gonna be we're all in the Holocaust. We'll see. I bet you it's gonna be it's gonna be what you said, or it's gonna be what I said. So, but what I was gonna say, do you believe Kanye believes we're still in the Holocaust?
It's disgusting because it completely diminishes what that Holocaust actually was completely. So he starts the interview saying, we need to stop teaching history. And then telling this Jewish dude that abortion is the same thing as what his great granddaddy went through in the Holocaust. And what is it like? Kudos to this Lex guy, because he has to know when he wakes up in the morning, he's going to see comments of people like, yeah, Kanye's right.
Yeah.
Freaking crazy.
I know. Like, he's gone. I'm actually going to probably make a video after this to kind of cover, since we're watching it now. Might as well make like an actual video, because I have a lot to say. I feel that this is the gag order I'm talking about, because he's affecting his kids. You know what I mean? Like, you don't think those kids gonna go to school and be like, you don't think they have other parents saying like, oh, your dad thinks that we're still in the Holocaust. Like, you don't think like these words are gonna affect your kids? Or it just might not, because they're celebrities. Everyone knows what's up. Who knows? But this cannot go well. Because he's just now all the people from what he said he was going to go, like, he's going to kill some Jewish people. Now they're going to have a lot to talk about on Twitter if they haven't already, because this is so offensive.
Well, also, African Americans are actually Jew also. The lost tribe of Israel.
Push back on that too.
Okay, so well, everyone came from Africa.
I am African. I'm basically African American. We're brothers,
and we're both Jew, and we're
brothers. Lex is really trying
to. 6 million people died in the Holocaust. Over 20 million have died by the hands of abortion, and the media promotes the "My Body, My Choice," which is actually still a promotion for Planned Parenthood. 50% of Black deaths a year is actually abortion. It's not the cop with the knee. It's not black on black violence and gang violence. It's not heart attacks.
What? It's not the cop with a knee?
Talking about that
George Floyd.
And I 100% he got that from Candace Owens. 100% Candace Owens gave him a bullet point list.
It looks like that's what it looks like he's been doing. And it's been like someone has been feeding him this stuff to say, and he's saying it. But you know who's gonna love this? Like the Christian people. See, save the babies.
Yep.
It's just like death. You know what I mean? Kanye's right. He's trying to get those people.
Yeah. He's hoping those people will love him.
Right. Yeah, I can't help it but think he's also doing this because he thinks it'll help him in his election in 2024.
Yeah, he's hoping those people, because those people elected Donald Trump.
Yep.
And if those people can elect that celebrity, maybe they can elect me.
No way on God's green earth will he ever be a president.
The most dangerous place for a Black person in America is in their mother's stomach.
900.
Oh, let's see. So moral of the story said, Kanye, don't speak for me, please. Oh hell nah. No, for real, he's just repeating Candace Owens. He sure is. I'm Christian and I don't like this at all, right? Like, same here. Like, I'm Christian too, and I don't agree with any of this. Earlier in the other podcast, he was trying to say, I gotta, like, I'm paraphrasing, but he was like, I gotta help my people or protect my people or whatever the fuck he was saying. Like, okay.
Yeah, like you can be anti-abortion. You can be anti-choice, and you could still say it in not this like. It's like he learned from these conservatives how to say things in the most ridiculous way that gets attention. Everything's just about getting attention.
I agree.
States a year. I hear you. But there's something about the rape, the torture, the murder of children, women, men, the complete humiliation and just the suffering that was endured during World War II.
That's what we deal with on our TVs right now with Black people. Soros would use Black trauma economy for.
The T-Chan is about to have a field day, including myself. I'm about to collect that check.
Dude, this is just so disgusting listening to him.
This is something that I'd probably stay all night. Dude, like, this is awful. I'm so glad Kanye gave me the time, because I don't have work tomorrow. So he gave me the time to do this. About to feel, gonna recognize this shirt. Good, because it's gonna be the shirt I'm making a video in, because this is absolutely insane to me. Like, this is insane. Oh my gosh, this is ridiculous. Like, this
like,
is
it's upsetting me. I mean, big kudos to Lex, because the dude is right in your face, and you're telling him. And I relate. I'm not Jewish, but I am Black, and I see these type of conversations all the time where you are pleading with someone like, can you see the humanity in this shit? And they're just like, actually, that's the exact same thing I watch on TV, actually. Like, oh my God. I would have to stop the interview. I don't know.
No, because he's being smart. He's gonna, make this, he's gonna be more popular now. So.
Or to win an election. What I love is having a healthy conversation. And as opposed to, there's certain things, boom, this drops, people going to have pussy hats on. Boom, this drops, it's going to be, Black people and white people with signs. Boom, this drops. So, hey, China, hey, left agenda, hey, what we're going to do is say that our species can have a healthy conversation. Can
I just linger on this? Because when you say Jewish media, there's a echo of a pain that people feel that reminds
you're saying it's redundant, right?
No.
No, I'm not saying it's redundant. I'm saying
it's redundant.
You're saying it's redundant.
It's a redundant.
I'm saying it's something I'm saying that it's something that Joseph Goebbels, the propaganda minister of Nazi Germany, said. I'm saying it's been said so many times in order to murder and torture Jewish people that it just rings wrong.
And that's
just like the N-word when spoken by people that have the same skin color as me. It reminds people of a very dark time.
I know. If Jewish people would accept that I'm Jew, then they would see what I'm saying in a different.
Fucking idiot. So if only Jewish people would be fucking hoteps like you and believe that Black people are the saved Israelites, the actual chosen sons of Esau, or whatever the hell, rhetoric these hoteps come up with. If only.
This is ridiculous. I cannot believe what I'm hearing. This is, we're only like 30 minutes in. Oh my gosh. Okay, I'm assuming, what else we got? There's the Holocaust. Well, you can, the fashion, who cares? Election. Oh, the election. Oh shit. Media and anti. Oh, there's just a lot to cover. Oh my gosh. Okay. And it's all important too. Like, oh my gosh.
Different way. They would hear it in a different way.
But see, the people, you saying you're Jewish, That
No, I'm Jew, not Jewish.
Jew.
Jewish means like that of a Jew. I'm saying I'm Jew.
Oh my God, he's
Jew.
full hotep.
Blood of Christ.
So the theory is that Jewish people are not actually Jews because they're Jewish. They're kind of sort of Jew.
Oh
but
my
black
God.
people are the true Jew. That's why you don't say Jewish, you just say Jew.
Oh my God, I can't. This is too funny for me. Okay, guys. I have to like redo this because we got we got thoughts and opinion who might make a clip about this on Twitter. Boss, I'm making fun of. Oh, look, the point is that look, I'm laughing because this is like ridiculous.
We're making fun of hoteps.
He's being so offensive towards Jewish people, and like it's just so not funny that it's funny. You get what I'm saying? Like I'm not even laughing at Jewish people.
Yeah,
I'm not
there's,
laughing at Kanye. I'm laughing at the things that he's saying. I'm aware that he needs help, but sometimes the things that's coming out of his mouth. This is my first time. This is like my first real reaction. It's like too crazy to not laugh. So I just have to like put that disclaimer out there.
What's crazy to me is how he's saying it with a smile in front of an actual Jewish person who's trying to explain to him to like stop, like just stop talking about the Holocaust, just stop.
Jew, not Jew.
And he's like, actually, I'm a Jew. Unlike you, Jewish. Unlike you, I'm actually a Jew.
I've never heard of that a day in my life.
Oh my gosh, welcome to Hotep land.
Oh my.
Welcome to fucking Hotep land, the land of...
The thing is, I have to pause this and I don't want to miss a second. I just have to like get some water or something. I don't want to, I would play this, but this is way too good for me to just up and go. So hold on for a second. And you don't have to stay for the whole live because it's going to be like a long one because we're only 30 minutes in.
Oh, I know. I'm working on stuff.
Okay.
This is, yeah.
All right. So I'll be right back, guys. Just give me a second. Actually, this time, if you don't mind, Udoka, I'm just going to. There. Okay. That's okay. We're gonna just have this on. Sorry, guys. I'll be back in like 3 minutes, okay? Or 2 minutes or less. Okay, we back. Oh, I have to get me some water, grab another snack, because I think we are 4 hours in. So grabbed another snack, changed my shirt. My microwave just exploded. How did you? Is that like figure of speech? Is it figure of speech? Figure. Anyways, is that literally? Udoka. Oh, so hot. It's getting hot in here. I am getting so hot. I take my clothes off. Okay. Okie dokie. Alrighty then. So I'm just gonna continue.
Orthodox Christian.
Right. But are you a follower of the philosophy of the Black Hebrew Israelites? Because that's where the idea comes from. Not all of those folks are extremists, but some are extremists.
I'm a follower of the idea. I have a vague idea that all people came from Africa. But what I wanted to do, now I could Andy Kaufman this about 7 more minutes and then tell you what it is, what the whole point is.
Let's count 7 minutes.
No,
do less.
I did this to do a spoiler alert.
Sure, spoiler.
What's the first thing I said at the beginning?
We're talking about engineering and humans.
And I said, and then what did I say we shouldn't focus on?
Race.
Not just that. So they shouldn't teach this in school.
History.
The history, because what they do, what schools are doing is exactly what the CIA does with Pixar films and Disney films. They make Bambi's mom die in the beginning, right? And off that pain comes a purchase of ice cream. Off that pain comes, I need some more toys. Off that pain comes, I need a bigger house. Off that pain comes, I need more girls than my wife. Off that pain comes, so they put that pain in to make us, now we're the orphans of capitalism, to make us be consumers.
This is like the stuff you think about when you're like really drunk and you have like that deep thought. Why did this happen? So they can do this and then they can do that. And then would happen like this. You know what I mean? Like when you're drunk sometimes and you're just like really drunk, but you have like this deep thought, these deep thoughts. That's what it sounds like.
And we need to be a community, not just consumers. So I could have went another 7 minutes by being a person who presents himself in a way that says, well, I don't have to feel your pain because I also have pain too that's not being recognized. And in every interview, when I say, well, why did I get to the point of putting up the tweet? No one wants to understand why I got to that point. Right?
Pain. You had pain.
Yeah, but no one.
Pain in your heart.
But let's say this. Undoubtedly, Jewish people have a lot of movies about that pain, and Black people have a lot of movies about the pain of slavery, right? It's almost impossible to find a movie about Mansa Musa. When you go to the African History Museum in Washington, D.C., it doesn't start with the idea of Africans being kings. It starts with the idea of Africans being slaves. But here's another interesting point about this. This was said to me one time, and it stuck with me as a family member of mine. With Africans, how many times you've heard like a rapper, talk about we were kings? That's incorrect if we're Jew. If we're Jew, and since we weren't the kings. We were the slaves that Moses freed. Africans have always said, you've listened to rap music and hear Black people say, we kings. we blood of the pharaohs.
What is he even talking
And
about? I don't even know what he's talking about
if
anymore.
we
He's
are,
talking about
and we
he's
weren't.
talking about how so you know in the Bible Moses is like Pharaoh, Pharaoh, let my people go.
Yeah.
So like there's some black guys who are like, we were kings in Africa, we were kings, we were the pharaohs. And Kanye is saying, actually, we weren't the pharaohs, we were the slaves, because Moses was trying to free the Jews, and we are the original Jews. So we were not kings, actually. We were enslaved. That's what. This is a Hotep philosophy of the Bible.
Like, I remember this slightly. Okay, Kanye. So, yep, all the Christians are gonna love him.
We were the people that Moses freed. And when we talk about, have you heard black people talk about 400 years of slavery?
Mhm.
All right. That is and we're having this history lesson, right?
I thought history doesn't matter. You're exploring ancient history and drawing deep wisdom from it. And at the same time saying we need to forget all of it. We need to put that behind us.
Absolutely. We need to forget it and we need to move forward.
There's so
you're
much
talking about
wisdom
it.
to draw from history. Even the 20th century. Look at this. Communism. Without
He got him. He got him. Got him. Yeah, he's like drawing off of history. It's like he tries to only make sense. And then once he makes the sense, he doesn't want it to apply to the new sense he's trying to make to someone. You know what I mean?
Yeah. And then when he told him about all that, he's just like, yeah.
But the history shouldn't matter. He's like, yep, we should forget history. He knows he's caught, but he just doesn't. You're talking to an MIT person, okay, who does research. I'm just kidding. A lot of people do research, but still.
20th century, communism sounds like a great idea, except that some of the worst atrocities conducted by Stalin and Mao that killed 50, 100 plus million people, not just killed, tortured, starvation, where people, cannibalism, they ate each other, they ate their children. There's just dark people should read some books on this, on the Holodomor in the 1930s.
But I disagree.
With that lesson, we would, and now it's becoming more popular. Marxism and communism.
I'm not disagreeing that happened. I'm disagreeing that we need to harp on the things that happen, because the truth is, I'm giving a fact. 50% today of, let's say you don't call black people Jew, right? Black people's deaths today is abortion today, right now. Like that, it's not racism. That's too wide of a term. It's genocide and population control that black people are in today
not
in America, that is promoted by the music and the media that black.
Like he said, racism is too broad of a term, but how is genocide? How is that a better term?
He's just trying to make a point any way he can that abortion is the worst crime ever. It's the worst thing ever. That's all the point he's trying to make. But he can't make this point. I mean,
like, how are you going to convince a Jewish guy that abortion is the worst, most atrocious thing ever?
Right. And how
that has ever happened in history.
He's just like, he's what do you call it when someone's like whipped? He's just what's the word when someone believes
brainwashed?
Brainwashed, there we go. He's brainwashed. Completely brainwashed for sure.
Black people make that Jewish record labels get paid off of, or media companies. Record labels and media company also, so let's give it a wider.
You know, I agree with Martin Luther King. I have a dream too.
Martin Luther
that one
King
day you would not be judged by the color of your skin or your race, black or Jew, but by the content of your character. All the assholes that fuck you over in the music industry, fuck artists over in the music industry are individuals. They're not Jews.
Right. That's what
they are Jewish.
It doesn't. They're human with opportunities, and they took those opportunities. I don't care if they're Jewish.
Do you feel like I should release that pain and separate it?
Yes.
Okay. So if you're saying I should release that pain and separate it, then I'm telling you should release your pain and separate it, and we could get to the list of how you are being with engineering opportunities.
That's 100%. I see what you're doing. That's exactly what you're doing. The pain, I'm gonna let it go. Engineering challenges, I get it. One of the problems you highlight is people get fucked over in the music industry, and get fucked over in the media, get fucked over all over the place.
They created. There was a Jewish trainer that brought me to the hospital and put in press that I went to the hospital.
Dude. So it's that person. It's not the Jewish person that's home right now who did that to you. You don't get it.
And Kanye just said, take that pain and separate it, but you're doing it again. Like, no, like exactly what you were saying. Like, when he tries to make something make sense, and then immediately like goes against the sense that he just tried to make.
He's trying to be right, but he's wrong. He doesn't know how to take an L. Neither does Trump. Like, he doesn't understand. See, this Jewish person did this to me. Even if 20 million Jewish people did this to him, that doesn't account for all the Jewish people in the world. Or, I don't know. I really don't. But you know what I mean? Like, even if 40, 100 people, or Jewish people did this to him, that doesn't account for all the other Jewish people in the world. So, once again, he doesn't understand that this is discrimination. You can't judge someone off of, you know?
Yeah, he doesn't understand. He's going against the philosophy he was just trying to share. And he also doesn't understand, like, when you say that kind of stuff, like, oh, well, the Jewish people own everything and run everything, that is the type of rhetoric that was used to justify killing them. So, like,
realized?
What?
You moved. So, the lighting's so much better.
Oh, is it because I'm blocking this light?
It's just, no, I'm saying your lighting is so much better. Remember you said you moved?
Oh, yes.
Your lighting is so much better. Like,
yeah. Oh, thanks.
I'm just saying the lighting is so great. Anyway, for nighttime, you know what I mean? For like 10 o'clock at night.
Yeah.
It's great lighting. But yeah, oh, sorry. What were you going to say? I got distracted.
I was just saying, he doesn't understand. He's actually promoting Nazi rhetoric, and then, like, if you tell him that, he's going to be like, no, just forget about the past. Forget about the pain. But he wants to bring his past, his pain, and his racial generalizations.
You said it right. He's promoting Nazi rhetoric. And even when he's being called out for it, you know, like you said, he's like, no, I'm not. And then he makes something else up. You know, anything, he just gravitates towards the last word and then tries to make something else up.
It's the last word he said. Connect the dots somewhere.
Yeah. I should have watched this for Stam.
For what?
I know friends that off of exhaustion, a Jewish doctor, they diagnosed
Why do you keep saying Jewish?
Because they were, right? Diagnosed me with bipolar disorder and shot me with medication and put me on medication, then put it in the press. And every time, even if I wore the wrong color hat that a nigger is not supposed to wear, right?
Now he thinks if he says
they immediately say he's off of his shit.
That's still supposed to justify what he's doing right now. Like, whatever.
He's off his meds, he's off his rocker, and it's literally used as a scarlet letter control mechanism for the people understand the kids, the colleges, the high schools, what do you think they put me right now? They put me as the prophet, not the leader. It doesn't have to be the leader, right? Because we need a more intelligent person to be the leader. But at least, right, they put me as the prophet. They put me as the only person that would say this.
After this, guys, you're done with Adidas. Goodbye. I think he has to be done with Adidas.
And I'm just saying that was 4 Jewish members that controlled my voice, because for the fact that 90% of Black people in entertainment, from sports to music to acting, are in some way tied into Jewish business people, meaning that in some way, just like if Ram is sitting next to Obama or Jared sitting next to Trump, there's a Jewish person right there controlling the country, the Jewish people controlling that who gets the best video or not, controlling what the media says about
Just a
me.
person, not Jewish. Let me just say what
But they are, though. That's the only thing. It just so happens that they are. It just happens that they are. That doesn't mean that I hate them.
Yeah.
This is so bad. This is so bad. This is awful.
Yeah, imagine somebody saying, "Oh, have you heard Kanye? The things that he's saying, what this Black guy is saying. Why are you saying he's Black? Well, Ye is Black. Like, oh my,
this is so bad. Oh my gosh. Oh shit. You thought Jamie Lee Curtis was gonna say something? Wait till tomorrow.
Yes,
that just means that they are.
But it's a
moral of the story. Wait, who is even that? He's really comparing abortion to the Holocaust. But if someone said if he was Black, it would have been a problem. If someone said he was Black, it would have been a problem. Yeah. Yeah, like he just doesn't, he needs what he's saying to be replaced with him. And then he'll probably understand how offensive it is. But this guy,
he'll just be like, yeah, it's true. He'll just like,
I know.
Like, you forget everything that he said.
You were so, yep, that's true.
Dog whistle.
Yeah.
2, let me just say, as I would love to add more love to the world, I would love you to do that as a person with a big voice, with a big, powerful voice that a lot of people look up to. And when you say Jewish media, it's funny how this world works that way. When you say Jewish media, or Jews are controlling the voice of Black artists, Black people, Black artists, when you say that,
am I not allowed to say it out loud?
You can say it. There's a large number of people that are hurting and have anger and even have hate in their heart when they hear Jewish media. That hate starts being directed towards the Jewish people. Do you acknowledge that
he's about to get shit famous over this? Like, he's about to.
I know
the way how he is handling this. Chef's kiss, and he's cute too. Oh my god, just kidding. I just. Does anyone know if he's married? I don't know. He's so cute, right?
I don't know.
I know pretty privilege. I'm just kind of like joking right now. You know, I'm just kind of. It's what I would say to my friends if I was having a conversation with my friends at a coffee shop filming. So I'm just bringing it to this, but because I know pretty privilege is a thing, but yeah, he's so cute. I have a crush.
Do you understand? Can you feel the hate in the world? That comes to the surface when you say stuff like that.
Okay, I feel that when we go into therapy, my dad was a therapist, and obviously I've got some.
I don't care. I need credentials here because your dad was everything. So I need some credentials.
Therapy skills myself. A lot of people, my music is healing. These type of spa-like existences are healing. The color palettes I use are healing. And we can use healing words, right? What I really feel I feel that there's no accountability and no responsibility on Jewish people in media to at least start with own.
Moral of the story says he was Steve Jobs. He was the original Steve Jobs too, right? Yep. I need to see some credentials.
Opening up with the facts of what's dealt with and tell me if I say the facts out loud, to the point of Ari Emanuel writing a letter in the Financial Times trying to take food out of my children's mouth.
He is so, first off, no one can take food out of your children's mouth, but he was so, the problem is he's so fixated on what people are of him and people trying to, you know, he's so fixated on people are trying to, I can't say it right. I'm not allowed to say it right. He's so fixated on that without even focusing really on why you shouldn't say it. And he's so fixated on the other part.
He wants to do whatever he wants and like nobody have anything. He wants to have his freedom of speech and nobody else have their freedom of speech. Like, no, just because somebody says, I don't like what you're saying, or I'm not allowed to say it. Well, clearly you are allowed to say it because you just said it. And they're also allowed to say what you said is wrong.
Right. Yeah, he, oh man. I shouldn't say, I'm on live. I just like, let me not.
Telling people that they're not allowed to work with me. Even Chris Como or Pierce Morgan getting me to apologize and separate Jewish business people from the families of the Jewish business people, which I did. Update. I did that. That already happened.
Yeah, but you just took it all back, you asshole. You just took it all back.
You just basically took it all back. And the headlines are saying you're doubling down. Like
And the
that
way
was a shitty apology. That wasn't really an apology,
right?
But shout out to that conversation.
I need to get on my knees and kiss the dick of Howard Stern. And
you don't need to kiss anyone's dick.
But that's what you guys are acting like.
You guys, look at that.
Because you're talking about it's a shitty opinion, apology. But where's our fucking apology? Watch this.
Sorry.
We don't get. Thank you. Now let's move on.
Sorry. Do I need to get on my knees or no?
And kiss my dick.
Oh shit.
So
just escalated.
See, I can't do that. What he's doing.
Bravo to him for making. He had to make. You know what I mean? Like I love this guy.
Well, I can't do that. I can't like. You just said that the stupidest shit. And like we're gonna joke and laugh and move on. No, we're not. We're not moving on.
He's doing that just to carry. He has we're only 40 minutes. He has so much more to say.
Know.
But he's trying to. This is a professional right here.
He's a
someone who probably wants to punch the fuck out of him, but isn't because he has a job to do for his. You know, and this could be a big career move. So I mean, he's gonna have to. Not make this podcast boring. It's not boring anymore because of Kanye. But if someone else was on here, it probably would be boring. Lex Friedman. Hold on. I want to see if you have Instagram. Let me press play.
You're funny. I don't think he's married.
That's escalated quickly. So what? No, I'm saying where's our apology? But we can't get to apology because you're telling me there's no right way for me to word it. So tell me, for me, a person who's been fucked on my deals and a person that has friends that never figured out how to make shoes with a German company that couldn't tell me to wear a BLM shirt and take off my red hat, like what would have happened if I was at Nike, right? Tell me exactly how to engineer the situation.
I'll tell you exactly how.
Oh shit, this guy has 1.8 million followers on Twitter.
Yeah.
Like,
and Kanye's not getting the way to engineer it is to actually give a fuck. Like it's that simple.
I'm gonna not think about how I'm definitely not out of his league, and I will stop looking now. I've been listening, so I'll listen to the rest.
See, this is why you have to go to the Ivy Leagues, you know? You meet guys like this. When you go to Ivy League college.
My ex was, he graduated from, he had a master's degree in investment banking at Yale. He's the one that I moved to with Chicago.
Okay.
But it didn't work out. It didn't work out. But yeah,
Okay,
he's the
but
one
he
I
got
moved.
friends.
But you
And the
said
friends
Ivy
have
League.
friends.
Ivy
And
League
then...
is not what it is. Ivy League isn't what it is.
Really?
No.
You're like, I dated a guy from Yale. He's an idiot.
Well, I mean, he's the only guy I actually moved to a whole another state for. Like, for real. I told you the one
Oh,
about
wow.
Chicago, right?
Oh.
Did I? Do you remember? Or are you just faking?
No, you mentioned that you had been
Okay.
to Chicago, but you didn't tell. I didn't know the whole story.
Okay. Anyways, man, he's probably never watching this because he's too smart to watch this. So I'm gonna just stop talking. And I keep thinking this is our podcast because it's going up on my channel, but hopefully I don't get enough views on this anyways. So cool.
Have the balls as a man to call out the individuals. Don't call them Jews. Call them by their name and start a war
No,
against
he's
those
right.
individuals.
Say their
They're
name.
not Jewish.
But if that's the case,
Mm-mm.
will you help me with that?
Sure.
Okay.
100%. Assholes are well, let me flip that too. I don't understand the industry well. I see that people are fucking people over for sure. But how do you solve that? If you right now run the world's you're doing a million things, but say you ran also a record label.
I have ran a record label. Well, I've been ran by a record label where I was the face of a record label and had Big Sean and different people complaining to me, and I knew fuck about running a record label. I was simply just a talented producer and an influencer that then started good music, but I wasn't the one running good music.
How would you do it differently?
This is something I proposed.
Real quick, irrelevant. I'm just now like really commenting on his top here. You know what's so annoying? How rich people try so hard to do this fashion that looks like poor people. You know? You know, it's very interesting. Like with the whole ripped jeans now, the whole this looked like you were just painting but you weren't. You know, it's very let's look poor. Is that really the trend now? Especially oh my god, especially Balenciaga and those fucking sneakers. Daddy sneakers. Like literally look like you can go into Goodwill and they were there from the 90s, you know? So yeah, the Balenciaga sneakers. Not, you know, fronting against. I'm not saying bad things about Goodwill because I was just in Goodwill, but I was looking for a couch, and then I thought, oh my gosh, I might have roaches or eggs and all that stuff, so I didn't get it. But what was I gonna say? Yeah, I noticed the whole trend, the whole fashion. Like, okay.
Oh wow,
I
yeah,
would
I'm
look
seeing
at-
it. Like it literally looks like some old New Balances. That cost like $60.
For him, that costs like $235.
The top 10 execs in 3 fields in sports,
Oh my god.
film, and music. And I would look at the top 10.
It doesn't matter, Kanye. You can look at the top 50 execs and all of that. At the end of the day, it doesn't matter because the Jewish people who are home right now, they're not offending you. Like, it doesn't matter. I'm black. And I'm talking shit about you right now. Like, it doesn't matter.
He thinks the Jewish people are the dominant class, and he's one step away from saying that they are the oppressive class. But what's interesting is we don't even do that for white people who are considered the dominant class. Like the racial hierarchy was created to put white people on top. And we don't even say, look at the top whatever and they're white, therefore all white people are controlling like the whole world. Like we don't even talk about that towards the actual race that was created to be considered dominant. We don't even do that. So where did he come up with this idea to say that of Jewish people, if not from freaking neo-Nazis?
Right. Like that's the Republicans. Or maybe not the Republicans, but at least the Trumpers. Like, this is really sad. It's, you know, this is I don't know. Part of me is like, I'm glad you posted this, Lex. But another part of me is like, this should have never seen the problem is though, when Kanye West in the last podcast was like, he was telling those guys, you got to post it because they said I couldn't post it. And so he's going to post it. You know what I mean? Because technically this would not be postable. You can never post this.
Oh, yeah, because that's why Tucker Carlson edited out all the Jewish stuff. And so now Kanye, you know, he feels free because he's on these podcasts that aren't TV networks.
I mean, he about to go on Joe Rogan next.
Oh, yeah.
Is he gonna fly to Texas? Is Joe Rogan? I think Joe Rogan's in Texas, right?
I heard he moved to Texas, but I don't know.
I don't know if Kanye West's gonna fly to Texas for Joe Rogan. He might. Who knows? Moral of the story: the thing is, he isn't wrong. That the top dogs in the music industry and entertainment industry is Jewish, but like, why does that mean that there is some agenda? Like, if they were Christians, would he feel the same way? No, he wouldn't. That's the problem. He wouldn't.
Yeah.
I don't know. Actually, it's Kanye. Anyone that's on top of him, he has a problem with, you know?
No, I don't think he would. If they were Christian, because he's Christian.
I don't know, that he might switch it around. I don't know. Kanye is like very...
Oh, like, okay, if they're Christian, then he'd be like, oh, I'm actually like... What do these hoteps call themselves? They don't call themselves Christian. They call themselves like, I don't know, the Brotherhood or something.
I don't know. You would know more about that than
me. He would call himself something else. I see what you're saying, yeah. If they were all Christian.
I'm trying to change the my title. Lex, what's his name?
Lex Fried, F-R-I Demon.
F-R-I
Demon.
M-A-N? F-R-I-D-M-A-N? Okay. Reacting to Kanye West's interview with... Just gonna put that...
Yeah, where's the agenda coming from? Because I don't see Jewish people, even the ones in power, I don't see how they're pushing any kind of Jewish specific values on people or, you know, like things specific to their religion. The only thing I can see is nepotism, which everyone does. So like that's the only agenda I can see. I don't know what it even makes me feel uncomfortable to even use that word agenda in this conversation.
He just needs help. It's very clear, you know. But a part of me thinks he always thought this. I think him getting help would only help the delivery, would help him being like help him being, you know, quiet about this. Like, it'll stay in his head, but that's, you know, it'll stay in his head. That's it. Yeah. So I think that he would still think this anyways.
I think he constantly feels persecuted. Like remember when Joe Rogan was like, oh, if you're a cis-het white man, you can't say anything. And then everyone's like, you have a podcast and you were paid like $10 million to make it. You know what I mean? Like, Kanye is that, like, on steroids. Like, he like, any pushback, he feels like, you don't support me, you're against me, you're not allowing me, you're saying I'm not allowed.
Does it on purpose. Come on, that dude does it on purpose so he can get headlines in the news when he has low ratings. You know, that's it. He knows by now what to say, when not to say to get headlines. That's it.
Yeah.
Yeah. Oh, let me press play.
Clients, participant, talent. I would look at the top talent in each of those fields, the top 10 of them. And some of them are going to be Tom Brady. Some of them are going to be Taylor Swift. Some of them, they're not all going to be black, right? Taylor
Swift.
Some of them will be Adele, right? And we'll look at all their contracts transparently, and we'll compare the notes and re-engineer like it's a new constitution. Because when I told my dad when I was 19 that I was going to get into the music industry, he begged me not to. He said, I heard it's treacherous. Now I'm in a position where I've been through it. I saw it. I went out, made some money somewhere else. I saw my name get smeared. I saw my family get destroyed. I saw my reputation get destroyed. And I'm back here to have this I'm back here as a being with engineering opportunities.
So
wait a second. If you say it's a shitty apology, what is the version of the apology short of kissing Howard Stern's dick?
I don't think anyone wants to kiss Howard Stern's dick.
That's the whole point, Howard Stern. Nobody wants to kiss your dick, so shut the fuck up. I said, and by the way, I'm antagonizing you, Howard Stern. I used to be a fan of you.
Yeah, me too.
This is his.
I'm still a fan.
He's shooting his shot.
Now you're just doing clickbait like everybody else.
He wants
Now
Howard Stern to put him on his show.
Oh hell yeah. And he's gonna sound like an idiot over there too.
You know what's interesting? He keeps talking about his dad. He used to always talk about his mom. He used to not talk about his dad, and now it's swapped. Now he's like not talking about his mom.
Get this, in the other podcast that he went on, he was saying it wasn't until his mom died he realized that his mom was trying to keep him away from his dad.
Wow. Wow.
Now it's my dad's this, my dad's that, my dad yada yada yada.
Wow.
Yeah.
That.
And now I think your mom tried to keep you away from your dad for a very good reason.
And also your dad did. This sounds bad. I was going to say something that sounds really mean. But your dad was just kind of just not a.
Say it.
Just based on the information that's out there, your dad just didn't want to be a dad.
My awesome biz coach says the cost some will pay for life experiences. Okay. Yeah, I don't even know, man.
That's crazy. So now he's made some kind of flip. Something happened. Was it literally just because Kim broke up? Like something happened. It had to be before the divorce. Something happened.
I don't know. Don't you think that when you have an illness, that if something bad happens in your life, it triggers that illness when you're not taking medications?
Right. Yeah. No, definitely. I think like when his mom died, definitely that triggered something. Like everyone saw a distinct difference after his mom died. But now I'm like, what is this era? Like it has evolved into something. I really feel like it stems from his need for attention. Like he just needs constant attention. His mom used to give it to him. Kim used to give it to him. His kids, like his daughter is just like him, like always needed attention. She would give it to him. And now he's separated from all that and I think he's turning to a new group that he thinks will give it to him.
Right. I definitely agree that has something to do with it too.
And Howard.
All right.
Now, Howard Stern, this is the first time anyone's said your name in years. Your own family doesn't say your name unless they're calling to get their bills paid.
You're going hard. See, that's beautiful right there. That's much better than calling Jewish media. Go after individuals.
Okay,
go
so
after individuals. And you don't talk shit about me. Talk shit about me. This is great.
And you know what that is?
Yeah, what's that? Engineering.
That's an engineer's approach.
Yeah, engineers. Yeah. You should learn some of that.
We all can use our pain against each other.
Yeah.
Or we can say we're a being with engineering opportunities. And we can know about history. So let me change something. We can have just to be judgmental. People say thou should not judge. I was talking to Camille Vasquez. She says, I'm very judgmental. That's
he
what we
loves name dropping people.
I believe. Now you can go to Bible and one thing's going to say one thing, another thing may be contradicted in a way, and then the pastor has to unpack it. I believe that we are to judge. If you look at some food and it's got a fly coming out of it, you can then judge at that point. You're supposed to use your better judgment. But whenever someone doesn't want to change something they're doing, they'll say, don't judge me, right? But as a species, you called for me. You got the breakthrough. And by the way, it's only an engineer that I would respect to tell me of how to update how I'm communicating. Because this started off, right? I've been through all these interviews. Let me go to this. You said this was a sorry apology. I was very specific. I said the Jewish, because by the way, it's a barrage, right? It's a thing where I don't even remember the names at a certain point, right? Mm-hmm. It's like if a girl was getting raped by men, if that person is not 18, right? And she was getting raped since 14, right? And she still got this face, this super like Irina Shayk level face, right? She might say, I hate men. That woman may say, I hate men. She might get to that point because she was raped. On my contracts, and no one can say this is ramped up. No one, Howard Stern can't say this is ramped up. Ari Emanuel can't say this is ramped up. George Soros knows damn well that I'm not ramped up. George Soros knows, like, wow, this guy's like a younger guy that's looking at what I did and looking at how I control the world silently, and he's calling it out, and he's not using any of the fear tactics. I can't send his homeboys around him. I can't send his wife to him. This guy, that's what George Soros sees, right? When he's dealing with me, right? So what you guys are actually asking me to do, I'm comparing myself to that 18-year-old beautiful woman that had been mistreated by men for 4 years of her life, right? And you're saying, you know, as a man, you can't blame all men. And I'm saying, as a responsible, forward philosopher leader, okay, I'll drop the pain and I will specify, because I'm up here. I lost my fucking family. I lost my kids. I lost
because of, you can't take accountability for your actions. You can't. Like, Kim could go to court tomorrow, file docs, and she will have 100% custody. I mean, all she has to do is show clips of this and say, the father of my kids is teaching my kids hate speech. That's all
right.
she has to do. Mm-hmm.
And then Liminal said, oh, I'm sure you can hear feedback, but Liminal said that Camille Vasquez struck Kanye as a client. And you can't do good lawyer work when your client is this off the rails.
Right. No, I'm thinking of this. I think this is why she really did it. What clients is she going to have if she's defending someone who is, you know, basically racist against people who she may have as clients? You know, she could lose clients.
Yeah, that's true too.
Oh, my awesome biz coach says we wish him the best on any alleged mental recovery that he needs.
Lost my best friend in fashion. I lost the Black community. I lost, you know, people said I lost my mind. All of these things, lost my reputation. And I'm up here just like, I just want my family, but I don't want my family to have to say what the left wants us to say. To have to say what China wants us to say. I want to be an American and protect my kids and protect my wife and raise my kids as Christians and have my wife be a Christian and innovate.
You can't do that. You married Kim knowing that she, you know, was like naked, a model, like in these magazines and stuff. Like, you married her like that. You can't all of a sudden change her. You may change from who you are, but you can't change someone. He's acting like he wanted marrying a full Christian person who went to church every Sunday. He didn't.
And America made rock and roll. I want to innovate as a creative person and be a successful American, but all of that had been taken away from me. So I'm coming back And I'm removing the PSTD right now, right? I'm standing up and saying the only way that we're going to be able to get past this and the way God is going to use me right now is for me to stop talking about the pain, stop talking about what happened, and do something about it. And that's where I'm at right now in this moment. Like, yeah, people agree. At least there was something we could say he has a reason of why he got to that tweet. And what you're doing for me today is saying, that was a sorry apology, and let's specify. I'm not asking for anyone out here to empathize or sympathize for a dude worth $11 billion that can make money disappear. Appear at a thin air in 5 different industries. I'm not asking for anybody to sympathize with someone who's married to Kim Kardashian, dated Irina Shayk, like I feel like I'm just not going to get the sympathy vote in this situation, right? So
I feel your pain.
Yeah, I feel like no one's going to feel my pain. Only Brad and Leo can feel my pain, right? So but here today, when you said it's a sorry apology, what's the apology that you're looking for as a Jewish engineer? As Lex, let's not talk about you being Jewish. As Lex, what's the apology that you want me to say to, am I allowed to say Jewish? Tell me, is it anti-Semitic for Ye to say Jewish out loud?
He didn't learn nothing. He's about to walk out and start talking about Jewish people again. Like, he didn't learn absolutely nothing.
I'm really interested what this Lex guy's going to say, because the answer is actually learn something and be sincere, which you can't be because you don't want to learn and you're not sincere. So just move on. You're allowed to say whatever you want. Just deal with the fact that it's offensive. Just deal with it.
Guys, after this Holocaust, we're going to zoom. We're going to like skedaddle into fashion. If anything's, I'm just going to go press to see if anything is important. I really want to get into the media and the anti-Semitism and accountability. Yeah. Okay.
No, there's I don't like the allowed that presumes censorship. I think you choose. You have a powerful voice.
Did I prove that there was censorship over the past 2 weeks?
No.
Who censored you? Oh, Drink Champs.
Oh my Lord.
Oh, like Twitter and so on.
Twitter.
That has less to do.
Drink Champs.
That hurt you. The Drink Champs. That no one took down your conversation.
No.
It didn't hurt you. Man, you gotta be honest about the pain.
We're still the kids we used to be. I put my hand on the stove to see if I still bleed. And nothing hurts anymore. I feel kind of free. No, do you think, I went to Japan for 2 to 3 months, right? The day I had Sunday service, my kids are supposed to be there. And my kids were nowhere to be found.
Here we go. Oh my God.
He's still talking about that fucking day. That when he told us their whole week's agenda, he's still
and then no, get this. In the last podcast, he was talking about, I still didn't know when my daughter's birthday. I swear another birthday happened by then, right? Like another birthday happened for the kid by now. See, so I'm like, can we stop rehashing?
He's still talking about the old one.
Right. Like, I feel like a year went by already. And I'm sure that happened last year. I swear to God.
But Lex needs to calm down for remembering the Holocaust too much.
I know. I can't hear this name. My kids.
Found. And I text Kim and said, where are my kids? We get into an argument. And then I get a text from a number I don't know. And it's Pete Davidson bragging about being in bed with my wife. Then
just fucking with you?
Well, at that point, it's like, they're trying to put me in jail or put a friend of mine in jail. Because then I'm going to go surround the hotel and do all, do something which would have me not be able to be here. And instead, I walked away from that situation. I went to Japan, like the samurai that I am. And
we can't even take accountability for hypothetical situations. Like, it's like sitting here, they trying to get me to be in, like, what?
To the top of the mountain. And because I knew that, I knew there was no way she could love this dude, not just because he's ugly, he's not black. She likes black guys. Every guy that she, is with looks exactly the same. Ray J, Reggie Bush, at that time, Kanye West, she has a type. Just like how I have a type. Like a lot of my girls look kind of similar to her because in a video game character, people have their type, right? So I knew that this was like,
oh my God.
The princess has a type and she likes Mario.
Right, there you go.
As somebody who cares for you and hopefully can be a friend, I gotta say these words and the words about Jews is not the words of a samurai, of a great man. I would say, you said something that resonated with a lot of people when you said George Bush doesn't care about black people. I have to say, as somebody who cares for you, that the artist formerly known as Kanye West, doesn't care about Jewish people. In the same way you spoke about George Bush being a politician and not giving a fuck about the poor people that suffered after Katrina, you're not giving a fuck about the suffering of the Jewish people across the world.
Why am I not?
Oh, Jesus.
Because you're giving strength, motivation.
But we already updated. I gave an apology.
You're saying Nazi
rhetoric.
Yeah, that's right.
And now you're telling me, no, I'm not
gonna. You don't need to kiss anyone.
People who hate Jewish people would say, you're literally just. Kanye will never understand until he's ready to understand. He came on here to prove a point. That's it. He's not here to listen. He's here to somehow make himself look better, but it's not working.
One's dick. What you have to do,
me to kiss
you have to say it was wrong to say. There's no Jewish media. There's no Jewish.
There isn't.
There's no control of the media by Jewish people.
You're an engineer, brother. If you're an engineer and you're not holding to the truth, that's not engineering.
Engineering is not. That's hate. That's not engineering.
No,
Engineering
it's called,
says, I'm going to build a better record label.
It's called stereotypes.
And I'm going to respect art.
Stereotypes exist for a reason.
Engineers don't do stereotypes.
Udoka.
Huh?
Guys, I'm listening, but I'm trying to go on Twitter to see if anyone said anything. But Udoka, thoughts and opinions, just posted. Mental illness is fucking hilarious.
Yeah, because thoughts and opinions really cares about mental health.
She's sitting there coming at me, and you don't care about mental health? Like, I actually do. I just think Kanye is saying I just think racism isn't, you can't hide behind mental illness for racism.
Right.
That's what I believe. And it's just, guys, if you don't know, so this account / small YouTuber like myself, Thoughts and Opinions, she's like an actual bully, a character for a bully. So it's fun because we're going to have a Twitter account. And so I can just talk all this shit. And I'm just kidding, honest things. And she's just a horrible person. So and she came for me because she said I don't care about mental health. It was like maybe a few days ago or last week. And I just thought it was funny. So
Stereotypes are dumb. They allow you to channel hate towards the other.
You know what the biggest thing is?
Yeah.
With a veteran that was sitting next to me at Cheesecake Factory last night, he said, the general justice, he serves for whoever is the president, right? And he said, what's happening in politics is we're forgetting we're on the same side. We're forgetting we're on this. This is someone is practically, now he's a nurse. So he's still, fighting for humanity in a way. He went from holding guns in battle to being a nurse, and when people are battling for their lives. And he said,
Jessica said Tucker Carlson is the biggest show on the biggest news network. So how is he being censored? Mm-hmm. Yep. Kanye is just making arguments to fit his agenda, but once he's done with the sentence, he doesn't care if he if whatever he says in the next sentence is if it's hypocritical to what he just said, basically, if I'm making sense. Moral of the story said, all right, gotta go, but y'all have fun. Good night. I did not mean for this. I knew it was going to be long because I started at 7, I think. Or 6. No, I started at 6:30. So I knew this was going to be long. Yeah.
Ed, we're forgetting we're on the same side. This is a person that no matter who becomes president, he can still be told to go to war. And the chaos that's created by the media has split the country in half. And what us as beings with an engineer opportunity need to do right now is find the blue water. Where are places that we agree on? And I want you to finish everything. Hey, I'm gonna let you finish everything that you want to express to me. Get off all. I'm your scarecrow today. I'm your punching bag today for everything I did, and I want you to stand up for all of the hate. That I'm your Al Gore when he lost the election. Remember, he almost became a punching bag for the lady that had voted on him, and she just said all this stuff, and he's like, I know, I agree with you, right? But there's nothing, that he could do about it. With this, it's like things that you're saying, I agree with you. It's like if you sit some kids in the principal's office and I punch somebody, right? I took my hand, right, as what it really means. Even Ari Emanuel had to say, this is a pop icon, right? And I went and just punched an entire people.
I don't even know how he started the sentence. My brain can't work. I don't know what he just said.
One time, or said that I was about to. I went like this, right? And I got blacked out, black mirrored, done, right? And it's like, what were you even going to do? And why did you go like this? I went like this because I can't even do, I would look insane to physically show you a metaphor, a physical rep.
Yeah, guys, I don't know if I'm making a video because this is like torture to watch it. To do again. Oh my god, I don't know what he's saying. What are you saying?
Let me actually listen. Maybe I can
am listening.
decipher
You
something.
don't know what he's saying. I'm listening.
Representation of my last 20 years of what I've been through as a musician, as a father, and as a black person with a political opinion.
A great man still through the pain does the right thing. And I think the right thing is to not say that there's Jewish control of the media. And
that's incorrect, though. That's a fucking lie. There is. And they did come and bully me. It proved the point.
No, the reason you don't say it is because the world is much bigger than the, forgive me, the narrow little world you exist in. Your impact stretches way past those little boardroom meetings over contracts.
So what should I have done? What should I have done?
Not say that you should be a strong man that doesn't mention religion or people, and then fight. Do you want to win this fight?
How do I win? How do we win?
Call out individual people, build. That's one way because they have a big voice. The other voice that I prefer is to build another label.
I feel like you're controlling my creative narrative and my, because just like how you're telling me I shouldn't have said that.
Oh, sorry. I was like, is there another voice in the background?
Yeah. It reminds me of when he went on that podcast with Sway, and he was like, "You don't got the answer, Sway," because Sway. Do you know what I'm referring to?
No.
Oh, when you Google it, you'll find it. Okay. Where he does an interview. This was a couple of years ago. he was interviewing with Sway, saying how he wants to have a fashion line, and all these white business people just don't take him seriously. And Sway was like, why don't you start your own line? Or he wanted to like partner with someone, and Sway's like, have your own line. And Kanye's like, you don't have the answers. How? I tried that. How? And now, like, all these years later, he did an interview, and the lady was like, so, like, now that you have your own clothing line, like, do you have anything to say about Sway? Because remember, you said he didn't have the answers? And Kanye was like, yeah, I have to admit, Sway did actually have the answer. So that's what this it makes me like. This guy's like saying, say their actual name. Stop saying the Jewish. And he's right. Like, if you're this big tough guy with God's protection, say their actual name. Say the actual name of the people who are screwing you over. Stop scapegoating it on Jewish people.
Right.
And I feel like years later, Kanye's gonna be like, oh, he was right. They should have just said their name. Sorry for being anti-Semitic.
No, this is what he's gonna say. You have to understand, I was at a period in my life where my kids were being kidnapped. And like there was no one, everyone wasn't protecting me. Like where was Meek Mill when my kids were kidnapped? All these people, all these niggas, all of them. You know, we were, you know what I mean? He's gonna go on that. And by the way, I'm just repeating what he said in the last podcast. That's how he's gonna look at it.
Bro, what did Meek Mills have to do with anything? Why did you say Meek Mill?
Because I don't know if that's what he said in the last. So I was like,
I saw that clip, and I thought, maybe I'm just, you know, out of context.
I know. Like literally, he said, literally, that's what he said, and I don't know. For like, I feel like I have to say this for those who are like, oh my gosh, she said the N-word. Like, I've always been very vocal about, you can say like the AS, because I've never had a problem with it. I mean, you don't have to say it. I say it sometimes. I never really do.
Well,
but
first of all, you're black. That's the only explanation that needs to be had.
No, because my neighbor, she calls me the ER. So I like
your neighbor's not black. And also, there's actually some people who don't know ER is offensive. So like, even when a black person says ER, it's not as offensive as a non-black, but it's meant to be offensive, okay? Like,
or like, I know some people who are like joking around, and they're like, "You negro," no, negro in Italian. I've been called at work, no, but negro.
They know what they're doing, though. They know.
No, in Italian, that's like, she's literally calling me a nigger. Yeah. It's just so many layers around it.
Bro, like people try to find like every loophole to be racist. It's so stupid. Why? And even with your neighbor, like, because they're like, oh, she has bipolar or whatever. And it's like, why it's a mental illness? Like, it dodges everything, but it remembers. It remembers.
Why does mental illness? Why does dementia always remembers
the dementia?
Why the fuck does dementia and it fucking always remembers the racism? For real. On the day, this lady was calling me negro, and I'm like, you negro, you putana. You know, literally every single day.
God.
So, yep. Story of my life.
There are people telling me I shouldn't have wore a red hat.
No, because you asked me, what should I have done? You're supposed to be a scarecrow, so I thought I'm gonna beat the shit out of the scarecrow with my words, right? You let me.
Yeah,
it was consensual.
The punching bag is a bag because scarecrow actually has a different.
Yeah,
real
that's right.
meaning.
I'm like,
so let's say a punching bag. I should have said scarecrow.
Yeah.
But every single person that I've sat with from the point when I wore the red hat till now has done the same thing. Sit in the principal's office and don't do what you're doing.
We're in the janitor's closet right now together, and I'm not. The red hat is very different. The red hat is you have a set of beliefs. You represent half the country that has a hope, a vision for the future of America. That's very different than without any purpose whatsoever saying Jewish media, Jewish control of the media.
You said there's no purpose, so you're taking away my history and my reason of what my purpose was.
I'm saying it
was
dumb.
He doesn't want him to talk.
I'm speaking my voice, vocalizing.
Also,
yeah.
Hey, Paris.
It's God's plan. There's a lot of things that open up. Let me tell you something that opened up. There's a guy, like I told you, that was running STEM Player, who I've had issues with. We hadn't got paid on time, certain things, right? And he took his IQ, his know-how, his engineering know-how to, he basically was trying to Adidas me with, even though I was the bigger money in the situation. That was fun, and we funded together. And he hired these engineers, and he said, well, because of your comments, we're not going to be able to hire anybody else. And I was like, well, how many Jewish people do we have in our company? He said, I don't know. He didn't say exactly, right? I said, do we have Black people? He said, yes. I said, how many? He said, 2. So we have like 60 full-time employees, like 40 half-time and part-time. And I took as a responsibility. Let's take a step back from the us being one species and say, hey, you're Jewish, I'm Black. Right?
Why step back?
For this example, for the sake of this example. Cool. And I said, wow, I'm sure I could hire more than 2 Black engineers. And what happens is, because there are so many businessmen that just so happen to be Jewish, that it's good business, right? Just to monopolize. That's what people are looking. Everybody wants to be Elon, right? So,
oh boy.
I disagree with that.
Okay, but let me finish this point.
I'm gonna let you finish. I'm gonna let you finish.
A lot of businessmen want to be as successful as Elon and as popular as Elon. A lot, like it just worded like that, which I hate the term a lot. Actually, I want to be more specific, but I haven't done the math on it. Let's say some. Factually, for sure, there are some business people of all different walks and backgrounds that would like to be as rich and as popular as Elon Musk.
Okay.
So let me just take a step back from the we're one species into the we're separated by race, gender, socioeconomic class conversation and say, as a Black owner of 2 tech platforms, hardware and software, I need to take action. Let's not call it affirmative. Let's just say I need to take action, and I need to take accountability in ensuring that Black engineers are hired, and guess what? Hired together. Because when the Black people that are brilliant are separated from our culture, we forget who we are. And we'll get to a point where, OJ will say, I'm not Black, I'm OJ. Because just to be on the golf course, we put on the golf shirt. But the golf shirt might not be something that our culture would have done. And now our culture in poor communities is...
Do you know what he's saying? I'm lost.
Okay, he's saying... God, I don't even know how he got on this topic. Because we're still in the Holocaust part, right? What the fuck? He's saying that there needs to be more Black engineers. So he needs to do his part by hiring them. He's trying to make a joke about affirmative action. He's trying to say it's not affirmative action. The I'm not Black, I'm OJ is reference to OJ Simpson. OJ Simpson, whenever somebody says that quote, I'm not Black, I'm OJ, they're talking about like a Black guy who thinks his race, a Black guy who thinks he has transcended the effects of his race. Like, but like the truth is you're still Black. So he's saying that he wants to get more Black engineers so that they can say that and mean it. Say, I'm not Black, I'm an engineer, basically. Well, like, who cares? I don't know. Like, I don't know what this has to... I don't know why he's talking about this. I don't know. And I guarantee he's not going to do it. I guarantee he's not even going to... I guarantee. What? He's not going to do it. He's not going to hire Black engineers. He's not going to do anything to help any black person in engineering or promote
you don't.
black people
I
in
think that piece
engineering.
of paper he got on that table is going to be the trash by the time he walks out the door. Of course, he's not going to do anything.
He's going to crumple it in his pocket.
It might make it out the building, but not into the house. Like, I just feel like he's just trying to prove a point that he is right, and so he's not focused on anything else other than trying to prove a point. He doesn't. This is why this shouldn't be filmed. Like, obviously, this should be filmed for that guy Lex. Like, yeah, get your coin, get your bank.
Yeah.
I feel like, especially with all this that you had to endure, of course. But with that being said, I feel like if the cameras were off, he'd be actually probably trying to listen, but he has a point to make. He knows he's going to go up online, so all he's fixated on is being right.
Yeah.
Everybody's got Draco on them. Everybody's got a gun on them. Oh, if you run up on me on the gas station, I'm going to kill you. Hey, you ain't got to talk to me like a man if I haven't killed at least 5 people. But you know what happens is we can kill 5 people. We can kill 10 people and still be in the media as long as we play by the rules, right? Because what will happen is any of these guys that have talked about killing people and different things, unless Trump had pardoned them, right? But let's say, even if Trump had pardoned them, they could still go to someone like a Lil Boozy or Meek Mills or Puff Daddy, anybody, and say, hey, we need you to talk shit about Ye right now. And also, you're not allowed, if you do want to vote for Trump or vote outside of what this arrangement is, then we're going to put you in jail. We're not going to bring you down. We have this on you. You get what I'm saying? If I had ever killed someone, if I wasn't the bitch with the pink polo on, I wouldn't be able to be the vocal man that I am today. You understand what I'm saying? This is the reason why I'm happy that the vote itch.
I don't want to
If I
remind us at all,
you down,
guys.
then we're gonna put you in jail. We're not gonna bring you down. We have this on you. You get what I'm saying? If I had ever killed someone, if I wasn't the bitch with the pink polo on, I wouldn't be able to be the vocal man that I am today. You understand what I'm saying? This is the reason why I'm happy that my gangster disciple brothers kept me from the initiations, which made me feel like a pussy my whole life, right? But
So because you didn't kill someone, you felt like a pussy your whole life? Got it.
now I am someone who legally can say this. Other people in my position, they legally cannot speak. They legally cannot speak, or they will go to prison. I am in a bit of a glass prison because I don't have say-so of where my children go to school. But
You're not
I'm in a
glass
freedom place
prison
where I can
because
have
you
this
can't pick a
conversation with you
choice.
right now. And that is, I don't like the word breakthrough. That's God's hand on this situation. But you get what I'm saying about if I hadn't said the tweet, I wouldn't have had to take the accountability myself to hire black engineers into my 2 tech platforms.
Yeah, and you get what I'm saying. That's a beautiful personal journey you're on. But you get what I'm saying.
It's not personal, it's for my people as a whole. As a tribal
it's a small
person,
company.
About your people.
Small company.
Shut up.
as a tribal person,
You're not tribal.
I believe that I am my people.
No,
Yeah.
And the thing that businessmen have done to my people have pulled the brightest out of our tribes and siloed them and made us
the
lose
Jewish
our
people?
culture
I think
and
that's
lose
what you
who they
wanted to
were.
say.
The only thing I wanted to say at Virgil's funeral, which I wasn't allowed to, right? It was a white pastor that talked the majority of the funeral. Half the funeral was pissed, right? And this pastor actually married me and Kim, right? He looks like Justin Timberlake a little bit. He talked half the funeral. He knew Virgil was passing, did a collaboration with him before he passed, by the way, right? A clothing collaboration. I didn't know Virgil was passing, but the thing I wanted to say, I saw A$AP Rocky and I saw some other members of his gang, in the audience at the funeral. And all I wanted to tell him is, don't let them split the gang up. don't let them split the gang up.
Yeah, this definitely reminds
When
me
I
of
did
the whole Gabby Hanna situation. Like, this literally just reminds me. It's just a little bit more calmer here, but it's exactly, like the whole Gabby Hanna thing. Like, he's having an episodes because he's probably not taking his meds because he doesn't feel like Kanye needs to take his meds. This is a spiral, out of control type of thing.
But like the reason why I stopped saying that he's manic is because, and I know like mania can last a long time, but I just feel like how long is like Gabby Hanna's, that was a manic episode. It lasted like 3 days. I'm like, okay, like that's how long they last about. But this is like, it's a little bit long time. I don't know.
But do you think if he's not taking his medication, doesn't it start
Oh,
up
right.
again?
Yeah, like I feel like he's, I don't know. He's not taking his medication, so I'm like, maybe this is just what he's like. I don't know what do we call this? I don't know. I don't know.
I don't know. This is very clear that he.
Yeah. And I used to be like, I remember when he was telling people, no, I don't take my medication. And I used to be like, you know what? Like, you're an artist. I used to feel.
Do you feel the same way now about him? I said that he should get a gag order. Do you feel like he should get a gag order?
So is a gag order like a specific person? Like if Kim says you can't speak about me?
So yeah, you can't speak about me or the kids.
Yeah, I think like if she can get away with submitting that, I think she should submit that.
Follow up. So I would go to court. Here's what I would do if I was Kim. I would go to court. I would ask the judge for a gag order, and then I would say, usually when you violate the gag order, I think you go to jail, some shit like that. But I would say, I would address the court and say, Judge, is it possible that can you put this in there, that if he violates the gag order, then get a conservatorship? Hear me out. A conservatorship, I've explained this probably like 3 times on this live already, but a conservatorship, it doesn't have to mean like go Britney Spears, feel me? It doesn't have to mean that. What it means is that I can take this pen and I can say Kanye West can't draw black ink on paper because that makes him have delusions. That makes this whole thing, you know what I get? That's the only thing he cannot do. So basically, a conservatorship is kind of like a gag order because the only thing she would be asking is that when he goes on social media, he cannot talk about the kids and stuff, but he won't have access to certain things of that nature. And if he does, then he's basically gets the same way. I think if you break in conservatorship, I don't know. Like if you break in conservatorship, I'm not sure what happens. But either way, I know that's way much worse than a gag order. So
yeah, I just don't like the idea of another person who's not even your family having that control over anyone. I don't.
Right, but like I feel that what is gonna happen? I mean, people say it can't get worse than this, but I feel like it can. I'm not sure.
Well, like, what can you like? Kim is able to be self-sufficient. She's able to care for the kids. She's able to afford the lifestyle she's used to for herself and the kids.
That's not it, though. The problem is that his actions are creating hateful crimes. Other people are creating these hateful crimes because of his actions, because of his mental illness. So when you are a person that is carrying on hateful speech because of your mental illness, that needs to be fixed. You shouldn't have the ability to preach what you want that causes hate crimes on other people. You're affecting other people. That's what I have a problem with.
Then I think the people affected should sue. I don't think they should control.
Yeah. Yeah, I said that earlier. Like, because there were hate crimes on people's cars and shit. So I was like, those people who are affected, they need to fucking sue.
Yeah, they need to file a class action or I don't know, whatever it's called. A group. Yeah.
They sure do. They sure do.
The first Yeezy because I did Kanye West 2 fashion shows before as a high-end luxury, all leather kind of designer, not all leather, but high-end materials, mink, this kind of thing. And then I came back with Yeezy with Adidas. And this fashion show was so popular that Justin Bieber had to sit in the second row, right? This thing had every name you could think of. It had Kim Kardashian, Kris Jenner, Kendall Jenner. It was Kylie's first fashion show she'd been in. And in the second fashion show, I put Kylie and Bella Hadid next to each other in the fashion show. You had Puff Daddy. At that time, Puff Daddy had beef with Drake. Drake still came to the show, and Jay-Z had to break up the fight backstage. The designers, you had Jerry Lorenzo, that's head of Fear God. You had Kim Schraub, head of Skims. You had Virgil Abloh, head of Louis Vuitton. You had Dimna, head of Balenciaga, all working for Ye, for the leader, for the philosopher, right? For the person that who put this together? Me, that's who, right? You had these people working for the king of New York, basically the boss, Ye, right? You had Jay-Z in the audience, Rihanna in the audience, Beyonce in the audience, sitting next to Anna Wintour in this audience. And guess who heard wind of this? One of the richest men in the world, Bernard Arnault, caught wind of this. What's going on?
What's
They're
your point,
building up
Kanye?
something, and we need to stop it. So then he met with me and politely offered me backing for my clothing line. It would be Kanye West. They would get 49%, 51%. I would get 49%. They'd have control, and they were going to give me all of the support from Louis Vuitton. So I had to go to Adidas, and I told Adidas, hey, let's indemnify the apparel. So Adidas, you're not going to do the apparel anymore. Hey, we had a good time, but we're going to run off with Giselle now, right? Mm-hmm. So that's like you told your girl that, and she's like, oh no, we had the proudest moment of our career and stuff. So then he offers me the deal, and Alexander Arnault, who's gone on and raped and pillaged from all of the talent that I had afterwards, I say, before I tell Adidas to indemnify the apparel, can I get a written contract from your dad, Bernard Arnault? And he says, my dad will never go back on his word. So you already know what this thing is going, right? Yeah. You can, spoiler alert, right?
Who cares?
He went back on his word. So
what's the point?
3 months into the deal, I get Anna Wintour. I say, who should I use for my lawyer? She picks my lawyer for me, right?
Well, you asked.
I just found out even a couple of days that the lawyer demanded an airplane during negotiations. Had nothing to do with me, right? They said that Bernard Arnault got freaked out. And then Alexander Arnault calls me and says, the deal got dropped at the board. I went back and told my high maintenance wife I was supposed to become this designer at Louis Vuitton, or the Louis Vuitton group was going to back the Kanye West line because that's how good I've done in fashion, babe. And now the deal is dropped. So then I did a second collection.
And let me tell you this. You're not getting any more deals now. That's for sure. If you can bitch about these deals, you're not going to get any soon. You're just going to have to be your own deal. Like, you're not going to get any deals.
And have any support to be able to build the collection. Then I went and found, and third collection, we did it. We took over MSG. Fourth collection went, and the show started an hour late. Then a week later, Kim got robbed. Then I told Scooter Braun, my manager at that time, I say, I'm looking, I need to go to Japan. I'm tired. He says, no, you need to make more money. I do 4 more shows on a second leg of the tour. And
this is so annoying to me because I remember the photo, I'll never forget, of Kanye and Justin Bieber together. I don't think it was Scooter Braun involved, but she was bitching about, them and Scooter Braun. And here he is also having a horrible experience with Scooter Braun, not caring about mental health and all that, just make the money, Scooter, every single thing I've heard about Scooter Braun is not good. Unless, I guess unless he has a really great work ethic, but still, I don't know. Nothing. Have not even his own wife divorced him.
Oh,
So it's like
yeah.
I haven't heard anything good about the man. I get, he doesn't seem like a nice guy.
Suffer from exhaustion and go to the hospital, and then get diagnosed with a disorder. This is the first time I ever suffered from exhaustion. By the way, I haven't been to the hospital since. And haven't taken, medication in 2 years. And I'm sure there'll be people in the media, we won't say, where from will say, well, that's obvious, right? So, so right now I'm talking to you, right? I'm not on medication. I just go to sleep, right? I have sleep.
Have you
Admitted it again.
been able to sleep?
This, that's
I'm sure
that's
he
too low
doesn't
hanging fruit
sleep.
for you. You're more. I
that's
expect
right. You're
more.
right. I agree.
I expect more.
I agree. That was dumb. I regret it.
Okay, that's like that's like Pierce Morgan trying to grab ratings. Say like, you got a whole life ahead of you. You got a whole life ahead of you. These guys are at the end of their life.
Oh, good.
So yeah, he's not on his meds. He stopped taking his meds, and yeah, that will explain it. Okay. New TMZ headlines. I'm not on my meds. Yeah, this. Wow. Okay.
Pull me out of my shit. I love it.
But then, amidst that, the same guy that dropped my deal, Bernard Arnault, goes and hires my best friend. Goes and hires my main engineer, right? It would have been like...
Okay, guys. So I think overall, the main idea here, moral of the story, no pun intended for moral of the story in the chat, Kanye has been fucked over, right? That seems to be the moral here. He's been fucked over. But, the thing is like when you have a multi-billion-dollar company, you're going to get fucked over a lot, right? I was just watching, who was it? Kerry Washington on Instagram today. She was saying something along the lines of she was going to go to acting school and not acting school. She was trying out for this acting part, I think at 18 years old, right before she was still in high school. And she said if she didn't get this role, if she wasn't in this movie, and she thought that, getting this role would really be like a career breaking change for her. If she didn't get the role, then she was going to go to college. So she didn't get the role. She went to college. She was so glad that she went to college because that prepared her, but educated her more about the business and yada, 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 right? And then she goes like, I had to hear a lot of no's. I had to collect a lot of no's just so I can have yeses. This is the industry. Like you have to collect a lot of no's in order to start getting some yeses. So Kanye being fucked over while he has a multi-billion-dollar company, there's going to be a lot of people fucking you over. You have to collect that in order to get some of the yeses again. You know what I mean? Like this is the problem is that he thinks just because he's a multi-billion-dollar, company that he has it, that he shouldn't get fucked over again. And here's when he's wrong because, you know what I mean? It doesn't just stop because you have this business. You still have to collect the no's.
Yeah.
So that's what Kanye needs to just go watch Carrie.
Yeah, that's what I was saying. Like he over-identifies with the rejections, and it's like, the most like, I don't know how to describe it. Like. Yeah, you're supposed to. Like the fact that you're even that far means you're on the right track. Like, but he thinks that everyone's supposed to love him and accept him just right away or something.
Not even that though. He thinks that he can't get scammed or no one should treat him wrong because of his success, and that's where he's wrong. Every single right. You I'm sure there's so many people that has been screwed over, but they're just not this obsessive about it. I'm sure Reese Witherspoon has been screwed over. I'm sure all these.
Or all those people who invested in those scams like Theranos and Fire Festival. Like this is perfect. Like they talk about this. They talk about how they'll make all these investments and they only expect 2 of them to be legit. Like this is like Kanye is going through stuff that's like normal for his tax bracket for his peers, but he's just like acting like he doesn't know that this is normal.
Right, like it shouldn't happen to him because he's Kanye, and that's
right.
Like this huge disconnect. So, I mean, someone's got to tell him, because do you think, like Kim Kardashian, perfect example, his wife had to pay $1 million. I'm sure her insurance covered it, but still, she had to pay $1 million because she promoted something without saying she would get paid for it, something along those lines, right? So still to this day, Kim Kardashian, billion dollar person, still got fined $1 million. So
yeah, and I remember stuff like they try to like use a name, like trademark a name that already existed, and it's like, yeah, maybe she did think because she's Kim Kardashian or because I'm Kylie Jenner, maybe they did think they could get away with it, but they didn't. And they're not like blaming the Jewish world for that or whatever the hell.
Remember when Kylie didn't get her brand for Kylie, her trademark for Kylie? Like, yeah, like you have to take L's in order to collect some yeses.
Right.
So, I love that from Kerry Washington. That was like very inspirational. That's literally what I needed today. I was like, oh, yes.
Yeah, I like
remember,
that.
Kerry Washington was Save the Last Dance, and I swear I never heard from her since, So I'm glad that she, was able to really boost off her career.
Yeah, she did good for herself. Good career.
Like them hiring, Elon from Peter before they figured out PayPal. But Paul sounds like Pal sounds like Paul. I just say it because I'm a Christian. I thought it was cool. Yeah. But it would have been like, what if someone could have went in and took Elon away from Peter before they paid Paul? Because they paid Paul.
Yeah,
before they paid Paul. It's just too close.
Yeah, too close.
It just sounds so fresh. The fact that it's so close, right? And that's what happened, right? They broke the gang up. Yeah. And I'm telling you right now, that hadn't happened. Virgil's alive. I'm still married. You know what I'm saying? The power structure was broken then, right? Because we were building Kylie wasn't a billionaire. You know what I mean? Yeah. We were building something together that a French colonizer came in and caught it early and tried to destroy it. But the only thing is, God is alive and I'm anointed. And even with those drawbacks, losing my wife, losing my friend, exhaustion, all of these late night tweets that piss off an entire group, like this, the frustration still there. I work for God and God runs the world, and we'll see what happens.
But in those words, don't you feel that being split up, don't you feel you're doing the thing that you stand against, which is playing victim? Aren't you playing victim to the forces in the world?
I didn't play victim. I didn't even get a chance to play. I just said I was about to. I said like this, like
no.
You played pretty damn well. What do you mean? What do you mean about to? You're like one of the greatest designers in history, fashion designers. You were playing. You are playing. What does that even mean?
I thought you were referring to the tweet.
All of them. No, you're a victim this whole time.
Set of things that you're under attack for. The tweet and everything beyond that. But like you're blaming, not blaming, but you're saying that the Jewish media, the Jewish record labels, the Jewish people, forget Jewish or not, doesn't matter, is playing victim. Right?
Mm-hmm.
Ultimately, I am fighting a battle in the spiritual form. And anyone that believes in God and is looking at this interview.
This right here was victim. I'm playing a battle, whatever. Like, you are playing victim right here as we speak. You are not taking accountability for your actions or behaviors, and instead are hiding behind this whole God thing. Just because you're Christian, you still have to take accountability.
Yeah. And like he has been playing victim. He plays victim every time he says, "What about my kid's birthday party?"
Right.
And all of that. Like literally everything about this has been victim.
Mm-hmm.
You would agree with that. And I just so happen to be a bright.
A Halloween costume, Kanye West. On the field. Victim.
Hey, cheap Halloween costume.
Well, okay, actually, that's a really bad costume idea because of victim. You know what I mean? Like, that was actually really bad costume idea.
Oh.
I was about to say, oh my gosh, it's a good, costume because I'm Kanye West and I'm a victim. But then, like, what if, like, actual, real victims? And so I was like, yeah, bad idea. Bad idea. This is why I can't do lives.
Part of God's army. I'm fighting for us to live. The greatest gift is life itself. I am pro-life.
Okay, so if you are pro-life, then why are you tearing apart Jewish people? If you are pro-life, why are you because you're not really pro-life, you're just pro, baby born and that's it. Because if you are pro-life, then you are shitting on a good portion of life in this world right now.
I am pro-God. I believe that Jesus Christ is our Lord and Savior and died for our sins.
What do you feel about another attack, another painful thing? I imagine super painful is Balenciaga pulling. You had a really close relationship and friendship with their creative director. Like, how do you feel about all of it?
I told you I sang the song. I'll sing another song from one of my mentors, Future. I never feel pain. I done felt too much pain. Like, there was a day where I was headed to Nashville to meet with George Farmer, who is the CEO of Parla, the day when we made the announcement. At that same day, Balenciaga was taking my imagery off of their site, and the Drink Champs was being taken down. And I said, this is the happiest day of my life. I love cutting the grass low. People wasn't really with you. They was part-time. People switch up when it's wartime. I'd rather have people who are really with me and not people who are just trying to use me.
Listen, as a friend, as somebody cares for you, you have to be really careful by the people, by all people, always. The people that are going to be try to be close to you now, you don't know if you can trust them anymore.
With the Balenciaga, I have more to say about it, though.
Yeah. Please.
Let's do this. Yeah. Dimna will still work for Ye someday. And this is just speeding the process up.
Have you talked? Can you share if you've talked?
Yes, I talked to Dimna. This is like, we're kindred spirits. None of this can keep us away from each other. I brought Dimna to Gap to be able to bring the best product in the world. At that time, I wanted to go under $100. Now I'm like, okay, we're going to go $20 a product. I brought Dimna in.
Did he just say he wanted to go $100 a product, but he agreed to $20 a product?
I don't know. I don't know what you're talking
to
That's okay. I'm not rewinding.
Engineer. That's why I said engineer by Balenciaga. Yeezy Gap engineered by Balenciaga. To engineer the best product for the people. The people that
the thing is, I can't put this on 1.5 speed because there's moments where he talks slow and then he just starts talking fast and I just don't understand.
I
know. like I thought I could do it and then he just started talking fast. I'm like, but we'll be done. Like I'm just okay, we're past Holocaust, thank God. Okay, let me pass fashion.
Say are at the bottom of the Maslow. The drums, it was something that Timberland had in those drums. Like, now watch this. I said I'm going DEFCON 3, right? And the actual, I spelled it wrong. I have a tendency to do that. I'm not quite John Legend, tight sweater level, spelling bee level. So I feel a parallel to me going to Timberland to when I said, hey, you as an engineer, I need to work with you as an engineer that is Jewish to look at these contracts and what my people, not just black people, let's say artists, are dealing with in our contracts. These contracts need to be fixed. Everyone could be so mad at the messenger, right? Yay, you said it the wrong way. You're offensive. You're like Hitler now because you said it. You said this out loud, but it does not. You weren't getting enough sleep. All this shit does not negate the fact that we do have Houston. We have a problem.
Yeah, but we is just the music industry. Like, there's a lot of hate that was created by just saying that, you know.
But you're saying what is just is everything to me, right?
Yeah.
One
Telling
person.
you.
I mean,
He's like, just by saying just, he's hanging on to any type of word to make himself look better. And I do think that he believes after this interview, he made himself look better.
Yeah, he does. And then I feel like that's how he feels after every interview. Then he sees the reaction and he's like, oh man. And he tries again.
This is horrible. Like, he must have no publicist because you really can't make Kanye do anything, right? So, because I don't know anyone that would put this out. Like, honestly, if I was Kanye's publicist and he was still married to Kim, I would just ask him, can I have some money to pay off Lex to not put this out? Like, that's what I would have done as a publicist, for real. Like, and then he could just get mad, like, oh, you didn't put it out. That's fine. That's what I would have done. I would have paid every single person that he did a podcast with to then not put it out. You know, like, for real. Because think about this way, losing Balenciaga or possibly Adidas is millions of dollars where you can just pay them a couple of million to not put this out. Feel me? So that's how I see it.
Everything to me, right?
And for George Bush, winning an election was everything. And then when you said George Bush doesn't care about black people, that you woke him up. You woke the people up to the fact that he was narrowly being selfish. There's a sense to which you're being corrupted by your own greatness. That you're focusing too much on the industry that you've made great, that you've rose to the very top. One of the richest artists in history, one of the greatest designers.
I am the richest artist in history.
Probably the richest artist in history. Yeah,
They say the funny thing is they're like, oh, richest black person, like, oh, also richest actor, richest musician, richest fashion
actor, and not an actor.
Designer. Like, it's a bunch of riches in that one. You know what I'm saying? It's like richer than Ralph Lauren, like richer than Armani, like richest, like of that, but still low. Because where do you put that? You know, like on the totem. Because I don't even want to.
Man's bank account isn't everything. I would say you and I are equal in a certain deep sense. No matter what the bank account says.
Boom, 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 boom. So I wanted to give you some theme music for your moments.
Sound a little muddy.
Let me give you the Timberland version.
Yeah. Thank you.
But okay.
Say that at the club.
So the other thing about, like, say, like Balenciaga is Demna will work with Ye someday, and for Cedric and for Francois Pinault, and Salma is a beautiful human being. 5 years from now, you'll hear and know the name Ye and know things that we did. And Balenciaga is not going to make it onto your questions. Would you, as a gambling man, would you bet on that?
I would bet on that. I can see it in your eyes.
So it was sad. It was actually a sad day for me, not for me, but more for Balenciaga. I just, when I heard that, I was just like, oh.
Of course, Kanye gets dropped by Balenciaga and goes, damn, it's a sad day for you. Oh my gosh. Typical Kanye. A sad day for Balenciaga. I can't. Oh my God, the ego is through the roof.
Shame.
Let me ask you a silly question, just about Demna. I read something that you two talked about, like buttons, for a few hours.
Am I gumdrop buttons?
Just in that accent.
Me and Demna only speak in Shrek.
What's your philosophy with which you approach design? You are one of the great fashion designers of our time. How do you think?
Is he really?
Do you have a philosophy?
You know what I like about the zipper is the zipper.
Is he really the great fashion designer of our time?
Then he started talking about the zipper.
Well, I know my mom has like 5 Yeezys for real.
Oh wow!
And she was wearing them when we were in Boston, and I was like, "Why are you wearing those?" She goes, "I don't care about Kanye. I'm wearing my Yeezys."
Hoodie replaces the dress shirt because you could get on your douchebag shit and like unzip it and give it a little bit of, that type of look. And
which is the douchebag?
Like when the the douchebags that go to Vegas and unbutton their dress shirt.
Yeah.
And the problem with the pullover hoodie is you can't do the douchebag thing when you unbutton it, but then still get the stomach. Because the thing is, the ultimate look would be like, military tank, pullover hoodie. And if you get a little hot, you take off the hoodie, but you're like crazy in shape.
Mm-hmm. So it gives you that flexibility.
Yeah, it's giving the zipper's giving some flexibility, and it's like maybe you want to keep your jacket on. Like it's considered like a hoodie to be like a jacket.
Conversation?
If you want to keep your jacket on, then
I said I was gonna skip over fashion, but I just like okay, I'm skipping.
Yeah, skip talking about the damn zipper fashion.
Now I understand.
Yeah,
it's very nice. Congratulations.
Even when we're the ones that cause the pain, like with my tweet, it's my responsibility to hear you and understand why you feel like that. But it's our responsibility as a people to understand each other.
To give people a voice.
People need the voice. And even right now, what I'm doing or how God is using me, I'm showing.
See, this whole like how God is using me is victim, how God is using me. He is a narcissist. He's never in a situation where, well, he's also not taking his meds, so there's never a situation so far. I've been on this live for 6 hours, and there's never been a situation so far to where he took accountability. Not once did he say, "Oh, that's my fault." Like I've watched 3 long-hour lives, and he has not taken accountability, which is just insane to me.
Wow,
Jesus. Yeah, I'm not making a video because watching this again is fucking torture. So I'm just gonna put this as my, like what?
Right.
Where our voices are being muted. There's professors that are actually intelligent, actually have multiple degrees that have been canceled from their schools. And they don't have a music industry or.
And here's my thing too. It's so nice to always gravitate towards people who we don't know. There are all those people who do this. Like that's his pattern from the last 3 fucking lives. Is where there's always these people. He always chooses people where he can't verify, confirm. There's no proof.
Or people that he won't say their names.
Right. Third live, I started questioning, like, I need credentials for the dad.
He's done everything.
Right. He's not worried about saying anything about everything about his dad. So
our fan base.
You can still make your video. Just don't rewatch this stuff. Just give your overall impression based on the 3 interviews.
Oh, you know what? You're right, but I feel like I've always been the type to be like, I don't know. Because I don't even know what to say. Watching 3 of these lives.
There's so much to say. Okay, I watched all 3 of Kanye West's interviews, so you don't have to. And you've made videos like that before where you just summarize, what you experienced.
Did I? Because I've always.
Yeah, you did that with David Dobrik.
Huh? No, huh? What do you mean? I actually took notes and wrote down stuff.
Yeah, but you summarized.
Right, but that took like, I was like watching the video. I always, my whole method is I watch the video and take notes, watch, pause, take notes. Like that's what I do, and I have a notebook next to me when I film. But I can't do that with this. Like I don't even know. Like
I think like your overall impression. I think just take notes on what you remember. I think it's worth that.
Okay, but the problem is I've been here for 6 hours and I don't even know, like. Oh, hey, Jess Theory. I gotta go to bed because class in 6 hours. But I want to say hi.
Oh, thanks, Jess.
Hi, Jess.
Have a good night.
Yes, have a good night. I know. Like I was so determined. I woke up today and I was like, I am gonna talk forever about Kanye. He's gonna be alive because I just had so much to say and I didn't even know this interview until someone in the chat was like, "Did you just see this? It came out today."
Ooh.
Yeah. So yeah, but we're almost getting there. We're almost there.
Or shoe design, or a smoking hot ex-wife to complain about. They've just got the truth of what they saw and what they dedicated to this country and to education that has been muted by schools that have been taken over with an agenda. And so you want the brightest minds to be these professors, and then you mute them and they have nowhere to go. And you might get a guy now that went from being someone's favorite professor to he's working at Starbucks like he was back at school or like he was back in high school.
So even if that voice is about anger and hate, it still deserves to be heard.
Yeah, it deserves to be heard. And we deserve to ask why. Like you have to ask why. I just feel like I feel like that is sympathizing with Mr. Hugecock.
Okay, like can I just say he is so cute, right?
He paused at the right moment. He's like, listen, like, what the fuck?
The thing is, what makes him even more attractive is the way how he's responding, right?
Yes.
Like, what makes him even more just so fine is the way how he is taking this all in and still asking smart questions that like we want to know. Like, I love this guy. I'm so sorry if he's like married, has a girlfriend. I apologize. I think I've said he's so cute like a million times up in here. I don't know, but I'm like,
yeah, if he's in a relationship, he keeps it private, which of course the smart guy would keep all of his private shit completely private.
Yeah, I know he's in a relationship. Duh, like I
he has to, because he's I think he's 39, I think something like that.
Wait,
so
he's 39.
I think so. I think that's what I saw on.
No, it's fine. He's still cute.
I know. I'm like 39.
You're so cute.
You look good.
And the way how he speaks is like because he has an accent because different Soviet Union. I cannot believe, like, wow, how long has the Soviet? Because I know the Soviet Union was in Russia, but I wonder how long.
Yeah, Yeah, imagine you're old enough that you call it Soviet, you grew up in the Soviet Union.
Right.
When did that end? Soviet Union ended. Googling.
Right, because
1991. Okay.
Oh, damn. Wow, it's only been that long ago?
Wow. Yeah, it feels like, I don't know why I always thought that's like, the 70s.
So he was like 8 years old when the Soviet Union ended. Wow, it was that long. I felt like in history and U.S. history, I felt like the Soviet Union was so far and long ago.
I know, yeah. And like somebody was telling me, whenever they show pictures of the civil rights movement, it's black and white to make you feel like it was so long ago. But then like when you think about it, it's like, it wasn't actually that long.
It wasn't. Like the Soviet Union, it wasn't that long ago, and they made it seem like it was so long ago. Yeah. I don't know. I feel like I couldn't even have a conversation with him anyways in real life. Because no, I couldn't because he's really smart. I'm not. So.
But he's also really nice. He's not one of those people who are smart and they just think they're the smartest. He's like, he understands we're all just human beings. So he seems like one of those people who can like appreciate every human interaction. So
it does seem like that, doesn't it? It does seem like that,
which makes him more attractive.
I don't know. I would be so insecure though. I would be so insecure having a conversation with him. I'm like, oh, he looks so cute. Anyways, okay. All right, I already said that. I'm done saying he looks cute. Done. Okay.
I'm just saying that it just needs to be.
You should change that to your name on Twitter while you're still allowed on there.
Yeah, do you think that would get censored? I feel like they definitely cut it down some inches. I'm pointing out this. I'm pointing out.
There he goes. Do you think Adidas should drop Ye? Okay, here is how I feel about it. So if I was like the marketing person in charge of all of this, because we are adults for the most part are obviously buying Adidas, right? So the adults obviously know what's going on. So what I would do instead of breaking this deal, because if it's about the money and shit like that, $1 billion deal, here's what I would do. I would put out a statement how we don't agree with, all of the behaviors of Kanye, all of that, right? Then what I would do is that anytime someone purchases an item, a shoe, anything, what I would do is I would then the people that Kanye has hurt because of this, I would give back to those communities. That's what I would do. So that way it's kind of like a fuck you to Kanye while Kanye is still, with Adidas. That's a smart move. The smart move is to do those things because that way people don't feel horrible for completely buying Kanye stuff anymore because it's going towards a good cause and everyone is still, can, get a profit also. So, yeah. Like, yes, I do. So to answer your question, yes, but I feel like I'm human. Breaking $1 billion deal, yeah, like we can come up with some alternatives.
This truth. Now I'm serious. This is not a Christian thing, right? And I wonder right there when I say these jokes, is it something that because I do feel like laughter is the key. Engineering and laughter, right, is the key to peace. Like when I go get my teeth cleaned and I have the nitrous, there's something that I want to go and hug Kris Jenner. I want to go and hug Corey Gamble. I want to go and hug.
Really? Because you literally just like, no one knows where Corey Gamble came from. Oh, wait. No, that was the first interview with Tucker Carlson. Never mind.
Howard Stern. No one wants to hug Howard Stern. I mean, but just if one.
No. I would love to see you two hug it out and make up, even though all the shit talking back and forth.
What about talking it out, or is he going to be screaming at me?
Yeah, judgmental and that kind of stuff. No, I hope there's love there.
The thing is, I think Howard's just jealous. Not just jealous of my cock. He's
Howard
also
Stern. So once again,
God.
Yeah, he can't take any accountability. It's always, I think they're this. I think they're this. I think.
Wait,
God
so what happened between him and Howard?
No, Howard Stern called him out recently, like a week or two ago, called him out and said that it was like the fact that he's saying all these things about Jews is absolutely horrendous.
Oh God, so he's saying he's jealous because Howard Stern is Jewish, okay?
Mm-hmm.
Obviously he's gonna call you out, Kanye. This is so, oh my God. Ew, he's so annoying.
So he's apparently Kanye is very bothered that Howard Stern called him out. And because I think he kind of connected with Howard Stern, because remember how Howard Stern obviously is gross and was very disrespectful, but also very blunt. So I felt like Kanye felt like they had some type of understanding connection of, feeling the same thing. And so people talking about you in this way. And then finally, when Howard Stern of all people came out and said something, I think now he feels a certain kind of way. Yeah.
But what the part Kanye is missing is that Howard Stern like grew up a little bit. Like Howard Stern like realized, oh, I'm disgusting. Let me like learn to calm down.
Well, I don't think that's also the case either, because remember it was around the time when Law and Order, they were trying the TVs, I don't know the fuck is in charge, but like they were in charge of putting like bad things on TVs at certain times and stuff. It was around that time he started changing, I think. Like I don't think it was just because of his own will, because they started.
Well, yeah, but at a certain point, he did that's what my point is. At a certain point, he decided he has to grow up a little bit.
But but for his ratings. I mean, yeah, sure.
Well, whatever it takes. Whatever it takes.
I'm just saying he didn't decide on his own way. Like the networks were cutting down on what you can and
on
cannot
that
say on
raunchy
TV.
stuff.
So I'm just saying, like, he wouldn't start by just saying, "I'm going to be a nice guy today."
Well, yeah.
His money is what he was thinking about. And clearly Kanye must have a whole lot of fucking money for not caring or giving a shit. You know what I mean? Like he must.
Well, he's not. How else? Like, how else is he gonna make money? Like, attention. He needs the attention makes money.
No, but one has to have a lot of it to like screw over everyone, right? Like you have to have a lot of it to be like, I'll be fine without everyone. Or in his head, he believes. Well, honestly, if he goes broke, he can just always ask him for money, I guess.
He thinks he'll make it through. Like he thinks he's above it.
He sure does.
He's jealous that I started my campaign earlier than him.
Oh God, I can't. Move on.
The implied, like this memeified prejudice towards a group in a way that's going to lead to hate. And I know you don't mean that. I know you have love in your heart. That's
You know
what
what's a prejudice towards a group that led to hate? BLM. BLM took a black person, showed his death.
Okay. Before we get into BLM, I just want to say, do I believe that there were people who embezzled money from the Black Lives Matter movement? 100%. I don't believe someone who was in charge of the movement should or was highly involved with this movement all of a sudden has $1 million house. Okay. You know what I mean? Like, or $10 million. Anyway, my whole point is that I 100% believe these frauds are guilty, right? But my problem with Kanye is that he's taking away what the BLM movement was supposed to be about. It was supposed to be, and mind you, once again, I'm not stealing embezzling any money from Black Lives Matter movement. So, just because 2 bad eggs, that doesn't mean the whole damn carton is bad, So, because Black Lives Matter movement it was a statement made because a lot of African Americans felt like America was struggling with the definition of all lives mattered. So that's why they put an emphasis on Black Lives Matter. And so, that's and the point is, I get what Kanye's saying, but I just wish it wasn't all bad. Like, you know what I mean? Because the people marching out on these streets, like myself, we didn't embezzle anything,
Right. No, this is the same. Also, he took it from Candace Owens. Same thing. They love to just take that one lady and like, she bought $1 million house. Where'd she get that money? And make that mean that's what everyone who has that, even the hashtag, any politician who's ever said Black Lives Matter, that we're all in on this fraud. Right. Like, they really they love to play. I don't know. It pisses me off because they know they're playing stupid. And I don't know. There's little Kanye's out there who just eat it up. They just need to have a conspiracy theory to eat up. I don't know.
Right. Like if you're that smart, if you can come up on your own that, hey, this person has $1 million house and only talk about that person or a few people in this whole entire group, then that there's a lot of people who are trying to do good with this. And that the movement, I believe, did a lot. For me personally.
As well.
Yeah, for me personally, I would have never gotten my restraining order against my neighbor who kept calling me nigger unless, I believe it was a Black Lives Matters movement because I had some evidence. But I felt like in the courtroom last year, I felt like me just saying, that she calls me nigger. And I felt like if he didn't hear this audio of her mother admitting to calling me that word, then I felt like if it wasn't for George Floyd, he would have been like, well, not enough evidence, goodbye. But I felt like because of George Floyd and that word, the N word, was so like, you can't say it. That's why he gave that to me. And I thanked me and my parents both thanked George Floyd for that. So, it's done a lot at least for me. And I feel like he's now tearing down how much it took to build, you know?
Yeah. And the conservatives love it, like the white conservatives, they just really love it because they feel like, oh, he's black, so yeah, it's a black person saying it. Like they. And what's so funny is Kanye West used to make music about how he disdained being the token black guy because he used to dress like a suburban kid, and he used to disdain that. And here he is tap dancing again.
It's the money. Once you have a lot of money,
The money.
It's the money, 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 money.
On camera, because okay, there are examples of us being killed on camera, but if it was spread on camera, it was done on purpose by the media, because 14, 20 kids get killed in Chicago every week, and it's not spread that much. They, like you said, singled out a person, directed everything on that person.
Right. So are you saying we shouldn't? I mean, I felt like George Floyd was the beginning, right? That was the whole point.
Right.
2020, the world stopped. And so people started to really start, okay, listen.
It was like the last straw. It was like, because the Black Lives Matter was a thing before that, but that was just so undeniable. It was just, people recorded it, the full thing from start to his death, and it's on camera, undeniable. Everyone saw it with their own eyes. You can't deny it.
Yeah, and what pisses me about this is that I'm not sure where he makes a statement or not, because this is my first time seeing this, but he's been in interviews where I think it was the last podcast he did. He's been in interviews where he goes, the knee wasn't fully even on his neck. But I'm like, do you even fucking know the pressure of what the knee was on the neck? Like, you don't know the pressure of his knee. So even if his knee wasn't fully on the neck, bitch, do you know how hard he was pushing on the neck?
Yeah,
no, the fuck you don't.
And in court, they proved it. Like, all this stuff was shown in court. Like, you can watch it. The record is public. The video is public. And, like, that's another thing that makes me, like, someone's just feeding him this stuff, because that is, like, alt-right. That's what they say. Like, it's like he's just regurgitating. Someone just, here you go, and he's just regurgitating it. It's like, do you not think, like, can you just think for yourself? Like, you saw the video, and you saw the trial, and if you didn't see it, you can go see it. It's on YouTube. So annoying.
He's being, like you said, Candace Owens.
Yeah.
Right, as the martyr, and raised the people that hadn't had any. We didn't have our 40 acres and a mule. We didn't have, like a lot of things, right? Like that Black people have not ever been given. So once we're given just a little bit, like your life matters, right? Then we literally like, oh, okay, now we're being heard, right? But actually the death toll is up. The city where this happened is completely been turned to a war zone. It's actually something like Candace Owens can actually
look. I never agreed with like people tearing up things. Never. I've never agreed with that. But I understood people having enough, and I forget where it is. I forgot. Like, there was a saying, not even a saying, it was like a real thing. But sometimes it takes, from history, sometimes it takes a lot of destruction in order for something to happen. Now, I don't agree with what people did, because people were like ruining other Black owners' shit, like it just didn't make any sense to me. So here's my thing. He loves putting people into groups. Like, I didn't agree with that. And I still,
and that stuff wasn't done. That was not done by protesters. That was just like there was fighting.
That was done by some protesters too.
The looting and the destruction, because there was fighting from opposing sides, and then it got to a point where it's just free for all. Like it's not
there
about
was
anything.
some destruction from people who were just part of the movement and was just throwing shit around and everything. Like I remember CNN. I remember oh god. I remember CNN. They were all like running, the journalists, the reporters were all running for their fucking lives. They were like, Black Lives Matter, like as if it was CNN's fault. Like I remember all of that. So no, there was a point, but I felt like it wasn't. Those people illustrated some people in the movement, but they didn't show the other people that had, kind protests, like professional regular protests. I remember that.
Specify this better, but it's like its own city or something. Like they made it not be a part of the actual state or something. It's like DC and stuff. It's like Washington DC now and stuff. Like, and that has to be from a government.
It's not how it happened.
That's got.
He's talking about
higher level
it's not
agenda.
Seattle. Is it Portland? I don't know. He's talking about some city on the West Coast.
Mm-hmm.
Do you remember? Like they try to make a portion of the city like anarchy. Like no police allowed.
Was that Missouri?
No, that was on the West Coast. It was like near Seattle.
Oh.
And it was like it was like Black Lives Matter, but it was also just some anarchists as well. And they just made it like a no police zone, no laws matter. And they must that place got towed. It got towed up.
Kanye is choosing a group of people to talk about when that's not the majority.
Right, like he's choosing like the most. That was some. I don't know what you call them. Like extreme. I don't know what they were doing, but like that's not what everyone else in the country was doing.
Mm-hmm. Like people had peaceful protests here, so. But this is Candace Owens. Brainwashed him.
Written all over it.
Yeah, they're using the death of an individual. Yeah, sure. The media are. Not the Jewish media, the media. The media is fucked up. That machine takes whatever tragedy and pushes it towards whatever narrative that gets more clicks and views and so on. Sure, and then politicians do the same. They use the media, they influence the media to tell a story. And
this is a simple thing I'll put. I believe that the idea of anti-Semitism and the closeness of the Holocaust is used by certain individuals in media to not take accountability for the bad things that are happening. And what's happening is there's a new frontier, right? Meaning like it used to be okay for somebody to be a billionaire. We thought about a billionaire, right? A lot of times you think of actually kind of being out of shape and, 20 years ago, 30 years ago, like Onassis or something, like you thought about it a different way. Now you think about it, but you think about Elon, you think Kim, think Ye, you think it's a new kind of billionaire. It's not just Soros is a billionaire. It's a new form of billionaire. Well, right now, what I'm calling for the industry is I'm calling.
It sounds
I'm calling the industry out.
The person at the party, like the old grandpa. You just want to shut up.
Right. He's just talking on and on.
Like no
really
one, I'm forward some of this. So, this is okay. Move a little bit down.
They told Candace you can't be on Daily
It's not
Live.
even about.
Shit. Let me rewind this. Every single time I try to forward to some shit that's like actually good info.
Being with engineer opportunities right here. Yeah. I am sorry to the people who had to be hurt and affected by that. Now we
shit. I gotta rewind.
Like,
shit.
Run. If I'm the weapon, so that do you okay for the industry is I'm calling the industry out and saying like, hey, it just so happens that there's been times where I had my lawyer was Jewish, my regulator was Jewish, but like 8 people that basically would collude and talk without me were in groups saying, okay, this is what the tour is going to be. This is his next house. And they were making all these decisions and they're making all this money. And at the end, I was like, I ended my tour and I don't have the money. And it just so happens that that's the case, that what they were. But what I'm saying is, if everyone can say, hey, you can't point out this fact, or we're going to say you're anti-Semitic and we're going to call you Hitler, I feel that there has to be at least 1% of safeguarding the ability to screw the artist based on saying it's anti-Semitic by pointing out that they just so happen to all be Jewish. And I don't think that's anti-Semitism. I just think that's, hey, this is another thing. Like, okay, the Kardashians.
What he's not understanding is that he lives, like Lex is trying to say, he lives in this little small world in this industry where there's Jewish people all over the world. So for him, yes, maybe in his life, and like, yeah, when I went to LA in July, I've noticed a lot of is it called synagogues?
Yeah.
I noticed a lot of them more than I did here. So, but like, you know, I've noticed people like, you know, wearing the I forget what it's called. What
This is a yarmulke?
Yeah. I noticed people wearing a lot of that as I was going to Alfred's. Oh wait, you were with me.
Yeah.
No, I noticed. Here's the thing. I went back in August, so that's why I don't remember. But yeah, but I'm talking about the time I went with you in July, and
yeah, it seemed like it was a lot of Jewish people, and
right.
All of the doors had, I don't know what it's called, but it's like some thing on there in the doorway. So like obviously there's a lot of Jewish people there, but and it's like, okay, like I don't know. It's like if somebody came to Dallas and they're like, there sure are a lot of Igbo people here. There sure are a lot of Nigerian Igbo people here. Why? Why is there so many Nigerians? Like acting like we're running the world or something.
Right. That's what I'm trying to say. I think that's like he doesn't realize what Lex was trying to tell him earlier, is that he's once again, it may be in his world, but it's a small world, and he doesn't want to hear that he's in a small, and you know what I mean, because he's calling it A. But that's what it is, you know. And
he's also like ignoring. He's like, oh, why can't I say that they're Jewish? It's a fact. It's a fact. Well, they're calling you anti-Semitic because of the actual anti-Semitism that you have said. Like,
right.
You pointing out that the people are Jewish is just a nice icing on top, and we know why you're pointing. We know why. Like, we know the intention. That's why you're anti-Semitic.
I know. It's so, like, just Jewish here, just, like, you can have still, you know, you can hate, like, the people that are doing this to you. Once again, though, how the hell you know they're Jewish? Are you asking every single person?
That's something else. I was like, are you sure they're all Jewish? But they could just be white.
Right, but if you hear his reason, all black people are Jewish, right? Or Jew, not Jewish, you're Jew, right? So if you hear his reasoning, he is making the assumption on his own that, you know, everybody from Africa is Jewish, so they're all Jewish. You know what I mean? Like, it's just, it's ridiculous. He needs some help.
Or somebody in the chat said a while ago, they're like, you know, someone, I don't remember who said it. They said, I'm tired of saying he has mental illness. Like, sometimes someone's just not a good person.
True. No, it's true. Yeah, sometimes someone is just not a good person, but he did just state he's
he's not taking his meds.
So, look, it's like, okay, voila. Kanye is not
voila.
When you hear that, do you think male or do you think female? You think female. You get what I'm saying? You think this is the realities. This is why rap works, right? They're going to make an anti-women thing in a second, right? And it's going to say, well, if you point out that these 6 women are having a meeting on where the Christmas party is, and none of the ball players or rappers that they have babies with have any say-so that Christmas happened at Courtney's house all 8 years when I was there. And it never happened at anyone else but at Courtney rapper.
Huh?
It's the worst example. He's using an example of something that men don't want to have say-so. What dude what baller or rapper is planning a Christmas party?
Misogyny.
The wives plan that. That's just what they
Misogyny.
do.
Misogyny. It doesn't matter. A male can plan his wedding too.
He can, but he doesn't. That's
no misogyny. He doesn't. Is that because of how it looks, or does he actually really do care about his wedding? You know, he doesn't plan the Christmas party because, mind you,
because we've been socialized.
A designer, okay? Kanye is a designer. It would make perfect sense, anyways, for him to want to be creative at any event. But anyways, misogyny. I'm not going to assume that, you know, another sex, or if you're non-binary, I'm not going to assume that you don't want to plan anything anymore. I'm done with all that. I swear to God, I refer to people as they and them on these streets. Like, I just don't know anymore.
But the point is, he's trying to say that I just don't believe these rappers and ballers want to plan the Christmas party. I think
stop grouping people. Yes.
No, these are the people that he's talking about. He's talking about his Kourtney and all the Kardashian clan and their husbands and men who happen to be rappers and ballers. I know one of which of these rappers is on tour. He's not planning a Christmas party. The baller is playing basketball. He's not planning like these dudes in these professions. They're not planning no Christmas party. And we live in a society where it's typically the wife or the woman who is planning these parties. The responsibility is put on her, whether she accepts it or she didn't say anything, and they just put it on her.
What about him asking to be creative at a Christmas party, though?
When did he do that?
He's just complaining right now about how it's always.
He's not talking about himself. He's talking about other people. This is what he always does. He's talking about other people. He's talking about Kourtney and her man, who's a baller. He's talking about Kylie and her man, who's a rapper. He's not talking about himself. He wasn't invited. He is crazy over in Wyoming or wherever. What I'm saying is he's trying to compare that situation to him saying all of my lawyers are Jewish and they planned my contract without me. And I'm saying these are completely different situations. Like we know the Kardashians, we don't know these people, but we have seen enough of these people that we see the gender roles that they play, and that's how it is. And it would be great if somebody pointed it out that, hey, how come it's only the women planning this? Like, come on, guys. But like, we know what's going on, and I don't think it's the same.
Okay. No, I agree with you that on the part where he's talking about Kourtney and Travis, and he's talking about Kylie and their stuff. And I agree with you on how he's, you know, this whole entire dialect is just him. These people over here are doing this. These people over here are doing that. Like, that part I agree with.
That's right. They're going to make an anti-women thing in a second, right? And it's going to say, well, if you point out that these 6 women are having a meeting on where the Christmas party is, and none of the ball players or rappers that they have babies with have any say so that Christmas.
You know what? I will say this. It is really strange to me. I've always felt like this. Ever since Kylie had her kid, ever since Kim had her kid, I always felt like this, that they always say, if you notice, they never say, we had this name. They always say, I have been dreaming of this name. It's almost like the men, if you notice, every single reality show, not once did they ever say, we had chosen of this name. You know, obviously we understand Chloe's situation for both, but still, like, it's always been this whole, there's always been, though, this is the name we chose. You know, I wrote all the names. This sounds really great. So yeah, I always thought that was weird how the men never have a say.
It's kind of like, okay, so like my wedding planning right now it is me, I. Because he doesn't, there's so little, the amount of things he cares about that it's like, I'm not trusting you with this planning. I end up doing the bulk of it because I care about more of the details. And he has input in only the things that he cares about. And that's what I'm saying. That's usually just what happens. It's usually the woman who takes on the bulk of anything related to the family or the family social life. And it's so much that some women are even coerced into it, as in they're just given that responsibility without even her saying or volunteering for it. It's just
thing, though.
expected.
I get what you're saying. I get it. I get that's for some. I don't think it's for all. I get what you're saying.
Yeah, I'm saying in general. So in general, as in it's not literally every single person, but it's so much that people know it when they see it. Like, it's so much that most people don't even question it.
Yeah. Yeah. I can see it, that it's so much that people just have the responsibility. They take on the responsibility because it's like an unspoken thing. I get what you're saying.
Right. Some people love it, and some people, it's just, I guess that's just what I do. I'm the woman.
Happened at Courtney's house all 8 years when I was there, and it never happened at anyone else's black family house, right? If I'm the one that pointed it out, they just don't have, they don't have their, oh, you're anti-Semitic word to say, shut the fuck up.
Yeah, but
because this is the way it runs, and this is the way we want to do it.
If you say,
but you can say it, Kanye,
that women are silencing the black voice, yes, you're gonna get the same response. But especially if it historically resonates.
What about the fact that it's true?
When you talk in groups, that breeds hate. When you talk about individuals, it solves problems. You're in engineering.
Okay, but this is something I pointed out on Pierce. I said, if a black person gets pulled over with a car and it's 3 other people in the car, they're also going to jail. They're not going to single them out. They're going to say you guys are all in collusion.
Okay, so just because the cops are racist, that doesn't mean you have to. Like, what's the point again? What is the point again?
It just described collusion 5 times in this interview, and you keep on going back to this is like 1930, this is like this is like that. What I'm saying is, look, I want to work with you as an engineer to free my people. Can we start as a being with engineer opportunities right here? I am sorry to the people who had to be hurt and affected by that. Now we are here, and I'm looking to solve it. But what happens is every time if I talk to any of these business people one by one, because mind you, I didn't get to the tweet by not having a conversation. I had the conversations beforehand before I got to the tweet. Now we're going to take it to the stage. Now we're on the world stage, right? And you saw Ari Emanuel do exactly the kind of thing that I was saying had been done behind closed doors. Now he's doing it in open doors. They told Candace Owens I couldn't be on the Daily Wire. Like, you can't even explain yourself. And we don't care how you got to that point either. And that's fucked up.
Once again, he's explaining other people's actions. And he's kind of saying if they can do fucked up things, and so can I. Like, if, you know, but I don't think he realized that's what he's saying, though, to be fair. But I don't think he realized. Like, 1 hour and 45 minutes in, no, I don't think he is. But
they told Candace you can't be on Daily
It's not
Wire.
even about, yes, she did. That's what they said. And you know what? And you can have my voice.
Wouldn't that be funny if they didn't mind it and Candace Owens did?
If they what?
If the studio actually didn't mind it, but Candace Owens was the one who cared in line, that would be a twist.
Raised or lower. I'm going to do it lower, right? Because what's happening to me by, I put in your words, the media is saying, not only can you not explain yourself, we don't care how you got to that point. You need to apologize, and you can't explain, and that's the end of the story. So just apologize so we can have Mel Gibson do some more films. Is exactly what Ari Emanuel was saying. No one is looking to change the problem that led so many people to that same level of frustration. And I just so happen to be the one that's not going to back up on it until this changes. Because you know what? I'm sorry I had a sleepy text. I'm sorry I wrote. I'm sorry for everything. I'm sorry that I put that I was 5'12" or 5'11" on Tinder. Okay, my cock is not 14 inches. I lied. Okay, it's only 13.
Yeah.
So I'm sorry, right?
Yeah.
So the
He's dropping so many facts today.
So what I'm saying is, but where do we get to this? Because even you, as engineering, as intelligent as you are, you, just like everyone else that I saying was colluding, won't let us get to the point of fixing it.
Yeah, but I'm not. I think you're more powerful than the media. I'm not saying you need to apologize because the media. I'm saying everything we've been talking about just because I care for you and I want you to be the best possible man you can be. To me, a definition of a great man, I'm with Martin Luther King on this. You don't talk about Jews or black people. You talk about engineering. You talk about humanity. You solve problems. You identify the problems in the world, and you don't come from a place of resentment. This group did this. Fuck all that. That is in the past. You just build solutions. I'm going to create a new record label. I'm going to create a new design firm. I'm going to create a new social network. I'm going to do it better. I'm going to do it right. I'm going to do it right by the people that I know don't have a voice. I'm going to give them a voice and talk about that.
Is it okay to call out collusion? Do people collude in your business under you? Like the engineers, they come together and like say they collude against the bosses, right? You know why Bernard Arnault offered the deal and took it away from me? Collusion. Because I was too powerful with the collective that I had right there. He had to stop that at all costs. They said, for whatever reason, this kid, Ye, it has the ability to have all of the Kardashians, Jay-Z and Beyonce, Justin Bieber, Dimna, Virgil, all these people in the same room working towards the same goal. I've been that person since preschool. That's called a leader, right? And right now, what I'm saying is, hey, for the people in business, whatever their background,
okay, whatever.
For a year, find people you can be with for your whole life. Do you have people in your life that you trust, like really trust?
No, I trust God. At any point, a human being can, like, I could, like, if I like go and like really, you know, treat this guy like a piece of shit or do this, am I supposed to, you know, trust him to be loyal and stay in the situation? No, I trust people to be people, and people are flawed, and people can have the right intentions, but it only makes sense for us to work together when our agendas align. When Kim was pulled really far to the left, our agendas no longer, you know, aligned. So that made the marriage impossible. It aligned where it's like, oh, I could wear a red hat. That can help her to get Alice Johnson out of jail because Trump's willing to do that for my wife because I was the only person in my position that stood up and said, wait a second, I like you. You know, because...
But isn't there a deeper agenda, the human agenda of just being in love? Like, that's just when you're talking about red hat, it's just politics, right?
I mean, the world is becoming more and more transactional every day, and actually, marriages were actually originally based on transactions, you know, and that's why they're less needed the more autonomous as we come, or the world makes it less needed. I feel like we do need each other. I feel like we do need someone we can always, you know, count on. It's like I'm pulled away by King Koopa, which is the media, the politics, the promise, oh, we're going to keep you safe. So the reason why I get, you know, really frustrated with...
Okay, accountability. We're almost there.
Well, you should find people in your life you can trust.
Don't tell me what I should do. I'm not one of your BLM marchers.
Listen, I'm with you on the BLM. A lot of organizations use tragedy. And I watched the Candace Owens documentary.
And what was your take on it?
I think it's important to question the mainstream narratives, but I don't agree with it. I still believe that George Floyd died from the knee of the cop. not from fentanyl.
And even if that was the case, there's still 50% of black deaths is actually abortion.
I know he's getting feisty, Paris.
So let's get into engineering. Let's just go because that's
how do you fix that?
Population control is social engineering, and its most literal form. The blacks that are under population control. That's something that that's just what it is.
African Americans are not choosing to get the abortion. I mean, it's a choice. It's an individual choice.
But we're being influenced to.
By who?
Well, then speak to the community and help. I mean, I don't know what the engineering solutions there are. It could be you are doing that in part by speaking to the value and the power of family.
Well, watch this. I was building shelters.
No, he doesn't.
I bought land in Calabasas, and I bought 2 ranches in Wyoming. 300 acres in Calabasas, 12,000 acres in total in Wyoming. And I started building ideas for shelters. And God set it on my heart to make monasteries, which would be modern day facilities that don't turn people down, that have farms, that have shelter, clothing, but first of all, water, first of all, knowledge, because knowledge is the most important resource to our species above water. Knowledge, it's itself. Because then you can go get water. I mean, you can argue like if you're a baby, how do you get water? But the baby doesn't have it. So someone with the knowledge then feeds
Kudos to Lex, man.
the baby.
I want to follow him so badly, but I know I'm not going to watch any of his other stuff.
You're going to find 90% of his interviews so boring.
Right. And then that doesn't help him with his channel and the algorithm if I'm just going to follow and then unfollow,
Just follow because you think he's cute.
So I'm really thinking of him in the algorithm.
Find the water themselves.
Oh my
and
gosh.
The business people that I've been dealing with have been keeping the baby sick by not sharing the information and the knowledge within inside of those contracts. My people are sick. If I load up Apple Music right now and I play the top songs in the rap chart, I would tell you my people are sick. If I go to the restaurants and opportunity
You mean
zones,
your people are sick because it's not your song? Like not every you were rapping this song too. Like he wants to change so badly and change, but you can't expect people to change with you. That's not how it works.
Right.
Like how would he you don't like the stuff you're seeing, right? So how would you like the stuff you're seeing be forced on you?
Mm-hmm.
and we look at the calorie rating and the cholesterol, I will tell you that my people are sick. If we look at the obesity rate, if you go to just a restaurant somewhere in middle America, Denny's or something, I went to Denny's the other day, you will see that my people are sick. And my people meaning all people, right? But black people are very influential to all people. So, right, if the media picks overweight black woman and says this is body goals, then the media are influencing my people to stay sick. And it just so happens that night I was so frustrated after 20 years that I had to call it out in one tweet, that now, even if I say, hey, okay, I was frustrated for these reasons, now it's not good enough. You've literally tried to make me re-apologize 10 times in this meeting, re-say this, re-say that, but it doesn't change the fact that my people are sick, and I'm the only person in my position that will say that my people are sick. Today, not 30
I'd like
years.
to know who his people are, because it sure is not me. Not me.
Go, not 60 years. My people are sick today. 50% of my people's of deaths are abortion today. My people don't have the opportunities today. Even to the point that, because if JP Morgan had been nice to me, and if Alex Klein, a STEM player, had been fair to me, different things, then I wouldn't even point out that we don't have any black, we have 2 black engineers. So I have to have a responsibility, obviously to all people, but specifically to my tribe, because tribes move. Tribalism is real with black people. To separate the brightest from the tribe or to separate the leaders. It is factual that the CIA removed the leaders from the Black community, put crack in the communities, put guns in the communities, and locked up all the leaders and called them gang leaders, right? Locked up all the leaders, locked up all the fathers. Now 72% of Black mothers are raising children by themselves. This is an agenda like a Tuskegee experiment set on my people, right? And what I'm calling out for the Black people in entertainment is, what are we doing? We have to collude. And if we don't collude, because even if I said, hey, I'd like to make a company that's all Black, right? Is that okay for me to say? Is that okay for me to say? Or is that anti-Semitic? See, if I hadn't crossed the line so far, then that would have sounded anti-Semitic. Now I've stretched a bit. So now we can go to, okay, let's make an all Black company. But that would have been anti-Semitic. Just that concept. Because you could word that in a different way that would sound anti-Semitic.
I don't know, man. I have to
listen. What if I said I didn't want to have the Jewish people in the company, would that be anti-Semitic?
Yeah.
It would sound like it, right? You'd say I'm from 1930s, right?
Yeah.
But for me as a tribe to say, no, I want an all Black company, right?
I'm generally against that kind of thing, but first of all, you have the right to do whatever the hell you want. This is America.
Well, what I'm saying is that's what I feel may need to happen for my people to have power again, because when my people have been left under the media's control, we've been made sick. We've been allowed to be sick. We're promoting sickness.
I think, at least in the engineering realm, I haven't met an engineer who happens to be Black who would like to be called a Black engineer. And when you have a company of all Black people that are engineers, I don't know the creative arts, I apologize, but engineering, they really try to look at each other as humans and look at the problem. And you want to have the confidence that everybody on the team is the best possible person for the job. You know?
What I can say is the world is sick. And
the world is sick, or are you sick?
I have slight images of utopia, slight images of happiness, slight images as a visionary and a creator. And I know for a fact the way that business deals have been done for me are keeping the world sick.
Fix them. I see that's what you're trying to do. And you probably, listen, people should not doubt, yay. But I got to tell you, I have to be honest. This is silly because you don't know me, but it hurt when you say you don't trust me. You kind of lost me. I don't think anyone's ever said that to me.
Well,
I don't know, man.
You don't.
Fuck that. I don't care about views or clickbait or any of that bullshit.
Mm-hmm.
I just thought you were one of the greatest artists ever. It'd be cool to talk to you.
Aww.
And I feel like you got pain you're working through. I never had anyone say that to me. Maybe I'm just being a mess about it, I guess.
Aww.
It's fucked up though. But maybe it's not. Maybe you shouldn't trust it. But I just haven't had that experience.
Yeah. Do you think I would trust anybody at this point in my life?
Yeah, it's tough. It's tough. It's tough. I hear you. And it's also kind of good to see how much strength you got. You're not broken by any of this. You're under a lot of attack by a lot of people. You have a vision and you're trying to feel your way through it. And you might get destroyed for it. That's the human, that's the risk you take.
It's a wonderful life, though.
What do you hope your legacy is?
To be forgotten.
You think you'll be forgotten?
Because there's ego in memory, in the memories. Who designed the sidewalk? Who designed the water fountain? Who designed the stop sign? Who designed the stoplight? These things are so ubiquitous that the person that designed them is forgotten. If it's a good idea,
I bet you if you asked him who designed these things, you forgot it too. Like
God idea.
Yeah, he's saying that.
I don't know VCs.
I know that's not his point.
Can own it.
Oh.
I don't think it is. It's more of just like it's forgotten. You know, we all don't know, not including him.
Like, yeah, like it's so universal that you don't even remember who invented it.
Right. But why? I mean, I guess it's important. I
Well,
guess.
he wants to be in the history books, and I guess he's learned that he can ascend that level of importance into a realm of, oh, I'm so important that you forgot me because my creation is so worldwide.
Hmm. Oh, Paris goes. Oh, I can tell by his demeanor he's a trustworthy guy. You right? Like,
It's like when you meet your hero,
Like, you
and
are
it's like,
so
damn, I
cute.
shouldn't have met you.
I know. Like, I'm hardcore crushing over this guy. I am crushing over him. Okay, I like he's so cute. He kind of reminds me. Damn, that's deep, Hidoka. Oh, I'm so crushing over this guy. He's so cute. And like I love his like whole like his the way how he interviewed Kanye. It was so professional. Just over the top professional. Huge crush.
So you want your designs in all realms of life to be so simple that they permeate everything. They take over, and you are forgotten. That's a successful design. Is you're forgotten.
Yes.
Do you have advice for people? A lot of young people look up to you. Do you have advice for young people of how to live a life they can be proud of?
Mm-hmm.
Don't tweet while you're sleepy.
Take a nap.
Is he blaming
Surely
his
there's
sleep
other
for
things.
sleep?
I
Is he
love
really
the
doing the
humor.
Rosie
Don't take-
O'Donnell?
Huh?
Or not Rosie O'Donnell, Roseanne. Remember Roseanne tweeted all that racist stuff and she said, oh, I was on Ambien. I woke up after I took an Ambien. Do you remember that?
Yeah.
Is that what he's doing? Like he's saying, oh, I tweeted when I was sleepy. It sounds
Oh, you know what? I'm like, didn't really put the connection. I'm like, don't tweet while you're sleeping. Oh, okay, yeah.
Because he mentioned earlier in the interview, oh, I tweeted while I was sleepy and now I get all this hate.
Yeah, he's once again like he doesn't know how to take accountability for anything. And I'm not sure if he will, at least not right now. Like he definitely just doesn't know how to take accountability. It's all on, and if he did something, it's someone else's fault, or I was sleepy, so it's not my fault. Like this dude, I don't even know, other than anyone just dating him for, famous stuff. I don't know if anyone could, like, other than that motive, because he's so like. When I say selfish, I don't mean you buy the girl the house and all that, give her bags, yada yada. I mean selfish, like selfish. Ugh.
Take it seriously, I suppose, is what that means.
Don't send sleepy tweets. Unless you buy your own social platform the very next week, call Parler. But other than that, if you're not gonna buy your own social platform, then don't.
Is that why you bought Parlors, so you could be sleepy and send messages out into the wild? I actually am really interested in the engineering aspects of Parler. Is there a vision there? Because I'm also super interested in Elon buying Twitter.
I like Instagram better than Twitter, and I'm sure Mark Zuckerberg liked Instagram better than Facebook, or saw how how valuable that was, and he bought it.
So you'd like to take Parler, something, whatever is the magic that makes Instagram work, you want to push it
Well,
there.
I thought it was interesting how it felt like Snapchat made the Kardashians bully Instagram.
What's the point of Snapchat going to war on Instagram?
Yeah, I mean, just everyone wants to say, well, this is our value. Snapchat, no one wants to lose their value to someone else's value, whatever. It's like, and everything is just, what's the difference between permanent and temporary? It's just a permanent structure. And until God says it's not, it's like nothing's permanent. Our life is not permanent. So how do we just let go of those things? Even like going from the name Kanye West to Ye was the beginning of just letting go of some things, of these titles. Like we need to remove the titles. Like, hey, if I have to leave Adidas and I have to go Next Computers, that may take me out of the billionaire standing altogether. And I got to get low for however long God says I have to get low and refocus. I've been reshaping, refocusing my staff. I had some people that were good and I had some people that weren't. I had too many people, and I've got a vision inside of me, and I'm like, this is how I make this vision. I have to bring this vision to life. I have to bring these houses to life. I was talking to one of our architects on, we're actually getting close on it. I've like built it a few times. I had like the domes you probably saw, and I said, how he transformed Kim's house, and we're getting there. Like,
so you want to get into architecture, like you really want this to become physical reality.
Yes, and I've got close. Rome wasn't built in a day.
Yeah, but Rome had to start somewhere.
Yeah,
I gotta call you out on the advice. There really is a lot of people that look up to you, and you've lived a really difficult life, and you made it through all of it. What do you advise them to do?
Do everything that you feel, even if you are told that it's the wrong thing. No, but not anything violent.
So do what you feel, say what you feel. Like, trust your heart.
Yeah, trust your gut. Trust your instincts, because that instinct is who God made you to be. Not, what lines up with your like frat brothers, or what lines up with what your dad wanted, or what lines up with your classmates, or, it's just God has something inside of you. And when you walk down the street, you're thinking about it, and then you just see it in the window. And you go down another street and you see the same thing, or you're thinking about a number and that number pops up, or you see it on a license plate. And that's just, something is trying to say, be the maximum yay, be the maximum you. And God won't give you anything that you can't handle. So for me, everything is a yes. I think they say be like water. I know Bruce Lee said that. Or matter of fact, just be. Because we are beings with engineering.
I like Lexinol, but if I was him and listened to, more than 2 hours, 8 minutes of this interview, I wouldn't ask him, what would you say for advice? No offense. I have now I have a huge crush on this guy, but yeah, I kind of wouldn't ask him that because it's pretty evident that this is not the state of mind where he could give good advice, if you ask me. So, there's that. But maybe he has to ask these questions. I don't know.
Opportunities.
Beautifully put. Yeah, I have hope. I have faith that however this turns out, that you have the skill and the capacity to really add love to the world. And I hope you do that. I really, really hope you do that. And we talked about the tension of that, the challenges and the opportunities of that.
I mean, I see how we could be of use to each other. You actually have a particular thing for me as I eject from media. Because even also, I'm really big at burning the phoenix too. All as an engineer, that your cells completely regenerate every 7 years. I think I rush the process a little bit, so I run around looking like a burn victim sometimes.
Yeah, but I gotta tell you, anyone I'm close with, I work with, there has to be trust, there has to be love, and I think you've been burned quite a bit in your life.
On this trust thing.
Sometimes I did it myself. I put my hand on the stove. So how do we get to engineering? There's a deal.
I feel bad. Here's the thing. In order for him to be working with him, there has to be some level of trust. And I'm surprised Lex is taking this personal because of all the other shit that he said throughout this.
Well, also maybe it's not part of the Jewish thing, but if someone is saying anti-Semitic things and I'm Jewish, and then they say, I don't trust you,
Right.
That's part of it too. I would feel offended too. And also it's one of my favorite artists who was a part of my child. Kanye was such a part of people's life. I don't know, the music. So
Yeah, I just stepped into his shoes and I completely get it now. The thing is, I was never like, not because Kanye did anything. I was just never a fan. The only song I ever knew and listened to, and I know, is Gold Digger. That's it. And that was whenever that song originally came out. That's it. I maybe was in middle school, elementary. I'm not sure, but that's about it. I don't, and that's where my disconnect is with him. Like, I don't feel anything because I never listened to him. But I guess, for someone who has listened to him and looked up to him, it's really sad for him to say that and still want to work with him. I don't trust you, but let's work. The least he could do is lie. Just lie. To make I'm just saying, he about said everything else, you might as well lie. Shit.
To be done here. Not saying you're making this money off of that, I'm making that money off, but
I don't care about money, by the way.
Same, twins. So there's dealings here. You got pain, I got pain, but we're beings with engineering opportunities.
For a long time, I thought somebody should create a new social network. And it looks like great engineering could do that.
You got two at one time from two of your homeboys at one time.
More of the story.
And that's a great way. It can be done from scratch or it can be done anew with an already established platform. Yeah. I'm very excited by that possibility. Parler is smaller. Twitter is larger. I wonder whether you can do any kind of revolutionary engineering with a large company. If anyone can, I would say it's Elon.
Well, Elon can look at what we do over here. That's why I like God does this a lot of times.
Here we go. So now he's about to say something about God, and whatever he says is going to be what exactly he's been doing this whole time.
Creates doppelgangers. There's a lot of examples where theory happened two places at one time. A really similar type of personality happens at one time.
It's weird. It's beautiful. It's hilarious, actually.
Yeah.
It's kind of humorous.
So we should just share every piece of information together as I go build Parler and as he builds up Twitter and see how to make both those better. But I'll be like, hey.
Well, he wants to use, how Parler is just going to be a place for Republicans. No one's going to want to go on Parler.
Oh, that's what it is. It's just for Republicans. I even tried it out. I posted liberal type of stuff and not even just basic liberal stuff or President Joe Biden just passed this bill or whatever. Nothing. It suppressed it. But then I tweet Candace Owens or whatever. I Parler Candace Owens or just some conservative rhetoric, and all of a sudden likes. So basically it's the social media for conservatives. They say, oh, it's a freedom of speech one, but no, they just what they think social media does to them. They just reversed it.
You know what they're gonna have to do though, right? They're gonna have to open the door him. He bought it now, so he's gonna have to sit down with some Democrats and make friends, be nice, because you can't. In order for you to expand, you can't be just one group of people.
Exactly. So. That's what all these politicians have to do.
I'm not gonna let Snapchat bully me out of, adding something to it that's best. It should just be the best platform possible. Yes. That means that TikTok has amazing features. Twitter has amazing things about it. I know this girl that's I like Instagram better than Twitter. It's just, she likes that Twitter has porn. But other than that, Instagram. But I was like, well, Instagram is porn also. It's soft. It's more subtle. It's not telling you. It's not conservative by any means. And
that's the thing. You have to please a lot of people with these platforms. And I think the goal of a platform should be to help individuals maximize their long-term happiness and growth, intellectually, spiritually, psychologically, all of that. And it's a tricky thing to figure out how to do that. Of course, you could just have a platform that's just strictly for fun. I think that's where TikTok leans. But I think there's a balance to strike. Twitter, there's a lot of intellectual, philosophical stuff going on Twitter, but it somehow currently makes it too easy to be divisive and hateful towards each other. and cancel and all that kind of stuff.
I think we need to have these healthy conversations. That's what it is. Healthy conversations, healthy dialogues. That's the biggest thing. Like when I first wore the red hat, the conversation is less healthy than it is today. The conversation about George Floyd, you know, it's like, did I send the tweet the right way? Is Candace Owens' documentary perfect? Is what Michael Moore, is that documentary is perfect? Is Century Self, is it fully accurate? You know,
or ask yourself this: did you also talk to a Democrat? Like, did you also like? You're asking yourself all these questions, but you're being aligned with only one group here.
2 to 3 hours of a transmit of information through a particular, usually one person's view.
Yeah, you're aligning yourself with basically a group of people, all one, who think the same. Let's see what else we got going on. It's not really saying much. And now we have our regrets, and then we're done.
But he's going to war because of their children.
Definitely. Do you regret any aspect of just giving everything to your vision? I mean, you've spoken about that, saying like, I got fucked over in the business side.
I promise that.
I feel like Alex says the fuck word a lot, you know? The way how he says all the time. The F word a lot. The way how he has so aggression with it. Like, fucked over.
I had to stop envying cool people at their current cool time. If anything, if someone's cool and I say their name a lot, I'm going to flash the light on them so much that it ages their coolness. It's actually a war technique.
Ego.
Showered in compliments.
Yeah.
You know, because to be able to stay at 45 years old, to still be the bad kid in class, at 45, I'm still in the principal's office. Because if you look at, like, say, fashion, right? If you think of something fashionable, that's in
office.
And people are gonna be like, yo. And that's what you keep on saying, like, who can we talk to? Because no one can talk to me. No, I'm out of control, bro. It's just God, then me, and then fuck everybody. You know what I mean? That's really how I live my life. And I just want to say this one thing about the children thing. I wanted to, you know.
Hey guys, we're almost done. Udoka is heading out. Good night, Udoka. She's still going to be listening, but she's headed out. Good night. I know it's pretty late, but I'm a trooper. You know, we made it 7 hours in, so we're going to finish. And when I say 7 hours in, guys, this isn't 7 hours in. I just watched the Tucker Carlson one, the 2 hour and change one on Drink Champs, and then this was 2 hours too. So, and then it takes the time to also respond and have commentary on it, which extends the hours.
Put that point together, put that idea together. I don't like the word point. I'm really big on like words being powerful, says the person with the sleepy tweet.
Yeah.
So
you're full of contradictions.
Yeah, I'm a human being, right? It's like some days I'm like, I could go 30 days to be celibate, you know, like really like I'm a monk. I'm being like faithful to God. And then I go like working out, no carbs, like my weight will fluctuate. And I'll have times I'm like, I don't feel like being told what to do. So I don't want to work out with a trainer. And I just want to drink this Hennessy. But I want to say this thing that I will text to Kim sometimes. I'll say, you know, you may not understand what I'm doing right now, but you will. And that's what I would say to everyone. You may not understand what I'm doing. And this gives a little bit, maybe we're like 20% there, but there's still going to be people who leave this interview and they were like, I still don't like the way he apologized. I still don't want to say what my involvement would have been to make him lead him to that point. And we just want things to be how they are. There's people in the world who want the world to stay as it is. And there's people who want to change the world. And that's happened throughout time. They say that with Da Vinci, halfway into a conversation. He could not suffer fools so much that he would walk away halfway into the conversation. And I said, well, that's why it's the Da Vinci Code and not the Da Vinci world. And every time I go and piss off a group, Trump one day, and be at a game with Kim Kardashian the next day, and then be at Paris Fashion Week, they don't want me to be involved with language of divisive language, you know, proving that I can be just as racist as a racist white person. Oh, I can be a racist black person also. That's not what God has called me to do. So how do I simplify and say, hey, to you as a visionary, as an engineer, as a person that's given me a platform, that as my brother, I want to apologize to you for how that made you feel, and to the rest of the people that carry specifically that pain, not the pain that I talk about. That doesn't seem to be as much of a pain for people when I talk about the abortion clinics and stuff. It's like, but for the Jewish, I've gone collectively, like not everyone thinks that's a pain, but for the Jewish community, it's collectively, this was a pain. And I've gone so far just psychologically on this journey since that statement had happened. I stuck my hand in the can. Pain is pain. To hurt is not helping. So that means I have to take a more sophisticated approach. Opportunity may deem as, I think that the idea I'm going to say out loud. So I don't try to be a hypocrite on purpose. So, but I will call it a mistake to add a genuine, to be genuine about the feeling. With that mistake, with me as a human being, not to justify, but I have to state that God makes no mistakes, because if I hadn't made that mistake, I wouldn't be in front of you today. And that's not to justify this,
but it is
sleepy text.
But I can tell you're a man that has love in his heart, and I hear that. I hear it through the words explicitly, implicitly. And I think if we were to engineer a better future, the way to do that is with love.
Yes.
So as one human to another, I love you, brother. Thank you for talking today. This is great.
Aww.
I like you too.
Thanks for listening to this conversation with Ye, formerly known as Kanye West. To support this podcast, please check out our sponsors in the description. And now, let me leave you with some words from Ye himself. Nothing in life is promised except death. Thank you for listening, and hope to see you next time.
Okay. All right. So, all right. Guys, we finished this. We are 7 hours and 46 minutes in. We watched, let's see, the Tucker Carlson live. We watched the Drink Champs, and then we watched this with Lex Friedman. So yeah, there was a lot of watching. I just really had Kanye on my mind. His ego would like that, right? But I had Kanye on my mind for the past 2-3 weeks. And I was like, I want to do this, and I never had the time because I was working. But yeah, that's why this live is extremely long, because I have so much, I had so much commentary to talk out. But overall, you know, none of my opinions changed going in. I mean, listening to Kanye gave me some insight into his life and into his world and into the industry. But it doesn't excuse, mental health is a reason, not the excuse. Like, it doesn't, the fact that he came out of that whole interview with Lex not understanding what discrimination is, the fact that he couldn't realize that he lives in this one world, he lives in this like small area where he's famous in the industry, but there's a huge world out there that also has Jewish people who are not doing the things that he's claiming Jewish people are doing to him, right? Like, there's so many people. So when he says Jewish people, he's putting all those people who are currently sleeping right now, he's putting all of those people into this, making them talking about a whole entire group, which is inappropriate. What he needs to talk to is the people that affected him, that did him wrong, you know? And instead, he doesn't understand how there's like a disconnect for him. And well, these Jewish people, they were all Jewish, so that doesn't mean the Jewish people who are currently sleeping right now had anything to do with your business. He lives in this small area and just has no. He's very selfish. Kanye is very selfish. He said it himself that the most important people, he has kids, and he said the most important people in his life had people guess. And he said, is me. The most important person in my life is me. So, you know, it's very clear. Kanye is Kanye. He doesn't really, this interview with Lex wasn't really something that he was going in to actually listen to, you know, to hear other perspectives. He acted like he was listening, but he wasn't. I felt like this was more of, how can I tell everyone that I'm right and they can see where I'm coming from? And I felt like he was scared to listen, because if he had to listen, then he would have to admit that he is wrong. So I felt like that was the whole thing. I felt like he just didn't care. He doesn't care what I have to say. Obviously, you, everyone, he does not care. He thinks that no one understands what he's going through right now. He thinks that, you know, it's this thing where you have to wait and see, because he thinks he has the only magic mind up in this world, right? Like, he thinks. And it's like, no, we can still wait and see what you're doing, but you don't have to be racist. You don't have to discriminate against groups in the process. You know, that's my feelings on this. I think Kim should get a gag order, because his mouth was not going in. And the thing is, when I say his mouth, I'm not trying to silence him. I'm trying to silence, like, there's no reason why, and granted, he didn't. But generally speaking, he brought up Kim a lot, and he brought up the family a lot, and it's just like, they don't need to be involved in your shit. They really could have gone this whole entire podcast without having to talk about his family once. I felt just like Kanye is selfish. You know, Kanye doesn't care about anyone else but Kanye. And he's going to be missing out on these really huge opportunities, because he doesn't view the whole Balenciaga thing as an opportunity. He views it as the day Balenciaga cut him off. He was like, it was a horrible day for Balenciaga. He believes the same thing, I'm sure, with Adidas soon. Like, he is in this world where it's Kanye's world, and that he has a remarkable mind. And he may have a remarkable mind, but you can't discriminate against groups in that process. You know what I mean? His words, people actually listened to and then actually committed hate crimes, which is not okay. So I feel like Kanye, unfortunately, him going on a podcast tour, it seems like a press tour where anyone will listen. It seems like to me that he's going to need more than him just going on a podcast and hoping that people will listen to where he's coming from. You know, unfortunately, it's probably going to be something, you know, that sucks, that's worse, for him to really open up his eyes and see that what he's doing is not okay, what he's doing is wrong. I don't know what that's going to take, but I'm sure he's probably going to have to learn the hard way. So, guys, you know, I'm about to end this live, so definitely leave a comment. Let me know what you guys think. And thank you, everyone who watched this live with me. I really appreciated it. I miss this channel. And, you know, it was a must watch, because although I saw clips of what Kanye was doing, I really wanted to sit and to try to, I knew he was racist, right? And Kanye also admitted that he wasn't on his meds. So it's like, I wanted to see where he was basically coming from. And I pretty much came in and went out with the same ideology about Kanye, to be honest. So anyways, leave a comment below. Let me know what you guys think. And thank you so much for watching, for like doing this with me, because this was a lot. But yeah, I pretty much think I got all the insight that I got from this. And thank you for the person in the chat that was like, that let me know about this Lex interview, because I probably would have done another live tomorrow, honestly. But yeah, anyways, thank you guys for watching, and I will see you soon on the next video. Bye, guys.